Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, The Decisions We Have to Live With. A month or so later, things had stabilized rather well. Nozomi was in school, Erza kept up with her friends, and she was, actually dealing with her past traumas rather well. If she could ignore that the likes of Kurotsuki Mayuri were in a position of power, she would have been completely content. Happy. But she was well enough, and on her way to the goal she had set for herself. Yes, life was not so bad. Right now, she was out in the Rukonga once more, called out by her captain. If he himself were out there, summoning her, it had to be a serious mission, right? Only, he hadn't said what it was. It was an oddity. When she came upon the designated meeting spot, a beautiful forest, with a small dirt path leading into a leafy grove, she saw Ichimaru-jin standing there, waiting, with the same creepy smile. She felt a shudder go down her spine. He unsettled her, and everyone else, and she often wondered why Aizen would keep a man like him so close to her. Head right this way, Lil Erza, Ichimaru said, in his typical drawl. He's waitin' for ya, right up the path. Eager to be away from him, Erza walked past him, up the path he had indicated. This was definitely irregular. Few missions called for the supreme power of a captain to begin with, fewer still the presence of both the captain and his second. And his third seat too, herself? Why weren't they meeting up together? In just a minute or so, she found him, sitting cross-legged by a pond, a peaceful look on his face. He wore no glasses, she noticed. He seemed different. Come, sit. He said, motioning for her to come closer. This isn't a mission at all, is it? Erza said confusedly, obeying her captain, walking closer. Hesitantly, she sat down next to him. You always were astute. He said, casually leaning himself back, his arms supporting him as he stared up at the forest canopy. This is a beautiful place, isn't it? Sometimes you have to stop to appreciate things like these, to remember that there's more point to your life than just duty, work. Sir. She said stiffly. She was not artistic, or a gentleman type like her captain. The beauty of nature was wasted on her most of the time. Sorry, I deceived you, Aizen said, sitting himself up straight. No, there is no mission at all. I lied. But I had a reason, yes. You must have. Erza said. But you're not asking what? No, you never were rude, not the kind to bow to authority easily, but not rude. Because I earned my place in your mind as somebody to respect, you won't ask. Is that correct? I suppose so, yes. He was quite strange today. Erza, do you trust me? He said, looking into her eyes. With my life, Captain, she said firmly. It is an honor. Aizen said, nodding. But the question is. Erza, can I trust you? Sir. Erza said, frowning. I have important things to say. Things I couldn't say to even the dearest of friends, or even a lover. Dangerous things. How dangerous? What I need to say, Erza, could get you implicated for treason simply for having heard the words. So what I ask is, can I trust you? With the most serious and deeply held of secrets. Sir. Erza said, finding herself uneasy, confused. What was he about to say? What was his idea? Of course you can trust me. Under threat to your well-being, your career, even your life. Yes. Erza said, making a fist. You are a good man. I cannot imagine you would do anything without a good reason. Aizen smiled. You sound almost hurt, Scarlet. Erza didn't reply, not knowing what to say, and simply shot him a look she realized, might look like a glare. Under any normal circumstance, I would not question your loyalty. But this is different. Tell me what you mean, sir, Erza said, with steel in her voice. Tell me, and then, no matter what, I will not betray your secret. He looked hesitant, and Erza continued, you already do trust me. You brought me out here, to tell me you have an idea that could make you a traitor. So do not play games with me. Sir. Aizen nodded. The games are necessary. So far, there are a total of only 2 more individuals who know of my plans. What are your plans, then? Tell me, Scarlet, he said, looking into the distance. You saw through it, didn't you? Saw through what? The veil. He said quietly. Seeing her puzzled expression, he explained, it's a metaphor I use. The veil is what I call everything that keeps you from seeing the truth and acting on it: your friends, your family, your job, your culture. I don't understand. All right. You came from a poor village in the Rukanga, yes? And you joined, partly because you wanted them to have a better life. You wanted to help them. Yes. Many Shinigami do that. And most of them forget about making the world a better place by the time they've graduated and gotten a position. From there, their focus is, their career, their duties, their friends. Their focus is, simply put, themselves. What is that, just selfish? Erza asked, frowning. It's human nature. Aizen retorted. But you've seen the Rukanga. You've seen the poverty, the misery, the insecurity. You've seen people at the mercy of bandits, hollows, always afraid of starving, being killed, hunted like dogs. That is no decent way to live. No, it is not, Erza said, shaking her head. The Godai has power. Real power, unimaginable vast power. It could change all the Rukon, if it wanted to. Yes. I suppose they could. Erza said. She was very unsure of where this was going. All he said, that was things she knew, things she had often thought but rarely voiced. Nobody seemed interested. Yet, they do not. Why is that? The Godai has a duty to maintain the balance of the world, Erza said defensively. It's a vastly important duty. Without us, all 3 worlds might collapse. Literally true, yes, Aizen said, nodding, but you know as well as I do that the issue is not that simple. Erza remained silent, so Aizen continued. We recruit a few hundred souls every year, to replace casualties. That's a few hundred, out of billions of souls out of hundreds of millions of potential soldiers. Yet the Godai remains at a few thousand soldiers, just enough to keep military operations running. Enough to keep up the status quo. But Erza said, not even knowing why she was defending them, what she was defending. Can't you imagine what it would be like if instead of kowtowing to nobles and running a never-ending balance operation, we'd recruit millions of soldiers? Imagine how many areas we could control. Imagine how many countries would have competent governors, a police force, a law to protect the weak from the strong and ruthless. Imagine a world, not perfect, but one where violence was considered unacceptable, where theft, murder and robbery are punished, where hollows are not free to strike as they please. Imagine that, Erza. Well. Please, I mean that literally. Close your eyes, and imagine what it would be like if the Soul Society looked not like it does now, but like it should. He paused, and looked at her, and hesitantly Erza obeyed. She closed her eyes, and imagine. Villages, with children playing, laughing, never hungry, feeling safe, thousands of people, living their lives without fear. It was an intoxicating thing to consider. I asked you this, because I saw that you dared to dream, Aizen said emphatically. I saw that you were different. You saw the apathy of your fellow soldiers, and it appalled you. Unimaginable suffering, every day, and everyone acts like it doesn't even exist. They take their privilege for granted, their secure lives, their power and strength, and never consider that those with power have a moral obligation to help. Something in Erza's soul was lit aflame. He was right. For how long had it gone on, this afterlife, without anyone even trying? Where children died for nothing, without anybody being able to do anything about it. Every day, Aizen said, his voice trembling mildly, every day, an average of 4,000 children die. Every day. And that is just the children. How many do you think die in just 1 week? But, what could we do? Apathy is one thing. It is natural, normal people have limited perspectives. It's not malevolent to be self-centered. But, you know the Godai. You know that it isn't just apathetic, but truly corrupt. Yes. Erza whispered. You remember your trial? Aizen said, nodding. A petty, ignorant man with money used his power to abuse the school system. And when you dared stand up to him, he decided that you should vanish. You were not the first one. How many times do you think men and women like him have abused their power like so? I won. Erza said, almost voicelessly. Because of me? Aizen said. And because of Sheba. You won because you had higher connections, not because you were right. He was right. The second division runs a place where they can place anybody, without trial, whether they've done anything or not. Aizen said. The maggot's nest. Just being a potential threat is enough. That's where you would have gone if you were lucky. Erza balled her fist. It's a whole thing. She snapped. A law system, troops, a whole culture. What can I do? What can anyone do? We'll get there, Aizen said, nodding. But you recognize that the Godai is not a just place, yes? No, it is not, Erza said, shaking her head. I tried to think that maybe we just do more good than bad. That working hard can make up for it. But deep down, you know that is little comfort for the innocents murdered by this system, Aizen said, putting a hand on her back. You knew it wasn't right. Erza just quietly shook her head. And meanwhile, the Godai employs true monsters, like Kuratsuke Mayuri. Powerful murderers, like Zaraki Kenpeke, whose only qualification is strength. These are the people you serve. Enough. Erza snapped. Stop. I know already. Just tell me what you want. Please be patient with me, Aizen said, his voice calm. I have something I'd like for you to look at. He reached into his coat, and pulled out a paper folder. What's this? Erza asked, taking it in her hands. A copy of your recruitment file, Aizen said. These are confidential to recruits, but we are well past regulation now, aren't we? With a little dread, Erza opened the file. It was a detailed set of observations, about her power, her ability, her personality. She had been watched for some time before being recruited, it seemed. Look at the bottom. Aizen said. Erza read aloud. Subject is very powerful, by non-Shinigami standards. Known also to be resourceful, enduring, with experience in combat. In case of failed recruitment, recommend a kill team led by a single-digit seat to eliminate her with minimal risk. Her fingers trembled. You see for yourself. Aizen said. They were going to kill me if I said no. Erza said quietly. You always suspected, didn't you? You always feared that they'd kill you, or somebody close to you, if you disagreed. But you told yourself that it would be for the best. Erza made a fist, crumpling the paper. Do they do this to other people? She asked, her voice almost a hiss. Yes. Aizen said plainly. Anyone thought too strong not to be useful, controllable, is eliminated. It is standard procedure. It can't be, Erza mumbled, shaking her head, they can't just. I know why you deny it, Aizen said calmly. Because if you don't, you'd have to admit to yourself that all your service so far, everything you've done, is at the very least tainted by corruption. If that is so, then where are you, Captain? Erza said bitterly. You are one of the most powerful people, so how much taint have you spread? How many blind eyes have you turned? A mournful look passed his face, and he said, too much. Too many times. But there's the twist, it doesn't have to be this way. Everything I've done for a better tomorrow. Not some naive dream that just a bit of hard work and goodness will change the system, a real vision for the future. I have been part of this corruption, let it spread, ignored justice, but I've done it all for a greater good. What greater good is that? When I was young, Aizen said, ignoring her question, I was a lot like you. I believed in kindness, in goodness, that the Shinigami were heroic protectors. That the foul things around them were necessary, because of what hung in the balance. It was one of the reasons I joined them. But I was disappointed soon, very disappointed. All my talent, so soon and quickly recognized, was leached on by this system of cruelty and callousness. It is a cancer, the whole of the Godai is a cancer. I realized that soon. And when I did, I decided that I'd rather die than let that stand. What does that mean? I want an answer now, sir, or I am leaving. Erza said sharply, only barely controlling her emotions. Everything he had said had hit home, hit at every doubt she'd had, every last piece of things she knew should not be, but ignored, for the sake of this veil. I want to burn the Godii down. Eisen said. I want to see every nobleman on trial, and the corrupt ones punished, executed or imprisoned. I would see all their wealth given to us, so that we could give it back to the people. I would see the Central 46 deposed, power given back to somebody whose interest lies with the people, not wealth, power, or some abstract idea. I would see the Captain Commander, and all who stand with him, stand trial for their corruption. I would see myself in charge of a new world order, one where we become strong, truly strong, not for the sake of ourselves, tradition or blind obedience to the king, but for the sake of protecting the weak. That, Erza, is my vision for the future. Justice. Strength. Mercy. Solidarity. It's treason. Erza snapped. That word, treason, is a label. Eisen said firmly. You would be a traitor to the Godii, but where you stand now, are you not a traitor to yourself? Are you not betraying what you know is right? Erza took a deep breath. He was right. But this was a monstrously huge idea, a change so radical she hadn't dared to even dream it. It was impossible. It can't be, she mumbled, shaking her heads, they are too strong, too many. The Captain Commander. Erza, he said, with a comforting tone, putting a hand on her shoulder, I would never attempt this if I did not know a way to make it work. The Captain Commander's power is extraordinary, but I have made arrangements. I have Ichimaru, and I have Tissen. And, should you accept, you. This is a patient scheme, I have nurtured it for centuries. I have found a way to deal with everyone I need to. Would they need to die? Erza asked uncertainly. No revolution is won without bloodshed, Erza, Eisen said gravely. I would show mercy to those who surrendered. Few of them had a choice when they were exposed to Godii propaganda. But those who do not. I would have no choice but to tear down the foundations of the Godii before rebuilding it. And how? 4 of us, that would not go very far. What do you know of the Arankar, Erza? They are hollows who have shed their masks and gained the power of a Shinigami. No. Erza gasped. You have made a pact with them. You would be surprised how many of them are like us, but shaped by an unforgiving world, in an existence without options. I have relations with them only with select people who I know I can control. This is madness. Erza mumbled. Death, revolution, consorting with Hollow. When you are faced with a life and death situation, you do whatever you must to protect your friends, Eisen said calmly, and to protect the innocent, the thousands upon thousands who suffer and die every day. I do as I must. Can you look upon this, and choose to serve the Godii? To serve for the rest of your life this corrupt institution? I don't know, Erza mumbled, can I think about this? Take the time you need, Eisen said, smiling at her, it is not a decision that should be made lightly. But I know you, Erza, I know you see why this must be done. Change, Erza mumbled. We need change. But, is this the way, really? I would like to see you in a week's time, Erza, Eisen said calmly. Please give me your decision then. If you say no, then we shall speak nothing of this ever again, and your life goes on the same. You go on bending your back to those you know you should smite, not serve. Or you join me, and make a change that matters, one that will be remembered for eternity. Erza just nodded, incapable of a coherent reply, and stood up, hastily making her way out of there. Eisen watched her leave, allowing himself a victorious smirk. He had pushed every button there was to push, ones he had planted himself, others that were there naturally. Erza was a perfect candidate, Tissen claimed to be for justice, but Eisen had always suspected he was a hypocrite. Ichimaru was a psychopathic sadist with an urge to kill him, but very easy to control at that. Erza was different, she had what neither did faith. A rock-hard faith that good was good and evil was evil, that decency should prevail over cruelty and abuse. Right now, she was conflicted, still feeling that decency belonged with the cause she had sworn herself to, but she knew, and she was too upright to ignore what she had seen so far. Her own decency could lead her nowhere but to his side, and on the off chance that it didn't, it would be easy to frame her as a traitor. Things were coming along nicely. "We bout done here?" It was the voice of Ichimaru, waiting out by the trees. "Yes, Jin," Aizen said, feeling pleased, "we are done." A lot was on her mind. She had no sleep that night, nor the next one after that. Erza went about her duties as normal, but the conversation she had had with her captain hung over everything she did, over every paper signed, every errand run, every hollow slain. Over and over, she would tell herself that it was madness, that it couldn't be done, that it was wrong, but no matter how she reasoned, every argument she made to herself felt like an excuse. It was a stunning relief, actually, when on the third day, she was sent out on a mission to the Rukanga. Simple Work 2nd Division had sniffed out a traitor, a man who had escaped a sentence of murder and theft, and hid away for decades. Finally he had made a mistake, letting himself get spotted, and it was her job to take him down, let him be processed by the justice system. If it were justice, she should take somebody with her, she decided. Even with a serious task on her mind, she had no desire to be alone. The more distractions, the better. A week would pass fast enough. After checking for available partners, her eyes stuck on Momo. Renji was out on patrol with Hisagi, and Kira was stuck with menial duties. Well, might as well take her, then it would be a good experience for her, and not too dangerous so long as she stayed back. She was not a hothead like Renji, it should be fine. So it was that, with Momo in tow, she soon found herself on the trail to District 7, where the man had last been seen. Kyujira Senji, the murderer and traitor, a truly vile man according to his case file. No more than a 10th seat in terms of strength and skill, too. That, at least, was a very clear and simple thing. A bad man who needed to be taken down and judged, for the safety of others. After a good few hours of travel, with a few carefully considered bursts of shunpo to quickly cover ground, they approached the village where Senji had last been seen. According to intelligence, which was no more than 2 days old, he had set up camp in a sizable village right ahead, drinking away at a bar where apparently he had been since. Erza, won't it be dangerous?" Momo asked, huffing a little as she did her best to keep stride with Erza. The last sprint had taken a lot out of her. She was still young, Erza noticed, even though she sometimes forgot. "It will be fine," Erza said dismissively. "You just watch, and stay back when I move in. If I need backup, I will let you know." "It's, a bit nervous," Momo admitted. "I mean, I've never." "Momo," Erza said, stopping and looking her in the eye, "you are a Shinigami now, not a student. These kinds of missions are things you will need to do in the future. This will be good experience for you." Of course," Momo said, nodding. "I didn't mean to, dash." "No need to fuss," Erza said, starting to walk again. "Our target is said to be in the local pub. If he's not, we can probably pay for information. This is a pretty orderly district, and types like him aren't welcome here. Because a lot of rich people live here," Erza thought, "and that's also why we got sent here so quickly." "No. None of that, not now." The two of them quietly made their way into the town pub. Well, the largest one. This village was large and rich with people, unlike the ones you found out in the poorer districts. It was as good a place as any. As she walked in, she motioned for Momo to stay by the doorway while she went about her business. She looked around. The place was well lit, and looked clean and solidly built. There were tables and benches all around, and even a few luxurious booths, and though the air was thick with chatter, laughter, and merriment, there were no fights, no screaming, no rough housing. This really was a different kind of place. In no small part, she suspected, due to the two very serious-looking, muscular men standing near the doorway, whose frames practically screamed confidence. If their posture could speak, it would probably say there could be trouble. None right now, and there won't be, because we're all friends here. But if you want trouble, no, you don't want trouble. But Erza wasn't concerned with the architecture of the building, or its security detail. No, she had come here with a mission. She took a quick peek at the wanted poster. She had been given a harsh, long face with a thin mouth, and a scar at his left cheek. She looked around, as inconspicuously as she could. She was painfully aware of how much her Shinigami uniform stood out. Moving slowly towards the bar itself, she tried to get a view of him. There were merchants, some rich gentlemen, even a few nobles, and a good lot of people who looked like craftsmen, workers. There was a whole potpourri of different social classes here, but she couldn't see the likeness of that criminal anywhere. Sighing, she ordered a simple drink of water, and had a look around. There was over 100 people in here, and... Well, hang on a second. Where would you sit if you were a cautious type, somebody who might need to run away quickly? Either close to the entrance or better yet, close to the back exit. Carefully taking a bit of a walk around the premises, ignoring a catcall or two, she could see no back entrance at all. So if you were inside this pub, you'd want to either sit close to a big window, or the entrance. She turned back toward the entrance, and carefully scanned the place with her eyes. 7 tables she could see, close enough to a quick exit. She walked closer, keeping an eye out. Some sat turned away from her, or with a cap on, or a hood. Then she caught it, a glance of a scarred face, sitting just 2 tables away from the exit. Hoping she hadn't flinched, she moved closer, as if walking over just naturally. But as she walked closer, he sprung from his seat, toward the exit. Damn it! Her uniform was way too obvious. He had probably been looking for a way out from the moment she got in. There he is! She cried out, as she ran after him. Momo stepped in his way. Stupid, brave Momo, pointing her finger, starting to mouth the Kido spell, but he was fast, too fast, and barreled into her, twisting Momo's arm behind her back, getting behind her. From his belt, he pulled out a short sword, concealed under his clothes. Momo yelped, struggling against him, but she stopped when she felt the blade against her throat. Erza had already drawn her own sword, the moment she had seen him reach for his own. Let her go, she demanded in her most authoritative tone. Kyujira Senji, you are under arrest. Let go of her, or you make things worse for yourself in the end. Yeah. Kyujira said, his eyes wild and his tone trembling with rage, with fear, with uncertainty. That's so? Because the way I'm looking at it, she's my only leverage right now. Let her go and fight me one-on-one, Erza said, slowly moving toward him, as he began to back out of the pub, still holding on to Momo. Fight you? You're a high-ranking soldier. I don't think so, Kyujira said, continuing to slowly back away, out onto the street. The entire pub was watching them now, hundreds of eyes on them all at once. If you know I'm much stronger, then you know you can't run away either, Erza said, hoping to reason with him. This was bad. Momo was inexperienced, she might do something stupid, or he might. He didn't look calm at all, and frightened people and weapons was not a good combination. You can't kill her, because if you do, you lose your leverage. And if that happens, whatever gods there are have mercy on you. She scowled, her tone ice cold. And for as long as you hold her, you can't move anywhere fast enough to escape me. You put that sword away or I'll cut her throat. Kyujira sneered. No, you won't, Erza said, hoping dearly that she was right. Leverage, remember? This is not going to end well, no matter what you do. Cut your losses. Give up, and I'll recommend an easier sentence. Prison, not death. So I choose between being killed, or put in a cage for the rest of my life. Kyujira snarled. I don't fucking think so. He grazed the blade against Momo's neck, and she yelped as it drew blood. I'm sorry, Erza, she managed. It's not your fault, Erza said. I'm still here, Kyujira said, still looking erratic, and you know what? I don't like my options. So maybe I just kill her, and get a clean death here and now. Maybe that's my best option, yeah. You could try, Erza said. She felt that sinking feeling, like her heart was falling out of her chest. Momo couldn't die. That was not acceptable, not under any circumstance. Not after how she had saved her that first time, not after how close she had become with her, how she had let her in, she couldn't stand it. Not again. Never again. It was funny how time could slow down sometimes, how a second could feel like an hour. In the span of 2 seconds, 100 thoughts raced through Erza's head. She couldn't kill him. It was not the fairy tale way, it was wrong. But there's no choice. Doing that would change who she was forever. Could she really? Could she look herself in the mirror after that? But there really is no choice. Maybe she could do something else. Desperately, she tried to think of some fantastical, outlandish stroke of luck, where Momo got free. But there's no time, and no choice. No. It couldn't be, this couldn't be the way she turned out, it was she knew right from wrong, and... But what would life be like without Momo? Knowing she had let her down, too? Silently, her sword changed, turning into a spear. Momo, close your eyes, Erza said firmly. Trust in me, and close your eyes. Momo took a deep breath, and obeyed. Well, it's a fight now. Kyujira growled, and raised his sword, aiming to stab down into Momo's neck. And time moved in slow motion. She could see the tip of the blade moving downward, a millimeter at a time, and her arm raised, lightning fast yet so slow. One shot. One shot was all she had, and if it went wrong, she wouldn't just have failed Momo, she would have killed her. But if she didn't take the shot, she would be dead. Sometimes, the only choices you have are bad ones, but you still have to choose. Erza's arm lunged out, with all the strength and precision she could muster. Momo could feel the criminal's grip around her loosen, let go, and he dropped down to the ground behind her. Quickly, she looked behind her. He lay there, in a growing pool of blood, Erza's spear jammed into his skull, at least a foot if its length having gone through it. The spear dissolved, and Momo looked back at Erza, as she wordlessly sheathed her sword, an empty, glassy look on her face. Momo could feel tears stream down her cheeks, relief, joy, and concern, for Erza. Quickly, she raced to her, hugging her close. She seemed surprised at first, then clumsily returned her embrace. I killed him, Erza mumbled. He's dead, because I killed him. You saved me. Momo said, loud and clear, looking into Erza's eyes. I'd be dead without you, that's what matters, Erza. You did what you had to do. Yes, Erza mumbled. Don't let this get you down, Momo said reassuringly, I mean, he was a murderer. He was about to kill me. People like that don't deserve any mercy, do they? When you sink that low dash. Who the hell are you to make that decision? Erza snapped, taking a step back. Who the hell are you, or I, to make a decision like that? Momo blinked, and sounding uncertain, she said, an officer, Erza. Shinigami. You had the right, the mission said dead or alive, and, under the law, you were right. To hell with the law, Erza said darkly. Nobody should have that power over anybody. It should never be, never be. Erza, Momo said softly, people are killed every day. Sometimes you have to kill to save other people. There's no other way around it, I'm sorry. A last resort, maybe. Erza shot back. But this. I should never have left you alone. You had no choice. It was a last resort, Momo said firmly, and beating yourself up about it isn't going to change that. Whatever, Erza mumbled, staring into the ground. She had raised her voice to Momo, just because she herself had been in shock, because she had killed somebody, it wasn't fair. Let's just, go home, all right. Erza said uneasily. I'm okay. I'm not mad. You're not okay, Momo said, but, yes, let's go back. Things went back to normal, easy enough, as normal as they could be, considering. Erza had feared Momo would be traumatized, that maybe she would resent her for the way she had acted, but she seemed to bounce back well enough. A day, 2 days passed, and Erza took what missions she could to distract herself from what conflicted her, from the fact that she was now a killer, from everything. In the process, she even slayed a Jillian Minos, in a particularly vicious incursion in the Soul Society. She had grown in strength. For her valor, she was given a pat on the shoulder and a day off, something she normally would have welcomed, but now, she did not want to be alone with her mind. It was like a fever, like a specter haunting her every thought, an apparition of accusation and guilt. She was not used to that feeling. She did not want that feeling. Which was why her free day was spent, until lunch, doing nothing but training, working her muscles till they were sore, until her vision went blurry, until she was starting to feel exhausted. Only then, panting and struggling to breathe, did it feel better. But a shower and a change later, the specter was back, and it was only good luck that lunch was up next lunch, with Momo again. She could be relied on, at least, to distract her. She could forget for just a few minutes how corrupt the men in charge were, and be reminded that her fellow soldiers were good people, good and decent, like Momo. The lunch itself was a simple affair. The two of them sat by a simple restaurant near their division, pragmatic and simple as a soldier's kitchen should be. Noodles it was for the both of them, and Erza dug in but found little in the ways of an appetite. So she started, almost a little desperate to find something to talk about. "I know what you're thinking," Momo said, swallowing down a mouthful of noodles. "You do?" Erza said nervously. She very much doubted it, but the very thought of being found out. "You look all weird and tense," Momo said, nodding. "You're all off. Something's obviously on your mind." "That visible, huh?" Erza said, shifting in her seat. "You never killed anyone before, did you?" Momo said quietly. "Sorry, I mean if you're all right, talking about it." No, Erza mumbled. "Of course, what else would it be? Go on." "When I first started school, we all knew you were this tough, cool veteran who had been through so much," Momo said, her tone gentle. "It didn't occur to any of us that you never killed anybody before. But that's why you were so upset, wasn't it? How do you figure?" "You're a very good person, Erza," Momo said brightly. "You care about what is right and what is wrong, and you know what it is. You've been a Shinigami for many years, too. So, if you react to that, for having taken the life of somebody like him, I couldn't think of any other reason." "Well, you're right," Erza mumbled. "I still remember what it was when I was alive. I had friends, a whole family of people who I loved, who loved me, who took me in from when I was a little girl. They taught me everything, about friends, about what I could and couldn't do. They taught you not to kill," Momo nodded, "and because you were very strong and very good, you never had to. Is that right?" "It is," Erza said, nodding. "I was in a guild, and it was close, many times, but I never had to kill. But I'm starting to think that maybe I was just lucky." "Lucky?" Momo said quizzically. "Yes," Erza said, nodding, "lucky. Because it was close, many times before. I fought with a power not a lot of people could rival, and I fought people who were just as strong, or stronger. It almost seems miraculous that nobody really died. But sometimes you don't have a choice. I am starting to see that now." "Yes," Momo said cautiously, "sometimes you don't. But still. It's a last resort, of course," Erza said hastily. "If there was any other way." "But there wasn't. You know," Erza mumbled, sighing, "I imagined the world without you in it, and I couldn't bear it. It hurt just thinking about it. So I killed that man to save you, and it feels like I did it for myself. A killer, because I wanted not to lose someone who made me feel good." "That's ridiculous," Momo snapped. "You did something bad, but it was a great thing at the same time." "I don't feel very great," Erza said flatly. "You changed who you are, just to save me. You are one of the best people I know, Erza, and I won't stand for you calling that selfish." Erza leaned back, and smiled. Momo really was something else, so passionately honest, under that meek surface. "You're right," she said, feeling a little better. "Thanks, Momo." "No problem," Momo said, emphatically taking another mouthful of noodles, almost as if assaulting it. "Momo, why did you join the Gotei?" Erza asked. Momo chewed, swallowed, and gave her a look. "What do you mean?" "I noticed that a lot of people here." How would she put this? It would sound weird, judgmental, even. "A lot of people who come here, to become Shinigami, they only seem to care about themselves. I came here because I wanted to help, but I'm way up on a third seat, and I can't do very much to help anybody, and most of everyone just seems interested in making money, in the next fight, in the next day off when they can get drunk, in making a career." She sighed. "Sometimes, I feel like nobody remembers where they came from, the villages they leave behind and the people in them, and that's why I ask." "You don't have to answer." I didn't want people to feel afraid, Momo said. What? When you have power, out there, you are a danger to others unless you learn to use it, Momo said solemnly. I loved the people out there, my gran, and Shiro-chan, and everyone else, but when you're strong, sometimes hollows come to seek you out. Or other people, who want to do no good. Sometimes, the best way to protect others is to leave. It sounds weird, but that's why I left. I wanted to learn to be as good as I could be, and help them all back home from a distance. That's what you did, wasn't it? I never thought about it that way, Erza said ponderously. To me, it just seemed I had to be there, for them, always, because what if I wasn't? They practically had to drag me to the academy. But you helped them, by sending money back. I do that too, Momo said, nodding. That's good, yes, Erza said. Was that what you wanted when you joined, Erza? To help the people back home? You're already doing that, why so glum? What I want, Erza said evasively, it's complicated. I guess you could say. I want more than just buying a bit of safety for one village. I really want everyone out there to live their lives the way they want to, without having to worry. That's a nice idea, Momo nodded, but, you can see that you can't protect everyone all the time, right? No, Erza said, shaking her head, but I think we could do way better than what we do now. If we just tried. How? Momo asked. This was a dangerous question. She had said enough already. Never mind that, Erza said, trying, and probably failing to sound glib. We have a lunch to finish, and after that, why don't we go take a trip to the bathhouse, or something? I could use a bit of relaxation. All right, sure, Momo said, sounding perplexed, but still cheery. We'll do that. Just at her mind's horizon, the specter loomed. One more thing happened that week worthy of notice. On the 6th day of running, hiding, distracting herself, Erza was sent to the 12th Division paperwork, requiring the signature of its captain for some reason or the other. She didn't even bother to ask what for. The place always made her uneasy, ever since that last time when she had witnessed its brute of a captain abuse his daughter like she were some thing. Perversely enough, she almost reveled in that uneasiness. As uncomfortable as that was, it was less oppressive than knowing she had to give Aizen an answer, and knowing that when she had to give it, she already knew what it had to be. That when she did, nothing would ever be the same again. So it was that she marched herself down the dank and dimly lit hallways of the Science and Research Institute, down under the ground. It was a massive complex, she realized, closed off from all unauthorized members. She was let in only on the signature of her captain. Then, she had been pointed in the general direction of where Kuratsuke, that foul man, would be, and it had taken her only 10 minutes or so to get lost. She wandered around for perhaps half an hour or so, trying to find her way lost, but mostly just irritated that somebody would build an underground complex with a distinct lack of clear direction signs or maps. It was then, in the midst of a building frustration, that she came upon a door. Somewhat opened, it had a simple sign on it, that read, Sample 16. Upon closer inspection, it read also, under the supervision of Chief Researcher Kuratsuke Mayuri. Well, it was no office, by the looks of it, but where might you find a researcher if not in a lab? It was worth looking at. Slowly, she opened the door, and stepped inside. It was brightly lit, there was a squeaky clean floor, a messy table full of notes and various odd tools, scalpels, screws, drills. But then her eyes traveled across the room, all of it, past the normal, expected things, and she saw it all. Everything. Strapped to a metal table was a body, skinny and frail. Its stomach and chest had been carved open, 2 large flaps of skin neatly cut up and held in the air by hooks from the ceiling. There was blood on the floor, spilled in little drops, and soiled surgical appliances on a small portable table next to it. Had been a man once, it seemed. It lay there on the table, naked except for a simple pair of pants, and Erza fought the urge to vomit. His fingers were broken, some of them severed. One arm had been cut open, stripped of its flesh, the bone laying naked to the air, with colorful little tags attached all over it. Both feet had been surgically removed and the wounds had healed too, leaving a scar. For how long had this poor man been here? trapped inside this lab. Erza stumbled, shocked by the sheer horror of the sight, and put a hand on the table near the door to keep herself stable. She took a few deep breaths, a hand clasped over her mouth. Dear God! How long had this gone on? Was this what they did? Was it Kuratsuka's ploy, or? The racing of her mind was interrupted, as she saw a journal lying there, a thick file of papers. Her fingers trembling, she picked it up. Against all better judgment, she opened it. She flipped through the pages. There were notes there, pictures of the man as he had been when first brought there, casual remarks of how he responded to pain, how his spiritual particles changed. From one picture to another, she saw his degradation. A Quincy subject, the journal said, captured and brought in from research. Slowly, over time, being reduced from a soul, a person, to that. No, it was clear that whoever wrote this Kuratsuka, of course, never thought of him as a person at all. A subject, an item, something to pick at and see what made it tick. Then, when she was reading, her mind's peering into the monstrous depths of the monster who had done this, suddenly she heard a breath, a deep, sudden breath. She jerked, dropping the journal, almost jumping into the air. She looked around. Had somebody seen her? Had he come back, that monster of a man? No, nobody was around. It was empty. Then she heard the breath again, and there was no doubting it. The corpse was alive. Trembling with every step, she walked closer. In the flayed open chest cavity, she could see his lungs heave, move up and down as he took one breath after another. Finally, it was too much. Erza collapsed to her knees, retching, throwing up her lunch all over the floor. For at least a minute, maybe two, she heaved. Feeling violently sick, she finally wiped her mouth with her sleeve, feeling the bitter taste of gall in her mouth. She struggled up to her feet, breathing heavily. The poor bastard was alive. Kill me. In disbelief, Erza heard the voice, quiet and raspy, weak, and robbed of all power to do more than whisper. No, no, she mumbled, no, it can't be. Kill me. The voice entreated. Erza walked closer, looking at his face. It was pale, hopeless, with a glimmer of desperation as the only sense of emotion left in his eyes. Please. Just, let me, die. Erza staggered back. This was sample 16. How many more were there? She had to go. She couldn't stand another second of this. No running, she couldn't leave him, but she couldn't take him with her. He wouldn't survive, he was in no position to be moved. What could she do? What could she do? Acting as quickly as she could, she stumbled over to the table, feverishly and desperately looking for some way of freeing him. He was in no state to be moved, but damn it all, she couldn't leave him here, she couldn't leave knowing she hadn't even tried to help. Clutching at the shackle around his wrist, she tugged and tugged to no avail. The chains were iron, and charged with enough riot so to make them stronger by far than her own grip. Desperately, she tugged harder and harder, her fingers digging into the flesh of the poor Quincy as she tried to get a grip on the shackles, wrench them off. Then she heard a long, unmistakable beep, and next to the table she saw it, a heart-monitoring machine, flatlining. In shock, she looked at it, at the wires leading between it and the Quincy. One wire had been knocked from his socket, without her even noticing it, just by her feet. His life support has been cut, and mercifully, the poor man was now rapidly dying or dead already. With a sense of desperation, Erza looked around. There were some glass jars in the corner, she saw chemicals with unpronounceable names, and a flame hazard sign. Not even thinking, she grabbed two, emptying their contents across the floor, with the desperate jerking movements of a madwoman. The liquids left a clear, sharp stink, but Erza barely even registered it. As if in a dream, she stepped back to the doorway, and raised her hand, holding her palm out towards the Quincy on the table. "Oh Lord," she mumbled, muttering the words through her teeth, "mask of flesh and bone, all creation, flutter of wings, yet who bears the name of man, truth, and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams, unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws." Heido number 33, Sakasui. Kido was never her strong suit, but a fully chanted spell like this was no problem. Supercharged by her flaring riot soot, the blue flames shot out, hitting the Quincy square in the chest, disintegrating him in seconds. In a matter of seconds, the lab was in flames, and Erza turned and ran. How she got out, she wasn't sure, but somehow, she later found herself far away from 12th, out of breath and still in shock. Not even bothering to report back, Erza walked out and away, outside the walls, her mind burning with the images of what she had just seen. She could still hear that raspy, desperate voice, begging to die. When she closed her eyes she could see his lungs heaving before her eyes, his broken body open like a sack of wheat. Somehow, without even thinking, she wound up at the graveyard, sitting before the final resting place of her three comrades Ramon, Sensuk, and Marissa. She sat there well into the night, just trying to make sense of the world. What kind of place was this that she had joined? Trained to be a part of for 5 years, served for many more? A bureaucratic tyranny without a care for justice, with a place of nightmares like that under their very noses? Was this what it had all been for, all that energy she had spent, the time she had invested in the hopes of making life better for herself and those she cared about? Feeling bile rise to her throat, she thought of her every last accomplishment, every hollow slain, every soul saved, every mission carried out, every commendation she had got, every promotion, every last paycheck. It was all poisoned. All of it had been in the name of that. Desperately, she tried to reason. Maybe they didn't know? Maybe Kurotsuki had run this whole thing without anybody knowing? It was possible. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't make herself believe it, no matter how much she wanted it. She had thought to be something like a hero. She never really meant to be heroic, she wasn't one to relish the spotlight just for doing what was right, but what she had meant to do, that was something people would call heroic. Making a difference. But now, no matter how she looked at it, she could only feel that she was a villain, a thug, a low-ranking brute enforcer of a corrupt and cruel organization. No, that had to be exaggeration, but, was it? Aizen. He had sent her there. He had wanted her to see that, make her feel all of this. He had done this to her. Resolutely, Erza got up, and under the pale moonlight she sped away back towards the Godai, towards the 5th Division's headquarters. She was not expected to answer till tomorrow morning, but she was in no mood to wait. It was well past midnight when Aizen felt her riot so fast approaching his office. Inwardly, he smirked. Everything had gone exactly as he had expected. He hadn't even needed to create an illusion about the 12th Division. Kurosuchi's experiments were well known to him, and they were all a scene of horror. No matter where she had gone, she would have seen what he needed her to see. Aizen. Erza barked, as she slid the doors open, barging into his office. She looked a mess, her clothes were singed, her hair was all over the place, and she had dirt and sweat all over her. "You seem upset," Aizen said calmly, walking up and closing the doors behind them. "By all means, do tell me what is on your mind." "You sent me there," Erza said under her breath, "you sent me down there. Why? Did you want me to say yes so badly?" "I will not deny it," Aizen said, sitting down again. Of course, had he meant to truly manipulate her, it would not have been that obvious. This, too, was according to his will. "You ask me why? Is it not obvious? I showed you the truth, Erza, and the truth hurts." "You?" Erza said, trembling with what had to be a little bit of rage at him, at herself, at everything, and mostly a spirit in the process of being crushed. Good material for being rebuilt in a shape pleasing to him. "For the longest time, you were made to believe you served a just and noble cause," Aizen said, removing his glasses, "and it's all too easy to believe. Almost anyone will want to believe what they do is right, whether it actually is or not. I have destroyed that illusion, just like mine was, because I owe you and the whole of Soul Society something better. Tell me, Erza, did I set that lab up? Did I craft some elaborate lie, to convince you? Or did it just confirm what you already suspected? That, I think, is what has made you angry." "I am angry, yes," she said under her breath, almost hissing the words out. "Good," Aizen said, nodding, "nobody should see what you have seen and not feel a righteous anger. But ask yourself, who are you angry with? Me or yourself?" "I am angry with Kurotsuki." Erza spat. "That monster of a man, that beast, he's employed by our superiors who, I suspect, know all too well what he has done. I want to burn it down, Erza said viciously. That entire complex. Every sample he has. Everything destroyed. He has no right to that knowledge, not with how he has gotten it. Eisen resisted the urge to smile, the hate in her voice was so clear, so passionate, and strong. An understandable desire, he said, but perhaps not so prudent. What would you do? March there, break in and destroy it all? How long before he takes you, perhaps putting you on his table, too? Erza balled her fist, and slammed it onto his desk, cracking it in two. I can't let it go on, she hissed through her teeth. He had one man there, a half-dead corpse, and he had done terrible things to him. I burned it all, but it was one of 16. And who knows how many more. I got the report, yes, Eisen said. I covered for you, by the way. There will be no evidence linking you to the crime. Crime? Erza said, something odd in her voice, like something had just broken. Crime. Under Godii law, you would be responsible for an act of terrorism, I believe, Eisen said, feeling almost gleeful. Treason, perhaps, if the courts were so inclined. Gross destruction of property at the least. I gave him mercy, Erza breathed. Mercy is a crime under the law, then, Eisen said. Tell me, can you look at this and not see that it needs changing? It does. Erza burst out. It needs to go. The law needs to be changed, the whole damn society needs to change. Then join me, Eisen said, feeling triumphant, join me, and together we will bring balance to this world. We will rule this world together, creating a just and righteous place, one where corruption is purged, where science is done under a code of ethics, where the poor need not fear the rich. Can you tell me you do not want this, Erza? Erza breathed heavily. I don't know what I want. Eisen leaned back in his chair. She did know, without a doubt, but she was still afraid to face the implications of having served the Godii, knowing now what it stood for. Best not to push. The decision is always yours, he said, in a calm, soothing voice. If you want to continue on as before, I will never speak of it to you again. But know this, you will not find it easy to resign. You cannot leave the Godii once you swear allegiance to them, then you are either their ally or their enemy. There was a look of disbelief on Erza, and she stood quiet for several minutes. He could almost hear her beliefs shattering, her comfortable image of the life she had led finally reduced to rubble. It filled him with delight. Keeping himself in control, he kept quiet, staring into her eyes. Do you swear? She finally said. Swear what? He said curiously. Do you swear to make things better? Without killing more people than you need to. I do, Eisen said, nodding affirmatively, although, yes, I noticed you accepted that we would need to kill on the way, to reach our goal. Sometimes, you have no choice, Erza mumbled, I see that now. I can't go through life with a sword and expect nobody to get hurt. I'm not that foolish. Not anymore. Good. But you must promise me. She said insistently, almost desperately, promise me, that what we do will make this a better world. It will take time and patience, he said, slowly and deliberately, but yes. I promise when we are done, we will have created a better world. Swear your allegiance to me, and that is what I will give you. And in return, you will obey me, and help me build this new world order. She stood quiet, a hopeless look on her face. I'll do it. She finally mumbled, staring down into the floor. I'll join you. I'll swear to you. Inwardly, Eisen smiled widely. Just as planned. Chapter 17, Pandemonium. The very next day, Erza found herself in the dark gloom of a palace in a world of black and white. No, it was not gloomy, it was a resplendently lit place, with the moon forever staring down on it, not a cloud to be seen, but it was colorless, lifeless, so unlike any place she had ever seen before. She had in her patrols both out in the Rukanga and the world of the living seen desolate places, steppes, deserts, dead forests, rocky mountains. But they had all had color, and hints of life. This place was dead, completely dead. This place was Las Noches, a palace at the heart of Hueco Mundo, the aptly named Hollow World. The home realm of the Hollows, ranging from the smallest beast hollow to the mighty Vastolord, known to her only as a legend, A bedtime story for Shinigami. Here they were in what looked like a throne room, Aizen standing next to her looking up at the throne itself, while the pale moonlight shone through a window, bathing the room in its dead light. Along with them were Ichimaru Jin and Kaname Tissen. She had initially been surprised that such an upright, just captain would have joined them, but then again, she had reminded herself, was that not why she had come here herself? "How do you like it?" Aizen said, somewhat amusedly. "It's very large," Erza said nervously. She wasn't sure what to make of it. If not for the unnerving moonlight, for how everything looked black and white, even her skin looked pale in this light, far too pale. It would have looked alright, if a little bit pompous. As it was, it looked alien, cold, like the home of a mountain king, some legendary beast that looked down upon all else. Which, given where they were, wasn't impossible. "This is my palace," Aizen said, taking his glasses off. It appeared he didn't need them at all, part of his deception. It occurred to her that almost nobody knew who he really was. How lonely must he not have been, pretending for so long? "I can see it does not appeal to you," he continued, looking at Erza. "I will not blame you." It's fine," Erza said, trying to sound convincing. "It's very grand. Impressive, really." "Erza, please," Aizen said, smiling, "you could not lie to me to save your life. But it's kind of you to try." "I'm sorry," she mumbled. "It's just so lifeless? So harsh and cold? So, everything we are not." "Well, when you put it like that," Erza murmured. "Then yes. Yes, you could say that, actually." "I thought the same when I first saw it," Aizen said, nodding. "Harsh and barren, lifeless, but with time, you start to see a sort of rugged beauty to it. A place where only the strong can survive, where all luxuries and comforts have been stripped away, where loyalty exists only if cunning and power and fear can make it exist." "It sounds horrible," Erza said firmly. "It is, certainly," Aizen said affirmatively, "but it's a good reminder. Because this world is a reflection of its inhabitants, created by the flow of souls. It is a mirror of the soul society, what it would be like without compassion, without love, without honesty and truth." "I hadn't thought of it that way," Erza said ponderously. "Thing is, it's also a right good place to hide," Ichimaru said, smiling the same evil smile as always. "Almost nobody comes here what ain't a hollow, YC, and almost nobody even knows how you can go back and forth between it. Ideal base, you might say." "That too is true," Aizen said, shooting Jin a look, "but poetry and practicality need not exclude each other." "How do you actually get in here?" Erza asked. "It's supposed to be impossible. Its secret is well guarded. Hollows do it instinctively, suffice to say I found a method that imitates it to perfection. I would explain, but you wouldn't understand. It's a matter of science, and I do not want to bore you with technical jargon you could not understand." "I see," Erza said, and nodded. "So, did you build this place?" Aizen let out a small chuckle. "No, I am not an engineer or an architect, and building it would take millennia. Hollows built this their best and brightest, over tens of thousands of years." "Really?" Erza said, with surprise. "Hollows, building. It is all too simple to think they are mere beasts," Aizen said, nodding, "and indeed, most of them are. But those who rise above the rank of Minos are intelligent, and ambitious. They have had kings and queens in their time, Erza, and built great things and raised them again. This palace, this Los Noches, was started 7,000 years ago by Hollow Kings Antica, then abandoned and restarted for millennia, until their current so-called king had it finished. Since then, I took possession of it. I did some redecorating, but left it mostly intact." "You took possession?" Erza asked, frowning. "You stole it from them." "The laws are different here, Erza," Aizen said calmly. "There is no sense of right and wrong, no sense of good and evil. There are no rights, no laws to protect the weak, no schools of thought that bring forth the idea that being nice to people is a good idea. Out here, the weak die, and only the strong prevail. The fast, the strong, the cunning, the ruthless, those win. Imagine the worst in yourself, the worst you could possibly be, and imagine it turned up and warped 1,000 times, and you would see something approaching the culture of this place. Kindness is something they would not understand barring just a few. I could not have negotiated or bartered for this place. The one and only thing they respect is strength, so I let the hollows know who was stronger. The worst in myself. The worst in yourself. Erza said quietly. Why would you want any part of this? It is as Ichimaru said, Aizen said, shrugging, it is a very useful place. That, and I dare believe that some of these hollows are not beyond redemption. I dare believe that, no matter how impossible it seems, maybe it doesn't always have to be this way. You're mad. Erza burst out. The hollows, they are evil. They kill people and eat them, they kill each other, you said it yourself, violence is all they understand. So you say. He looked inscrutable, perfectly calm, unfazed by her outburst, but do you think we always believed in right and wrong as we know it today? There was a time when we believed that murdering a man's brother in retaliation for one of your own being killed was justice. Tell me, Erza, is that justice? Of course not. But still, there was a time when this was believed. Yet, somewhere along the line, somebody saw it for the obvious injustice it was, and dared believe something that went against everything he was taught. He dared believe it, enough that he dared protest. And little by little, one by one, others followed in his path. How can we ever expect things to change, Erza, if we dare not believe the impossible first? It's mad, and I don't understand, Erza said, shaking her head, but I trust you. She sighed. So, what's next? You show me around this palace. That would take months, I think, Aizen said. No, I think I would like to show you the few I have gathered who have potential. Those who will be our finest soldiers in the war to come and the best hope that Hueco Mundo has. Erza, come meet my Vastolord. Erza swallowed. Vastolord, in the flesh. Hesitantly, she followed Aizen, as he led her out of the throne room, through the halls of Las Noches. Vastolord. Erza mumbled, feeling in between excited and terrified. They were creatures of legend, the very highest form of hollow evolution, monstrous creatures so terrifying they were said to outmatch most captains. She would be mincemeat if she fought, and the only thing protecting her, an outsider, would be Aizen. She trusted him, to be sure, but the thought was no more appealing for it. What do you know of them? Aizen asked. They're the strongest, Erza murmured. They don't seem to know a whole lot about them, when I learned in school. Likely because few have seen one up close. It's a curious fact that the further up the evolutionary ladder a hollow goes, the more like a human it becomes. A Vastolord has been known to develop honor, personal philosophies, even empathy. They look more like humans, too, not much bigger than you or I. I'd honestly have liked it better if they were the size of a building and had claws the size of my sword. That's an expectation I can deal with, Erza said, through gritted teeth. You will see that they are not so different soon enough, Aizen said. They turned a corner, and he stopped, opening a door. Erza peered inside. The place was well lit, with light quite unlike the dull and lifeless moon outside, and it was well furnished: a couch, beds, chairs. And of course, people sitting on them. Hollows. Almost breathless, she walked inside alongside Aizen, her mouth gaping a little as she took them in. There was a centaur-like beast with long, green hair and a goat's skull for a face, with great curved horns jutting out, and cloven hooves as feet. A lance seemed to be part of its right arm naturally. It sat on its hind quarters, quite at ease, looking Aizen's way as he entered. There was a hollow who almost looked like a man, slender and not very tall, black legs that could have looked like pants at a distance, and a bone-white upper body. Just as bone-white was its mask, which, eerily enough, didn't look like a mask at all, just like if somebody had cut off its face to reveal an almost flat, white surface under it. But its eyes were so different, a clear green, staring right into her mind. The third one was unmistakably female. She had, on her gray-white body, the unmistakable shape of mammaries, which would likely make even Matsumoto jealous. Odd, Erza thought. She had never thought there were female hollows. She had never thought they had genders at all. The face of this third hollow was completely obscured by a toothed mask, up to just before where her eyes started, and she had short, blonde hair and dark skin, contrasting the paleness of everything else. Her right arm ended in what looked like a gigantic fin of sorts, a crude greatsword, it looked like. Holding it across her chest, she went down on one knee before Aizen, bowing deeply. "Aizen-sama," she said, her voice deep and husky, and quite respectful. "Halibel," Aizen said. "Please rise." "Who is this you bring, Aizen-sama?" The centaur goat thing hollow said, and Erza realized to her surprise that, going by its voice, it too was female. She sounded, well, neutral. Not hostile. That in itself was surprising. "My espada," Aizen said contentedly, "meet my newest ally, Erza Scarlet." Hello," Erza said awkwardly, waving at them. She could feel the raw power radiating from them, controlled and restrained, but awesomely powerful, unlike any she had felt herself so far, only Zaraki Kenpeka compared. "I, look forward to working with you. If that's all right with you." "Erza, meet Tyr Halibel," Aizen said, pointing to the blonde hollow woman, Nilil tu Oder Schwank. He pointed to the goat centaur, and Ulquiera Schiffer. The white, faceless hollow looked at her, and took a few steps closer. "Are you worthy of serving Aizen-sama?" it said. It was a direct question, one she would have expected to sound demanding, even aggressive, but it seemed to lack any emotion at all. "I think that's his decision, not yours or mine," Erza shot back. "Well said," Halibel said, nodding. "Know your place, Ulquiera." Wordlessly, Ulquiera retreated, sitting back down on the couch. "So, these are your strongest warriors?" Erza mumbled. There was no way to hide how she felt they were raw power, each one of them, and acting unimpressed would be foolish. "I have two more who are stronger still," Aizen said, and Erza gulped. How many allies did he have? But out of these three, Halibel is the strongest. Upon this praise, Halibel bowed her head contentedly, followed by Ulquiera and Nilil. 5 Vastolord and 5 more of the strongest Ajichas will make up the Espada. Espada? Erza asked. What does that mean? In hollow tongue, it means blade. It's a tradition the 10 very strongest Arankar call themselves like so. We are not Arankar yet, said Nilil. Your time is drawing close, Aizen said, nodding to her. Arankar? Erza murmured, confused again. It's known to the Godii, but kept from most. What that is, Aizen explained. An Arankar is a hollow advanced so far in his or her personal evolution that they have shed their mask to reveal their true face, and gain the powers of a Shinigami. That's impossible. Erza ejaculated. Reminding herself what they had said about impossible, she continued, well, I never heard about that, at least. How is that possible? I would like to know as well, Aizen said, but for the time being, what we do know is that they do exist. A hollow who can do this is known as an Arankar, and gains the appearance of a human, and a Zanpakuta, but unlike a Shinigami's blade, their Zanpakuta reveal their power as a hollow, not one born magically from within. More importantly, any hollow who transforms like so gains explosive amounts of power. Yet it is flawed, Halibel said. Correct, Aizen said. He seemed to enjoy explaining this, so Erza kept quiet. Yes, the process is flawed. A hollow who does this by his own power loses a significant amount of potential power in the process. However, I have been working on a way of optimizing this process. Once I have the necessary tools, all my chosen subordinates will have enormous power. The weakest of them will rival a captain, and the best of them could only hope to be resisted by the eldest and most skilled Shinigami. So that is your plan, Erza mumbled, nodding. That is how you will fight overwhelming power with overwhelming power. Aizen chuckled. That is one way of putting it. But I would be a fool to stake everything on that alone. He looked pleased. There was no smile, but he looked very pleased. There is one thing I have which will give us an enormous advantage, which will guarantee our victory. What is that? Erza asked. How much had he kept from them all? Erza, what is the power of my Zanpakuto? Oh, I remember that, Erza said. It creates water ripples which let you blind your enemies with light. Aizen slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto, holding it at ease. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu, he commanded. I don't understand. Erza started. Then suddenly, all 3 hollows were Aizen. What? Erza said. Around her, there were 4 Eisen, no, a dozen, 2 dozen, 100, 1,000, the whole room was filled with them, each one looking exactly the same. The world had gone white, and all she could see was him. What the hell? She mumbled, reaching for her sword. It was nowhere to be found. Then suddenly, she was back in the same room, with the same 4 people. What the hell happened? She cried, again reaching for Tetsu no Tama now securely held at her thigh. Ulquiorra halfway stood up, as if to defend his master, but Eisen made a gesture, and he sat back down. That is the true power of Kyoka Suijutsu, Eisen said triumphantly, and despite the normal light shining down, there was something about him that looked a little scary. My Zanpakuto's power gives me complete control over all 5 senses of anyone who lays eyes on them. Currently, that includes every high-ranking officer in the Godai. I could make you see or feel anything, Erza. There is nobody I cannot fool with this. You can do that, Erza said, breathing in deeply. It's a godlike power. She shook her head. It was a great advantage to be sure, but to have something that powerful, should anybody have that? I do not take it lightly, of course, Eisen said, sheathing the blade again. I have promised myself to only use it for good, not for selfish or petty pursuits, but to make this world a better place, this one, and the Soul Society. We have all submitted to it, Halibel said, looking at Erza. There was something reassuring in her voice. She was the product of probably hundreds of years of fighting, of hatred, and viciousness, yet she seemed to have complete trust in Eisen. In my darkest hour, Eisen-sama saved me. He showed me what the true strength of a hollow can be. When the time comes, I will become an espada and I will serve his will for as long as I live. I do this of my own free will, because I have seen a better way. She nodded gravely. I'm not as wordy as Halibel, Neeliel said cheerily, but it's right. We owe him everything. That's good, then, Erza said, but, how do you intend to do all this? She turned to Eisen. For now, we bide our time. We stay hidden, we gather information, we learn as much about our enemy as possible. When the time comes, we shall reveal ourselves, and I shall make my army real. When that time comes, I will make war. As short and efficient as possible, but war it will be. When it is done, you will stand at my side as I rule the Godai 13. We'll make the world better for everyone, Erza mumbled. Every village you ever wanted to help will be helped, Eisen nodded. Then, I have one question, Erza said firmly. Oh. Ichimaru-jin, Erza said, gall in her voice. Why? Ah. Eisen said, nodding. By why, I assume you mean why is somebody like him involved in something like this? Yeah, that's about it, Erza said sarcastically. He's a creep, and don't tell me he's really just shy and actually very nice on the inside. Nobody is that good at being creepy without having a talent for it. He is a monster, Eisen said unabashedly. A sadistic psychopath with homicidal tendencies. Then why? Erza insisted. If you'll let me finish? I first met him many years ago, when he was a young Shinigami, and even then, I could tell what he was like. Hollow inside, no sense of compassion or empathy. I knew very soon that he would become a murderer one day. At the same time, he was quite skilled, and you know how little the Godai cares about things like justice if there is talent to be found. Do you not, Erza? I do, Erza huffed, still not convinced. I knew, back then, that I would either have to kill him myself, or watch others die because of him. But the problem was, he was innocent. A sadist, yes, and lacking empathy, but he had done no crime that I knew of. He was but a child. You have done it yourself, Erza, killed out of necessity, but tell me, could you kill an innocent child even if you were sure he would grow up to be totally evil? No. Erza said, shaking her head. No, of course I couldn't. But there is your answer, Eisen said resolutely. It was a dilemma: either do nothing and know what it would result in, or do something grossly wrong. So I decided, so strong as he was, that I would try the next best thing. I manipulated him, tried my best to control him, and I made him mine. He does not murder, Erza, even if it means I have done my best to meddle with who he is. He is loyal to me, not trustworthy, but loyal. If he weren't, I dare not imagine how many would die. I don't like it, Erza said. Ichimaru was a monster. Aizen had said so himself. Why would he have to be part of this? Something that was actually good? I don't like it either, Aizen said smoothly, but it was the least bad option, Erza. Sometimes the only choices you have are bad ones. But you still have to choose. Erza said, sighing. All right, just keep him out of my way. Please. Consider it done. Besides, this way, he at least serves a good cause however unwillingly. Aizen turned around, and began to walk out. I have business to attend to. I will come fetch you later. For now, make yourself acquainted with your new allies. With that, he was gone. Erza looked at the aforementioned new allies. Frightening white monsters they seemed, inhuman and unsettling, the shape and features of humans yet so wrong. But she wouldn't let that hold her back. If they were good people, they were good people, regardless of species. Besides, who had ever asked to become a hollow? Hello. Erza said, a bit too loud, and walked up to Halibel, shaking the one hand she had free. A bit confusedly, she reciprocated the gesture. I believe we were already introduced, she said, giving Erza a quizzical look. And, what are you doing to my hand? It's a manner of greeting where I come from, Erza said, a way of, acknowledging each other, I suppose. Acknowledge. Halibel said slowly. Very well. I will acknowledge you, Erza. Scarlet. Firmly, to the point where it hurt, she shook Erza's hand back. You can let go now. Erza said after a while. Dear Halibel, she decided, was rather an awkward person. Which, oddly enough, made her more relatable than most Shinigami she knew. So, Erza said, why don't you show me around in your home? 3 days later, the night hung dark over them as Erza stood next to Aizen just outside the 12th Division, on a rooftop across the street. She had seen Las Noches, she had seen Hueco Mundo, and she had found it not revolting or horrifying as she expected it, but set in home to people, hopeless people, in a sense she had never even thought of before. That hollows were people was in itself an alien notion but undeniable, there was no doubting it after having met Nilil and Halibel. Bearing the white mask, with the yellow eyes of a monster, but with a mind, with hopes, and a goal, people they were. She wanted there to be a place for them in the world she would create with Aizen. But first things first. It would be a long good while before they could even begin to attempt the creation of a utopia, and you would never reach the end of the road without first putting one foot in front of the other, taking that first step. She had taken the first step, joining Aizen. Tonight would be her second step. Are you sure about this? Aizen said, sounding as coolly inscrutable as ever. Much of his affability, she had realized, was part of the act. He was a good man, but she had at least half a new person to get to know. I am. Erza said dispassionately. This had been her first demand. She had bent the knee to Aizen, she had agreed to serve him for a greater good, and it was only right he did something for her, a show of goodwill. 12th Division, more than anything, had colored her view of the Godei. The image of that dying Quincy was burnt into her retina, accompanying her into her dreams all too frequently. The thought of there being many more, there being so much suffering going on every day under the sanction of her so-called superiors. It filled her with hate. A large and all-consuming hate, one that frightened her. It was like a malignant version of the love and loyalty she had for her friends. More than anything, she wanted it gone, and she wanted justice. Nothing could repay the poor bastards suffering down there in the labs, and nothing could save them either. But they would be granted mercy, and the monsters who did this to them would lose every last bit of data stored there. You are sure the facilities will be empty? Erza asked, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves. I let them know that 2nd Division would pay them a routine inspection. Those two do not like each other very much, so when given a warning, their researchers and staff tend to clear out. Of course, there is no inspection coming, but if anyone investigates it, it will turn out to be a clerical error. I doubt they will, after this. You really planted explosives everywhere down there, without being seen? In every room, every corridor. The very best keto seals I ever designed, Aizen said contentedly, almost smugly. Carefully and masterfully crafted runes infused with heavily explosive magic. All without being seen. Yes, the magic of the Kyoka Suijutsu is all-powerful. Do it. Erza said through her teeth. This is unlike you, Aizen noted, so destructive. I am destructive. I always have been, Erza shot back, and what I saw down there was unacceptable. It must go, Aizen. No half measures. You never were one for half measures, no, Aizen said amusedly. He flicked his wrist and moved his fingers around, and at once a simple, stylized map of the science facility appeared in the air before them, a marvel of subtle magics. This is the floor itself, Aizen explained, and every red dot is an explosive seal set to detonate. Soon, the lowest floor of the 12th Division including every last file and folder of research data will have been reduced to rubble. Then do it. Please. Erza said. It is already being done, Aizen reassured her, looking intently at the magical hologram before them. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. From where they sat across the street, Erza heard a dull thump. She knew it was set underground, but had at least expected a loud boom. It was almost disappointing. That was Sector 1, Aizen said, indicating at the map, which showed the first area of the map in a bright red. Thump. That would be the second one. Thump. Thump. Number 3, number 4, Erza mumbled, with a mixture of excitement and nervousness, as she watched the map grow redder and redder. Only 2 left. That's odd, Aizen said, pointing at Sector 6, that area just blew up, well, not the whole of it. With a curious look he inspected the map, part of the 6th area had gone red. Then there was another thump, and shortly after it a final, last thump. The map glowed a complete red, indicating complete destruction. What was that? Erza asked. I don't know, Aizen said, shrugging, but nevertheless, you have got what you wanted. It will not stop them from rebuilding, or doing the same thing again, not without killing the researchers. No killing, Erza said firmly, shaking her head. As you wish. Aizen said. We destroyed their research center. We'll do it again if we have to. She said firmly. As you wish, my destructive lady, Aizen said, chuckling mildly. I best head to bed, Erza mumbled. I still have work to do in the morning. I'll see you later, sir. Of course, Aizen said. I'll stay for a while and observe this unfold for a while. She nodded, and walked away, hopping down from the roof. Aizen watched her leave, and once she was well out of sight, he cracked a small smile. This was unlike him. He had for so long kept himself very carefully hidden, careful not to leave any tracks whatsoever. He had gone from that to a major act of terrorism. As above the fools of the intelligence unit as he was, they weren't idiots. They would figure out that it was no accident. He would have to cover his tracks carefully. Not that there was any chance they would find anything pointing to him. His Kido research was completely secret and impossible to trace, and at any rate they would find nothing his sword would not let them find. But this was still unlike him. The most important thing, he mused, was that this act of terror had been done at the behest of Erza herself. She had had her finger at the trigger, and had not hesitated to pull it because she felt justified in doing so. She was becoming a model pupil before long. He would no longer need to act so righteous in front of her. Well, it had to be admitted also it had been fun. Hey, Erza. Erza looked up from her desk, where Renji presented a welcome break from the paperwork. You'd think that having joined a covered freedom fighter movement would mean less work, but no, the facade had to be kept intact. Yes, Renji. She said, putting the pen and papers down. It's he said agitatedly, a little short of breath. Calm down. She said firmly. Take a deep breath, or two, and then tell me. Yes ma'am, Renji huffed, and took a couple of breaths. It's Shiba Kyan. Did you hear the news? Last night? No, Erza said, furrowing her brows. Last night she had returned late from a patrol, and gone right to bed. Had something happened? What happened? He's dead, sis. Shiba Kyan's dead. Erza took a breath, keeping herself calm. She had not known Kyan, the head of the Shiba clan and cousin to Ishine, and vice-captain to the 13th Division. She knew that much, but she had not known him personally. Death always came as a shock to those personally affected by it, but for everyone else, well, they were all part of a military organization, and it was not exactly like the Godi had a retirement plan. It happened to everyone eventually. That's terrible, she said, standing up. What happened? Do you know? Hollow, sis. Some kind of freak show hollow, they said, different from the rest. That's very sad, yes, Erza said, nodding, wondering how to put on the right air of respect toward the dead man in question. She knew well how personal grief felt, but she didn't have much experience handling other people's deaths. It made her feel uncomfortable. But why are you this worked up? Were you friends with him? Don't you know, sis? Renji said, his voice between angry and upset. Rukia was his student. They say. He hesitated, took a deep breath, and continued, they say her sword was what killed him. She's not been arrested, but, sis, she can't be in a good way. So why are you here talking to me? Erza asked. I tried. She wouldn't respond, Renji mumbled. Shit, her eyes looked dead, sis. She really liked that guy, and, it's bad enough to watch somebody like that die, but to have to dash. Let's not jump to conclusions, Erza said sharply. What can I do, Erza? Renji pleaded, sounding a bit helpless. Renji, Erza said, looking him in the eye, somebody dear to you is in pain. You do not know how you can help. Correct. Renji nodded. I'm not exactly an expert on people, Erza said, trying to think of some decent advice. That was the silly thing about being a teacher to somebody. People just assumed you knew things, and it never occurred to them that you might just be ignorant and lost, too. Look, not everyone handles something like this the same. But, when it was me, I was nearly lost. It was Katetsu Isane who pulled me out of there, and I hope her, or somebody like her, will do the same for Rukia. I'll say this: nobody in that position should be alone. Visit her when you can, and don't leave unless she tells you to. But what am I supposed to say? You don't need to say a thing, Renji, Erza said firmly. You just need to be there. Make her feel she's got people left in this world. That kind of pain can take you to some dark places without people to help you carry on. If she'll have it, talk to her. If not, just sit there until your ass cramps up. Understood? Yes, sis, Renji said, nodding. Wordlessly, he turned around and walked out. Erza watched him leave, and hoped she hadn't made some sort of mistake. Life, or rather, afterlife, was hard, unfair, and then you died. That was Kokaki Rukia's conclusion when, some 2 months after Shiba Kayan's death, she stood alone among the corpses of her comrades. She had failed to live up to the standards of her Oni-sama, had never become a worthy member of the Kokaki. She had endured that failure for a long time, even gaining hope of overcoming it under the tutelage of Kayan Dano. That hope had died with him, that dire night, when her sword had run through his chest. She had been given counseling. The ever-smiling, ever-frightening Captain Anohana had insisted on it. But no amount of treatment could make the black hole in her chest go away, nothing could stop her dreams from his accusing face staring down on her. For that reason, she had joined a Terminator squad the moment she was deemed fit for duty. It was dangerous work, and people often died, and deep down, she had felt that suited her. Then there was today. A high-risk assignment, hollow infestation out in the Rukanga. There had been 5 of them going out that morning, to fix a tier between the realms, reportedly with dozens of hollows having spilled out, and more coming. It hadn't been dozens. It had been well over 100. They couldn't run, there were hollows far too strong and fast for that. A distress call had been sent out immediately by the squad's leader, and a struggle for survival had begun, a desperate defensive fight, a mixture between running and battling with their lives at stake. For a while, it had worked. For some time, quick and smooth teamwork had kept them alive, with one hollow after another being slain as they constantly changed position, using everything in their arsenal to stay alive. Then 10th Seat Tumika had lost his arm to a vicious, snake-like beast hitting him from a blind spot, and he had been overrun in seconds, torn to pieces. One by one, the other 3 had been taken out, skewered, ripped to pieces, killed with sword in hand while slaying as many in turn as they could. Now it was only her left. As Rukia watched the wicked-faced horde of hollows move to leap at her one final time, A seething mass of teeth, claw, and writhing bodies. She thought how strange it were, that just a few months ago this would have been horrifying. Now, it was strangely pointless. Apathy was the last she would have expected, but it was all she could muster. She could not manage to care that her squad mates had died. She could not manage to care that she had no way out. She could not even manage to care about the large, bleeding gash in her side, which had already dyed a large part of her shiakusho quite red. She could see them move, slowly like the predators they were, and her vision went blurry. Slowly, she lowered her sword, waiting for the inevitable. It felt right. Just let it happen, and all the pain would be gone. It wasn't like she was killing herself. She had carried on, she had fought hard, she had done her best. It hadn't been enough. She was oddly fine with that. Her vision faded, and she sunk to her knees, closing her eyes. It would hurt but just a little more pain, and then, she'd be wherever Kyan was. Was there a life after the afterlife? She would find out. The shrieks and growls of the hollows came ever closer. But then, one moment passed another, and the inevitable somehow didn't happen. The sore, throbbing pain in her side made itself reminded with each heartbeat, and Rukia felt almost disappointed what the hell was taking them. She opened her eyes, looked up, and she saw and felt it. Two powerful Shinigami, taking the full attention of the horde. Forcing herself to focus, through the pain and dizziness, Rukia looked at her saviors, the far too late reinforcements from the Godei itself. There was the white-haired fourth seat of Squad 10, Lysina Strauss, and by her side, the tall and fiercely red-haired third seat of Squad 5, Erza Scarlet. They stood only a couple dozen paces away, their swords out. "You ready, Erza?" Lysina said, staring intently at the horde before them. The hollows seemed curious about the new arrivals, slowly spreading out in a large arc, to surround them. "Let's do this." "No," Erza said, her sword already changed into two blades. "There is a survivor over there, take her to the field hospital, now." "She's half dead," Lysina bit back, "and if I go save her, you'll be overrun." "Those aren't your everyday hollows, Erza, I'm counting nearly 40 old, strong huge ones, and there's 3 Jillians, and a Demagichas too." "Do it," Erza said, her tone leaving no room for disagreement. "I'm not letting you die for no reason." Lysina tried, but Erza cut her off. "I hate to do this to you, but I am third seat and you are fourth. I am in command of this mission, so go save her, that's an order." "Really, Erza?" Lysina said frustratedly. "Sorry," Erza said regretfully. "Get her out of here, then come help out." "Okay. Son of a..." Lysina murmured, and dashed toward Rukia. "Are you badly hurt?" she said to her. "I'm..." Rukia said, lamely pointing to her side. I don't think I can stand." Lysina looked around her, the hollows were gathering. "This might hurt, but we don't have any time," she said, sheathed her sword, and hastily picked Rukia up in a bridal carry. It hurt, but not especially more than it had before, and Lysina sped away. "I'm coming right back, Erza," she snapped, as she started running, "so stay alive till then, you hear me?" "I'm not dying here," said Erza, mostly to herself. There was a lot of them, but she was not going to die. It was not an option. Not waiting for them to pounce, she readied her swords and charged into the awaiting horde. She cut once, twice, 3 and 4 times, her arms working with furious precision, leaving 7 hollows maimed. There was no time to go for a killing blow. Each time she was outnumbered enormously, and her only advantage would be speed. Her weapon immediately changing to a spear, she sped forward, leaping over one hollow after another, even using them as stepping stones. She aimed for the first Jillian. It was enormous, bulky, and slow, bigger by far than even the Ajichas, which, for now, seemed only to observe. The Jillian looked down on her, red eyes glimmering with malice as it opened its mouth. Zero, she knew what it was before the red energy had even begun to gather. Not stopping now, she dashed forward, running up the body of the hollow in defiance of all physics known to man. The ball of red energy was growing, but Erza had no intent on letting it fire. In a last spurt, she launched herself forward, spear pointed straight at the monster's mask. She felt the impact as it collided, rattling her very bones, and for a fraction of a second she feared her weapon would break. Then there was a gratifying crack, as the monster's mask fractured, pierced by the tip of her spear. It had not yet broken, though only partly fractured. Wrenching the spear out, she let it form into her axe, breaker. With a fearsome swing, she cut into the fracture, and the hollow screamed a deafening, shrieking roar, chilling her to the spine as it began to dissolve. It collapsed, and Erza let herself fall to the ground, landing with her weapons already switched to the double swords. She panted. That had already taken a lot out of her. The Jillian's mask had been thick and tough. But there was no respite. A horde of smaller hollows were charging her way, leaping on all fours. Not waiting to let them come at her, she ran to meet them, her swords ready and waiting. Carving through them with the power and experience of veteran, her blades worked furiously, slashing a gruesome, bloody pattern through the beasts. In a matter of seconds, nearly a dozen hollows fell over, dead or dying, and Erza was not even slowing down. Crying out with a fierce shout, deep down from her gut, she jumped forward to face a group of huge hollows, her swords changing into an axe again. A monster with a bulky body and long, spiky arms roared, slashing at her. It received a severed arm for its troubles, and the next moment Erza had smashed the blade of her axe into its mask. It fell down, beginning to decay immediately. Still looking for a new opponent, Erza jumped forward again. Breaker was hungry still, and she had the battle of a lifetime ahead of her. Rukia saw it, as she was being carried away, that fierce, strong woman, jumping into a suicidal fight with no hesitation. Why? For her? Why would she be worth saving? Would she die too, because of her? Thinking these despairing thoughts, Rukia drifted off into unconsciousness. It had been hours, surely hours, since she had started this. Every muscle in her body ached, she had broken 2 fingers and probably more than a few ribs, and one of her arms almost hung limp at her side, her willpower just barely keeping it moving. Her clothes were torn and ripped, to a point where her shirt was less of a shirt, and more a collection of stripes. As it flapped in the wind, it might have looked attractive to a male onlooker, if not for how each tear came with a wound, soiling what was left of her uniform with red blood. Thick, clotting blood kept running into her eyes, from a nasty cut to her forehead. She could barely hold Breaker, her huge bearded axe, which she had swung with a tired, mechanical energy the last hour or so, like a weary woodsman chopping into a tree's trunk. And all around her were the disintegrating corpses of hollows great and small. Bits and pieces of them were flung all over the dirty ground, blood and ichor staining the grass. There were mounds, veritable mounds, of decaying dead flesh, huge hollows with their tongues hanging lamely from their dead jaws, stacked on one another as they had fallen before her fury. She hurt, badly, but she had won. Well, almost. Well, said the Ajichas, towering over her, you managed to kill all of them. Impressive. It was huge in size, massive, over 100 feet tall, its body a flaming red, with bull-like horns jutting from its mask. Its muscles bulged from its arms, grotesquely disproportionate in size compared to its smaller legs. It looked like a deformity, a stillborn, misshapen freak of nature. Its mask was the typical bone white, except for 3 black triangular markings under each eye. Its teeth dark and sharp, it looked every bit the nightmare it should. Impressive? I thought you'd be angrier about losing your followers, Erza grunted, wearily raising her axe again. It was a monstrosity, to be sure, but she had fought a lot of monstrosities, and even now, she felt no fear. Caution, sure, but looking at it, even though it was grim, she felt only a cool calm, assessing the situation before her. It was large, very large, but she knew from experience they could be deceptively quick. Ajich's class, with riot so bigger than hers but judging from its emissions, with inferior control of it compared to her, a major flaw to exploit. Ajich's, the second highest stage of hollow evolution, it was old, experienced, and wicked, no doubt. To do this, she would have to be very precise, there would be no room for mistakes. Angry. The hollow said, letting out a low, rumbling laugh, nearly deafening her. I am grateful, Erza Scarlet of the Godii. That they died by your hand will mean that consuming you will mean all the more. He put one paw forward on the ground, and leaned in, preparing to pounce. Trash like them can be replaced. but to think. Think what? Erza said, carefully taking a few steps back, reading the beast's movements. To think that Aizen-sama holds you in such esteem, yet he has not ordered any of us to not harm you. He let out a low, evil-sounding chuckle. Does he value you so little? I wouldn't have said yes even if he asked me to. Erza said defiantly. That's right, drag it out. If there was one thing about old, experienced and particularly evil hollows, it was their tendency to gloat. If Lysina came back before he could move, this was sure to be a victory. Aizen-sama does not take requests, he commands, the hollow chortled. If you have not seen this, then you are naive. Immediately, before he had even finished his sentence, the hollow charged forward, in great and vicious strides on his massive arms. One claw came down on her, and Erza quickly rolled under it, ignoring the screams of protest from her aching body. Quickly, she burst into a sprint, drawing on her last energy reserves, trying to quickly reach its face. She dashed forward in a weak half-shunpo, and though the beast saw her, reeling back, she was able to make the jump, get up. But then it failed, her foot crying out in pain, her jump half-hearted and weak. Before she could even hit the ground, the hollow's claw had hit her, slamming hard into her side, sending her tumbling. Struggling to stay conscious, she rolled across the ground, bleeding from new places and hurting even more in older ones. Even so, she forced herself to stand. Get up, get up, get up, get up, or he is going to kill you. Get up. Struggling to keep her balance still, she stood on her feet, just barely holding on to her axe. Never falter. She heard the voice of Tetsu no Tama's proud warrior spirit in her head, and nodded resolutely. Never run away, never surrender, not for something as small as your life. Grasping the axe resolutely in both hands, despite her fractures shoulder and broken fingers, she began to walk against the hollow, which was raising its hand against her again. The walk turned into a jog, turning into a pained run, and she charged to meet its strike head-on. As its hand came down upon her, she focused what energy she had left to the blade of her axe, and let it bite into the hollow's flesh, hard. The hand split in two where she cleaved into it, and the monster roared with pain, pulling its hand back. Quickly, Erza grabbed onto its thumb, and let herself be propelled up, and just as she was high enough, she jumped forward from the monster's hand, brandishing her axe for a wide, arcing swing. The Ajichas growled, trying to react, but before it could move out of the way, she had hit home, all her remaining Ryotsu channeled into this one strike. It bit into its neck, crushing through muscles, sinew, and blood, brutally severing the head from its body. Her axe breaking, Erza fell to the ground, and raising her head, managing no more than that, she saw the hollow's head lying close by, its body toppling like a cut-down tree trunk. Blood spilled out on the ground like a dark red river, and Erza let herself have a breath of relief. She had won, just by the skin of her teeth. Rukia was not sure how long it had been since she had passed out, but judging by the burn in her side, probably not very long. Deciding not to move any more than she had to, she raised her head, looking around. She was lying on a field bed, elevated just a foot or so over the ground. She saw light from outside, dull and fading twilight, judging by its shade, meaning that she had been out for a few hours. She was in a tent, she could see, dark in color and with the 4th Division's insignia on its walls. Reinforcements had come with medical aid as well, it seemed. Rukia shifted a little, and felt a jut of pain from her side end, she noticed as it died down a little, from her arms and legs as well. She was more beaten up than she thought, but the pain had been dulled by a lot, probably some painkiller drug. She was covered in bandages, she noticed. Then she remembered. She had been ready to die. She had been completely without hope, not even wanting hope, and then there had been that Erza Scarlet, her old teacher, swooping in and taking on a horde all by herself. Was she? No. She was much too tired, much too weak, and in too much pain to deal with all that right now. Closing her eyes, Rukia lay still on the field bed, feeling the thumping of her heart and every little jolt of dulled pain it brought. It was a surprisingly effective distraction. It couldn't last forever, though sometime later, maybe minutes, maybe an hour, she heard a rustle at the tent's entrance. Opening her eyes, she looked to see what it was. She saw a jot of red through her half-closed eyelids, and raised her head, looking more carefully. It was Erza Scarlet, looking like she had been run over by a rock slide of particularly large and vicious rocks. Her uniform was gone, replaced by a clean, white robe, stained a little by her own blood. Her head had been wrapped in bandage, her left arm was in a sling, her right hand was wrapped thickly with bandage, the two lowest fingers kept straight by a splint. Her chest, her legs and arms were thick with bandage, and she was still bleeding from a few cuts here and there. After her came Kotetsu Isane, looking worried as Erza sat herself down on a field bed opposite of Rukia. You have a concussion, 7 rib fractures which could puncture your lung, a fractured and almost disjointed shoulder, 2 broken fingers and a sprained wrist to go with it, and dear Lord you have more lacerations than I care to count. Isane said insistently, with a fussing, determined tone that oddly reminded Rukia of a worried older sister, and no, none of them are just flesh wounds, Erza. It doesn't matter, your strong Shinigami can get infections too. You need to stay down, and don't move around. All right, Erza mumbled, lying down on the bed. Take it easy, you saw to all of that yourself, didn't you? Yes, Isane said, nodding, and firmly pulled a cover over Erza, until it reached up to her chin, and now I have to make sure you don't undo it yourself. Good grief, Erza, you are so reckless. Take it easy, all right. Erza mumbled, sounding oddly submissive. I promise I'll stay down, if it'll keep you calm. Okay. Isane sighed frustratedly. I'd like it better if you stayed down because it's the right thing to do for your own well-being, but I suppose it will have to do. I have to go make a preliminary report to my captain now, don't go anywhere. You got it, boss, Erza said weakly. Looking skeptical still, Isane nevertheless walked out. Rukia lay still there, looking at her. Erza looked like she had been through hell, and well, fighting at least 100 hollows at once, that sounded pretty hellish. It was amazing that she was still alive. Grunting, Erza propped herself up to a sitting position, putting a finger over her lips. Don't tell Isane, she murmured, she'll pop a vein, and I don't want that on my conscience. Rukia didn't reply, not really knowing what to say. Erza looked her in the eye, and her brows furrowed a bit. Rukia, she said. I remember teaching you how to use a sword. Weakly, Rukia nodded. I don't remember teaching you to give up. What? Rukia murmured. Saw it in your eyes, Erza nodded, just sitting down, waiting for it to happen. Seen that look before, there's no mistaking it. You have no idea. Rukia said flatly. I saw all of them die, all of them, and I did my worst, and you have the nerve to say I was giving up. Weren't you? No. Rukia said. A word to the wise, Rukia, you are not that good at lying. Least not right now, Erza said, shaking her head. And you know what? I think I do have an idea. Losing people you love, being almost dead, despair. I think I know about that. There was a firm look on her face, not judgmental, not angry, but very decisive. I lost my 3 best friends along with my whole class. I lost my entire world. Tell me, Rukia, do you remember the people you left behind when you were alive? And no. Rukia mumbled. I was too young. Well, I do. I remember Natsu, I remember Gray, I remember Lucy. I remember Master Makarov, Myra Jane, Jalal, Kana. You don't know any of them, but they were all irreplaceable. Everyone I ever knew, my entire life and future, I lost that when I died, and I don't think I'll ever get it back. That's awful. Rukia said awkwardly. It was a lame reply, a much too tame thing to say, but what could really do that justice? But I got back up on my feet, Erza said, nodding to herself, her voice a little softer now. Yes, I kept going. I accepted that my friends weren't going to be there anymore. I made new friends, and when they died, I still kept going. Why? Rukia mumbled quietly, feeling tears at the corners of her eyes. Why do you keep going when you lost that much? I lost Kai and Dano, and it hurts so much. Overwhelmed by emotion, she stopped talking, tears flowing down her cheeks. Because it's not over till it's over, Erza said simply. I know that doesn't sound very profound, but it's how it is. Either you keep going, or you lay down and die. Nothing else to it. I kept going. I almost didn't, but I had help. You got people who love you, Rukia, and it might not feel like it right now, but there's things that make life worth living. It hurts, it really hurts, and it never goes away, not ever, not all of it, but that it hurts means you had something worth remembering. Move yourself forward, Kukaki Rukia. If you feel like you let somebody down, then live for them. Use your power to make it up to them, whatever it takes. I sure as hell don't think Kyan would want to see you dead. She lay back down, seemingly tired out from her lecture, and the tears flowed slowly from Rukia's eyes. Keep going, was it? Keep going, or lay down and die. She still had friends left. Maybe it wasn't time to give up just yet. Erza, for her part, lay back, keeping quiet. She was in that familiar state of hurting all over, in every place she could imagine hurting, and some she didn't even know could hurt. This was a state she had experienced plenty of times both before and after having died, enough so that it was almost routine. As she drifted off into a drug-induced sleep, she wondered whether that really was a sane way of looking at pain. Then, before she knew it, she was in a familiar place, the Great Cliff, with a magnificent tree growing from it. Her soul realm, the home of her Zanpakuto, Tetsu no Tama. He had redecorated a good bit since she had first dispelled the cloud of dust. The mountaintop was now the foot of a resplendent marble stair, leading into a huge marble hall, shining white, its roof supported by exquisitely carved pillars. Erza sighed, looking at the ridiculously glorious sight of her Zanpakuto's home, and walked up the steps leading towards the hall where he made his home. The hall itself had all sorts of comforts, fitting for a king: couches, divans, magnificent tables with great bowls of wine and fruit. At the center of the room, of course, was yet another stair, leading up to a brightly shining golden throne. Erza couldn't help but look at it with a little bit of disbelief, and a little bit of distaste. Her Zanpakuto was so very much like her in so many ways: honorable, straightforward, firm of principle, proud, but in so many others, he was not. When had she ever wanted glory and wealth like this? I can hear all your thoughts, you know, the Zanpakuto said, disinterestedly fiddling with a grape. How he had grapes in this world, Erza had no clue. He wore splendid gilded armor, like what she had once worn in life, but bigger, more elegant, covering every part of him, down to the fingers and toes except his face. He would be considered handsome in her world, with his well-sculpted features and short, spiky blonde hair, and that very arrogant expression on his face that for some mysterious reason appealed to a lot of women. Tetsu no Tama, Erza said, giving a quick bow. He was very keen on respect, Erza knew, and would sometimes withhold his power for small slights, something that had left her being very careful with her manner of speech. You wish to speak with me? Yes, in fact, the Zanpakuto said haughtily. You are changing, Erza. We are changing. In his hand, Render appeared, the black greatsword long and fat with power. He pointed it at Erza. You have taken a new path. Yes, things are changing, Erza said resolutely, but is that for the better or for the worse, in your opinion? I have no idea, Tetsu no Tama said dismissively, Render disappearing in a puff of black smoke, but I do know it will lead to something grand. This Aizen, do you truly trust him? With all my heart, Erza said firmly. He will lead us to a dash. Yes, spare me the lecture, he said, taking a sip of wine. I am not opposed to a bit of loyalty to a lord you believe in. But do not let him lead your way of thinking, Erza. You must follow because you see it to be right, not because he tells you it is. Obviously, Erza replied. Was that all you wanted to talk about? There is plenty to talk about, he said, smiling contentedly. You just recently took your first life, Erza. Don't remind me, she said, balling her fists. I had no choice dash. There you go as always, deprecating yourself. Tetsu no Tama snapped. Of all the masters I could have had, you finally show the courage and maturity to know when death is necessary, and your instinctive reaction is to flagellate yourself to no end. This is why I will not give you my true power, Erza. Every time you do something worthy of being my true master, in every regard, you step back. Are you afraid of me, Erza? Are you afraid of my power? If your power means treating death as something unimportant, then I do not want it, Erza said coldly. I'll make do. I'll make do, even if you took away all my power. HN. The spirit took another sip of wine, and lazily gobbled down a couple of grapes. And that, Erza, is why you still wield my power. Even when challenged by me, your own soul, you stay true to yourself. But take warning, the future may take you down a path that creates a new you, and that future you may not be worthy of my power. Isn't that always true? Erza shot back. Is that not always a possibility, for everyone? True enough, the spirit said, nodding. But I won't scold you too much. After all, you have moved up in the world, when will you upgrade from that tacky little room? A woman of your stature deserves far better. It's no more than I need. Erza said, smiling a little. This was a familiar verbal spar. Tetsu no Tama liked to demand the finer things in life, and Erza had little time for that. But, Erza. Tetsu no Tama said, sounding grave. Take heed. You destroyed something you found reprehensible not long ago. But in doing so, have you considered you might be destroying a part of yourself? All the time, Tetsu no Tama. All the time. He nodded. We will speak again, Erza. For now, your audience is over. And then, she felt the sudden rush of being thrown out of the palace, out of the realm itself that blasted Zanpakuto, and his arrogant way of treating it like his own personal kingdom. With a start, she woke up, feeling the pain of broken bones. Slowly, and with some effort, she went back to sleep again. It was a few days later, when the worst of her injuries had been cured through extensive medical keto, and more than a few scoldings from Isane, that she was well enough to be up and about. Captain Anohana had still insisted on her not returning to duty for a few days, and Erza was not about to defy her, but lying down had never been her forte. The news had spread across the Godii, what she had done. People kept giving her excited looks, murmuring to themselves, and not in a bad way. It was like a not-so-bad version of what had happened after the massacre. Right now, though, it was night, and she had been called out to meet Aizen. Out into the cool night she had walked, her bones still aching, her fingers still on a splint, but undeterred. Pain like this was nothing. They were waiting in a square not far from 5th. In normal circumstances, she would have been unsure about such an open meeting place, but the power of Kyoka Suijutsu was something else, she had to remind herself. Out in the open, a clear moon shining down on them, conspiring rebellion. She was part of this now, and it was something that never stopped feeling strange. Aizen stood there, flanked by Daisen and Ichimaru. Welcome, Erza, Aizen said, shooting her a small smile. I am glad to see you on your legs again, after such a tremendous display. It was foolhardy, Daisen scoffed. Not only did she risk her life needlessly, but she drew attention to herself. Aizen-sama's orders were clear, woman. Silence, Kaname, Aizen said. His voice was quiet, gentle, but Daisen shut his mouth immediately. Yeah, gotta admit though, that was quite something for a lil girl without a bankai, Ichimaru said, smiling the same creepy smile as ever. The 100 Slayer, I heard M call her. You're making quite a name for yourself. If there is a problem, Erza said, but Aizen cut her off with an assuring gesture. Don't mind them, Erza. This is exactly the sort of thing that might be expected of you. To suddenly become quiet and discreet would be far more suspicious for you. Be as you are. There is no need to worry. Besides, it was impressive. Thanks, sir, Erza mumbled. This is still more than necessary. Daisen dared remark. Especially in light of the bombings. Kaname, your petty jealousy would befit a schoolgirl better than a lieutenant of mine. His tone was gentle, but his words were sharp, and Daisen fell quiet. Is there a risk, though? Erza asked. I wouldn't want to have caused you trouble. There is no risk. Aizen said calmly. The 2nd Division is clueless. The reigning theory is that there were terrorists from the Rokanga somehow bypassing our defenses, something I planted evidence to support. I see. Said Erza. So, why did you call us out here? Aizen looked at her. Yes, let's not distract ourselves any further. The reason I called you out here is simple. The captain of Division 3 is retiring soon due to a long-time illness, and Jin will replace him. Erza blinked. He will? But can he? Wouldn't ya know it, I got me a bankai, Jin said lazily. They say I'm a proper genius who deserve to be at the very top of things. So say at least 5 captains now. Go and be fun, running me own division. Don't it sound fun? Erza felt a sinking feeling. This man, in charge of others? Jin is still loyal to my cause, of course, Aizen said, noticing the look on her face, and it serves us well that he is in a position of power. If you say so, Erza mumbled. I mean, you'd know best, I guess. That, of course, leaves the position of vice captain vacant, Aizen said. Oh. Erza said. Do you have anybody in mind? Oh. Well yes, who else? Said Aizen. I can think of no better second in command at my side. You are sure, sir? Erza said. I mean. You mean what, Erza? You are my third seat. You are the natural choice. Said Aizen. I suppose I just didn't expect it. Erza murmured. Of course I'll accept. Very good. I look forward to working with you. Aizen said, saying the formal phrase a bit mockingly. I'll do my best. She said resolutely. She had come this far sure, vice captain was just a rank, but she had climbed far and high now. She was leagues and leagues from where she had first started, and under Aizen's wisdom and guidance, she would go much further still. She would gain her bankai too, become the best she could be, and one day, they would create that better world. Just you wait, she thought, to all the lost friends she had ever had, to the ones she had left behind in life and the ones she had left behind in the afterlife, just you wait. I won't have lost you for nothing. Chapter 18, Path to Power. The eternal moon of Hueco Mundo was bathing the room in its pale light, as Erza got to her feet again, wiping blood from her brow. It was strange how easily you got used to it. This realm was dead, cruel, and the home of evil creatures, but it was as Aizen said, it had a strange, wild kind of beauty. Not that this was on her mind right now. Here she was in a chamber of the palace in Las Noches, one sword in each hand. She took a stance, readying herself as Halibel came toward her again, her arm sword raised and ready to strike. The great bone blade came down, shattering the floor tiles as Erza rolled out of the way, and impossibly quickly it retracted to parry her counter-attack. Erza pressed her advantage, hacking and slashing at the hollow, trying to keep her on the defensive, but her assault was broken with a single, hard wide swipe, which Erza only barely blocked. She could feel the muscles in her arms scream in protest, her bones almost but not quite cracking under the pressure, as she was sent flying a few yards. She landed on her feet, only barely keeping herself upright. If I had struck you seriously there, you would have died, Halibel said plainly. Why do you insist on this? Nilil and I are both stronger than you are by a severe margin. You have no hope of defeating me. It's not about defeating you, Erza said, defiantly, letting her sword change shape into breaker, the axe, it's about learning. She lunged again, bringing her heavy weapon down, but Halibel had blocked it effortlessly. It had been this way for at least a week now, Erza challenging her or Nilil to a fight, losing miserably each time. She had started spending more time here, often after dark, and Aizen approved, although he had warned her not to stray into parts of the castle she did not know. Erza had found both Halibel and Nilil to be decent company. They were hollows, but in their own way, they were good people too. They had their own friends, lower-ranked hollows under their protection, and they seemed to treat them well. So Erza had tried to befriend them the best way she knew. They didn't exactly have a lot in common, but violence was a universal thing to all sentient beings. She hacked and cut, not really making much headway, but she had managed to make Halibel take a step back, which was a victory in and of itself. Then, Halibel let her bone blade drop, and caught the blade of Erza's axe in her palm, not even taking a scratch. That is enough, she said simply. You are tired and worn. Stop. I can still keep going, Erza mumbled. I just need to. Stop, or I will break this weapon. Halibel said coolly. Erza grumbled, but let her sword return to its sealed form. Huffing, she wiped her brow again, and slowly sheathed her sword. You're so cold, Halibel, Nilil said chipperly, having watched from the sidelines. She's just a Shinigami. There's no need to be so hard on her. She was a sweet person, Erza had noted, something that went in stark contrast to her ghastly mask, looking like some grim, mystical totem. I was hard on her. Halibel said dismissively. If I were, she would be dead. I still don't understand. You are inferior. I mean it not as an insult, but you are. Your strength may not yet be fully grown, but you could never hope to match me. Why keep trying? Well, Erza said, stretching her back and feeling the ache she'd feel that in the morning. Oh yes, I'm running out of good practice partners back at home. I am going to be a captain one day, Halibel, just like Eisen, and if I want to reach there, I need to challenge myself. I need to get stronger. You don't get stronger by fighting people who are on the same level as you are. All that accomplishes is you staying in shape, at best. Perhaps. Halibel said, looking as inscrutable as ever under her mask. It was a strange thing, a mask she had, but not over all of her face. Under it was skin, just like on any person she'd find in the world of the living or in the Soul Society. I figure, why not give myself as big a challenge as possible? Erza said, giving her a smile. Throw reason to the curb, try to move a mountain, and maybe if I try hard enough, I'll move it. Or you will break your back trying to. Halibel said dryly. She was critical, dismissive, but Erza had noticed she had never once said no to a spar with her, despite the gap in power. It was fascinating. She knew how to slay a hollow, big or small, and she knew how to fight against a sword, but Halibel was simply different, experienced, powerful, a true Vastolord. That's a risk I am prepared to take. Erza said resolutely. I did not join this whole revolution to play it safe. You want a better tomorrow? Halibel said flatly, with a hint of skepticism. It won't come if I don't work for it, Erza shot back, and one day, I'll be much stronger, and that day I will thank you for your help. Halibel gave her a long, scrutinizing look, and walked over to a bench, sitting herself down. You Shinigami are strange, she said, after a while. You are soft, almost all of you are weak, and almost all of you hate and fear us. You work hard, Erza Scarlet, and your wish to become stronger is sincere. But do you realize what a luxury that is? Luxury? Erza said, following Halibel a few steps, until she was face to face with her again. Yes. Halibel said flatly. To train safely, to have some controlled environment where you can cultivate your potential. This is a great luxury. I am sure you must have had your struggles and pains getting here, but none of it compares to being a hollow. Out there, she said, gesturing at the endless, white desert of Hueco Mundo, you would have been killed and eaten just now, not been given leave to rest. Had you been a hollow, dreadful things might have been done to you, and the only way to survive is to be even more dreadful yourself. I am strong, so I have earned the luxury of companionship, but I was a monster before then. I still am. You are not a monster, Erza said, but Halibel cut her off. I am. She said sharply. It is not something I am ashamed of. We all do as we must to survive. But through Aizen-sama's vision, I have found purpose. I do not regret or enjoy what I am, and I do not reject it either. Erza said, unsure of what to say. She was probably right, hollows were terrible, but she hadn't considered before how terrible a thing it was to be a hollow. You will never understand. Halibel said matter-of-factly, because you have not killed and killed and killed out of hunger, fear, and ambition. You have never felt true madness, true ruthlessness. You have not felt the pain of 10,000 wounds, of almost dying all the time, of always being afraid and hiding it behind strength and viciousness. You're right. Erza said. I can't understand. I can't help that. But I do not judge you for it. You did not choose to be a Shinigami. I did not choose to be a hollow. We are what we are. Only purpose matters. Do you really think you are a monster? Erza said, furrowing her brows. Would your kind not call me that? Halibel said, giving her a look. Would you not call me that, had you seen me in the darkest parts of Hueco Mundo? You are a person, Tyr, Erza said resolutely. Would your Shinigami friends acknowledge that? Halibel asked. Would they even listen to you if you dared suggest differently? Well, Erza mumbled. It would be difficult. Until recently, you thought just like they do. So why now insist on spending time with us? I thought hollows were all monsters, it's true, Erza said, sighing and nodding, but I was wrong. I know better now. If I can learn that, so can everyone else. You truly believe that? Halibel said, giving her a quizzical look. I have to. Erza said firmly. If I don't, then I'm just acting like I'm better than everyone else. I'm not a hypocrite, Tear the Better Tomorrow isn't just for the Soul Society, it's for you too. Halibel remained silent for a while, leaning herself against the wall. You are a very, very strange Shinigami, Erza Scarlet, she said at last, sounding puzzled. Aizen-sama is strong. He gave us purpose, a reason for being beyond mere existence. Jin is a monster, a hollow wearing the skin of a Shinigami. Tyson lies to himself about right and wrong. But you seem different from all of them. It's nothing special. Erza said, and smiled. I'm just doing my best. Come on, let's spar some more. I pushed you back one step this time, doesn't it look like I'm learning? Do not get so full of yourself, Halibel said, standing up, you have a long way to go yet. There was something about her voice, her eyes, the way she stood. If she hadn't had a mask, then she might have smiled, Erza thought. It was after nightfall when she made it back to her room. Officially she had been out on patrol, the records would verify it, as would several witnesses who had seen her leave and return. That illusion power was quite handy. She felt a good bit more tired than a simple patrol would have left her, though Halibel, even when she restrained herself, was awesomely powerful. Which was why, when the light suddenly turned on, she immediately reached for her sword, and had managed to draw it out by the time a crowd of people chanted out, as one, surprise. Well, look at you, keep an alert, said Ikeku, standing next to Lisina. Good to see you didn't get soft just for getting a cushy promotion. Erza looked around, and lowered her sword. There was Ikeku, there was Isane, Rangiku, Momo, Lisina, Momo, Renji, Kira, Hisagi, even Rukia, it seemed. Her new room was quite spacious, but it was absurd how all of them had been able to hide in it. Just how tired was she? She managed a smile, though she didn't feel quite so chipper. She hadn't had a party in ages, and she was a little bit on edge. You guys, she said, embarrassedly sheathing her sword, what is this? You made vice captain, Erza. Momo said cheerily. We just couldn't leave it without proper celebration. Rangiku exclaimed, procuring a multitude of sake bottles seemingly out of nowhere. We all got together dash. She means Momo, Kira, and I, Renji cut in. We all got together, Rangiku said insistently, and agreed we should plan a proper celebration. You earned this, and you deserve at least a party. She means, an excuse to get drunk, Ikeku said, which I am all for, by the way. You didn't have to do this. I mean, do you usually? We do if I have a say in it. Rangiku said cheerily. She continued, her voice a bit light-hearted, young lady, you are now a vice captain, and it is our responsibility as your seniors to celebrate and advise you. And drink lots of sake. Ikeku said. And drink lots of sake. Rangiku concurred. There's no use trying to fight it, you are destined to party all night with your friends. Well. Erza said, looking at all their faces, all so happy for her. When you put it like that, it doesn't sound like I have much choice, does it? I'm so proud of you, Erza, Momo said, giving her a hug. Erza ruffled her hair, and looked down on her affectionately, not really sure what to say. You've done all right for yourself, Erza, Lisina said, shooting her a content smile. I always figured you'd outrun me eventually. It's not a contest, Erza said. Everyone just does their best. She felt a little guilty. She was plotting treason behind their backs, and each one of them could become an enemy with time. This party was not unwelcome, and she felt glad they all cared, but at the same time, it only reminded her of what her better tomorrow would cost. Erza? Erza? Hello, Erza. Erza realized she had drifted off and thought, Lisina raising her voice at her to catch her attention. Oh sorry. Erza said awkwardly, giving her a smile. Let's go sit down and have a drink, and such. She joined the others at the couch, a simple one, as she'd never figured she would really need one to begin with, where the rest of them were already sat, pulling up stools for the ones who didn't fit. It hadn't been 5 minutes, and they were already talking, drinking. They were so lively, so happy, so spirited. For a second, she thought she saw the friends of old Natsu and Gray at each other's throats as usual, Lucy trying to placate them, Elfman boisterously declaring his manliness, Myra Jane sitting in the background with a smile. Then she was back in the present again. She had lost a whole family once, and now she had found new friends, new family, and the path she was on might turn them all against her. What was she doing with her life? Erza. It was Isane's voice, sounding concerned. You look a bit weird. We shouldn't have imposed. I'm sorry. No, it's nothing, Erza said, keeping her voice stable. You're great. I know what it is. Lysina said. It's the guild, isn't it? It's a lot like it. The guild. Renji said. What guild? What's she on about, sis? She and I knew each other back when we were alive. Erza said, struggling to get the words out. Fairy tale. Lysina said. That was the guild of mages we lived in. We were all of us like one big family, almost like this. That's what got you looking so glum, wasn't it? Erza nodded. It was only half the truth, but it would do. I told you we shouldn't have, Isane mumbled to Rangiku. No, I'm glad, Erza said, keeping her voice stable, taking a few deep breaths. I'm glad you're all here. Everything is okay. Please, tell me about being a vice captain instead. Huh. Renji said. You two used to know each other in life? I never knew. Vice captain advice time. Rangiku said, cheerily cutting him off. Rangiku might sometimes seem it, but she wasn't actually dim, and unlike Erza, she was an expert at salvaging an awkward situation. Erza, now that you are a vice captain, there are certain perks. Like how you can book a spot all to yourself at a moment's notice, or get discounts at all the best stores. Trust me, people love a vice captain almost as much as they love a captain. We're famous and powerful, so use it. She smiled broadly, and Erza suspected she was already half drunk. Oh. She said, not really sure what to say, but grateful for the distraction. It's a lot of hard work, Isane said, smiling with a hint of nervousness. I was terrified when Anohana named me her second. But I knew she believed in me, and she was never wrong, so I worked hard, and I actually did all right. I don't, have much advice, other than you shouldn't doubt yourself. But I don't think you would anyway. Isane was probably about as awkward as Erza herself, which was a rare thing. Thank you, Isane, she said, smiling warmly. Well, I ain't a vice captain, Ikeku said, downing what was probably his 7th drink already, but I know you well enough, you earned it. Lots of shitty bureaucratic bullshit to go with the job, but you got the strength. I don't do speeches, so I'll shut up and refill this cup in a second, but here's to you, Erza. You'll make captain one day, and when you do, we'll have a proper fight, you and I. That last part would have sounded hostile, but to Ikeku, violence was just part of friendship, and people who couldn't handle that weren't his friends. Erza just smiled at him, and poured her own drink, raising it in a toast. Ikeku followed suit, and the two of them downed one drink each. As Erza felt the burn of alcohol down her throat, she let herself relax a little. Congratulations, Erza, Momo said, smiling the brightest of them all. I knew you'd move up. When I make captain, you'll be my second, Erza said, half joking. Oh no, I could never. Momo murmured. I mean, I'm not. You're good enough. You're already an officer and you're more talented than most. I will move up, and so will you, mark my words. Thank you, Momo said, blushing at the praise. Erza just nodded, and let herself be swallowed by the party, by the buzz and chatter, the conversation, and general state of being with other people. She hadn't realized how much she had missed this. It truly did remind her of times past. 3 hours or so later, most of them had left. They all had work in the morning, after all, and you could only stay up so late drinking without your superiors noticing. Ikeku had left, so had Lisana, Kira and Rangiku. Renji and Hisagi were passed out on her couch where they could stay for the night, for all she cared. She was much too tired to wake them and run them out. The only one still present and awake was Momo, who was dutifully picking up mugs, putting stools back in places, and making the place a little less messy. "You should go home," Erza said. "I'll take care of this in the morning." "It's no trouble," Momo said. Erza sat down on her bed. "So, this was fun," she mumbled. "Rangiku-san insisted on it being a surprise," Momo said, sounding a little guilty. She said it was the only proper way to celebrate. "It was good. I was just, well, surprised," Erza said, her eyelids feeling heavy. "I didn't know you were such good friends with Ikeku-san, though," Momo said. "His division seems so scary." "They're a rough bunch, all right," Erza mumbled, "but I used to be there myself." "Really? I never knew," Momo said. Finally finished with the cleanup, or at least the worst of it, she sat down next to Erza. "I was, yes," Erza said, nodding, "but I left." "How come?" Erza turned her head to look Momo in the eye. "Ikeku, you know, he looks real mean, and he's rough around the edges. Kind of a real man's man, you know? Fight, 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 get stronger, train all day and drink a lot of beer once the day is done, but he's a good person." Momo nodded. "If you say he is, then I'm sure he is." "But his captain," Erza said darkly, "his captain is a bad man. He's very frightening. They say he's insane." "He is," Erza said, making a fist. "Back when I was there, I served under Kigenjo Kenpeki. He wasn't the greatest leader there ever was, or the most hard-working, and he didn't treat me with any special favor. But he was a good man, Momo, a good man." She grit her teeth at the memory. "He led us, and he was the kind of man who'd never ask any of his soldiers to do something he wouldn't. When it came to fighting hollows, he was right there with us. I wasn't that close with him, but he was a good leader." "Then what happened?" Momo asked quizzically. "Zaraki Kenpeki," Erza said brusquely. "He came in one day, claiming the name of Kenpeki, and because of some damn outdated law, he could take it just by killing Kigenjo. He struck him down in one hit, he died, and everyone just accepted it." "So that's why you left," Momo said, sounding concerned. "That sounds terrible. Zaraki Kenpeki is a madman who lives to fight, without any concern for anyone or anything else," Erza said. "I don't think about it too often, but it shames us that a butcher like him is allowed to be a leader. He's a murderer. But Ikeku serves under him. Ikeku likes him," Erza said. "That is something I never understood, and I probably never will. I don't think I even want to. Suffice to say, 11's not a place I'd recommend for any of my friends." "But you're still friends with him? Even though he likes a murderer?" Momo said. Erza sighed. "Being friends isn't just about liking each other, it's also about accepting the ways you are different. I have ideas he doesn't agree with, and he doesn't hold it against me. But still, it's something we don't talk about. It's best that way." "I see," Momo said. "Anyway, I need to sleep," Erza said, closing her eyes, "so, please finish up whatever you need to do." Sure," Momo said. In just a minute, she had gotten what she needed, left, and Erza let herself fall deep into sleep. The next day, after hours, she had sought out Ikeku, and challenged him for another spar, far out in the training grounds, at the very edge of the walls, a place often completely deserted at this time of day. He was good practice, strong, intense, challenging, spirited. They had sparred for nearly an hour, and neither of them were yielding. This was, technically, still the first round. Both of them had nearly won, and nearly lost, several times already. It was an even match, as even as it could only get between two fighters who had had years to explore each other's fighting styles. Sweat tricked down both their bodies, muscles ached and blades clashed. At long last, though, Erza misstepped, and Ikeku quickly tripped her. Before she could recover, she was lying on her back, the point of his spear in her face. "Give," he said, his breath a little ragged. "Give," Erza grunted. Ikeko stepped back, resting the spear over his shoulder, and Erza flipped onto her feet, huffing irritably. "You remember back when we started?" Ikeko said, huffing, grinning a little. "I'd knock you over 9 times out of 10. Now look where we are." "More than that," Erza grumbled, holding her sword firmly, "and I really thought I had this one." "Could have been you, could have been. To be honest, I don't think I'll be able to take you for much longer." "What do you mean?" Erza said, still breathing heavily. You nearly had me, like, so many times." "You've been growing a whole lot since I first met ya," Ikeko said, and there was something solemn in his voice. "There's a great, bright light shining about ya, and the only one that burns brighter is my captain. I felt it then, and I feel it now. You've been taking control of it, little by little, and you're so much stronger." "You mean I've gotten better control over my Ryotsu?" "Well, sod me for being poetic," Ikeko grumbled. "Yes, that's what I mean. You're mad powerful, and when you got full control over that power, you'll be a damn sight stronger than me. That don't bug me none, don't worry about that, but question is, what will you do with it?" "Make captain if I can, I guess," she said, shrugging. "You're one to talk, though, you're not even going all out." "Then what the hell was the last hour?" Ikeko sneered. "I'm getting bruises what will last a month here, and you're saying that wasn't all I got." "It's hard to tell, sure, but, in the way you move, the way you hit, the strength of your blows, there is something else there. Like there's something you could do, but won't. It's like a conversation with somebody who has something he wants to say, but won't. It's the feeling I get, at least." There was a strange look on his face, and he went quiet for a while, just staring at her. "All right," he said at last, "there is something." "What?" "I got a question first, all right?" he said, pointing at her. "When you say you wanna be captain, you really mean it, right? You wanna go the full mile, reach the highest spot and be in charge?" "It's not for being in charge," said Erza, "but yes. I am serious. I'm going to be a captain." "You sound damn sure of yourself," Ikeko said, nodding at her. "Good, I guess. If you want a crazy hard dream like that, you gotta believe it." He gave her a hard, tough glare, and there was something different about him, the way his Ryotsu swirled. "Ready yourself, Erza. Get out your best damn sword, right now." "What?" "No what, Erza?" he snapped. "I'm going to show you something fucking extraordinary, got that? I don't want no what or any fucking general gawking, just the best you got. You're a game, Erza." In her hand, Tetsu no Tama took the shape of Render, the black greatsword. "All right," she said, "now show it to me. Your secret special technique, or whatever it is." "Good," he said, nodding. "Just one thing. Swear to me, right here and fucking now, that this shit stays between the two of us. Not a word of this leaves your lips, got that?" "All right," Erza said, unsure of what to make of this. "Not all right," he said sharply, "Erza, if you say a peep to anyone, we're not friends anymore. You got that? That's how important it is." She took a deep breath. He was really serious. "Okay. I swear," she said, giving him a nod. "Atta girl," he said, nodding back. There was a gust of wind around him, as his Ryotsu began to climb, his spirit energy swirling and growing in power. She was no expert at Ryotsu reading, but it was easy to tell this was something extraordinary. He grinned widely, looking almost demonic, and leaned forward with his spear in both hands, taking a stance. "Bankai!" he roared, and there was an enormous surge of Ryotsu, dust whipping from the ground from the winds as it released. Erza gasped. "Bankai? The rarest and truest of skills for all Shinigami?" The dust was slowly clearing, but even through it, there was no mistaking the raw power. Even the structure of his Ryotsu was different. This was incredible. The dust began to settle, and she saw it. In each hand, an enormous axe blade, each one as big as her Render, connected with an enormous chain to an even bigger axe blade, floating over his shoulders, decorated with the engraved image of a dragon. It was magnificent to look at. Awe-inspiring, strong, lethal, just like what she would expect from Ikeku. Ryomen Hojikameru, Ikeku said. You have Erza began, but Ikeku gave her no time. Immediately rushing forward, swinging one of his axe blades with surprising speed. Quickly, Erza blocked it, the strike feeling like it would rip her main arm right off. It was followed by another, and another, and another, each strike vicious and absurdly powerful. She struggled to stay on her feet, being driven back several yards with each swing, somehow just barely managing to block his strikes, her body reacting automatically. She tried to push back, tried to hit again, but even with two enormous weapons, he was faster than her, hitting much harder. Finally, her arms burning with pain, she was knocked off her feet, tumbling well over 10 feet, losing hold of her sword. Stubbornly, refusing to give up so quickly, she struggled to get to her feet, making a grab for her sword. Ikeku just stood there, watching her with a serious expression. Her arms screaming in protest, she forced herself to take hold of Render with both hands, struggling to lift it. Good fighting spirit, Ikeku said, grinning. This here Bankai is pure, raw destruction. It's just like me. Don't I know it, Erza said, forcing herself to ignore the pain. The dragon emblem on the giant axe blade was glowing red now, and he held up his blades high, easily and readily. Erza, for her part, trembled as she held her blade up. Come on, then, she said, knowing she would regret it. But to her relief and disappointment his Bankai dissolved in a bright flash of light, leaving only its sealed form. What? That's it, she said, disappointedly. See that red, glowing dragon? Ikeku said, calmly sheathing his sword. That's my Bankai charging up. My sword's mostly like me, except he's kinda lazy in a fight. That red thing is me waking him up when he's fully charged. I can't guarantee you wouldn't ha died, and this ain't so important a point I wanted to go there. Plus, I don't want nobody seeing I got one. I've never seen one before, Erza mumbled, letting her own sword seal itself. How? When? That was the awesome power of a Bankai, Erza, Ikeku mumbled, and you ain't telling nobody I got one, remember? Why? I got my reasons, Ikeku said, but point being, this is the power you need. Every captain, except mine, has to have one. Believe you me, you're strong, but you ain't even close to how good he is. You'll need one. Don't matter how good you control your riot suit, how great battle planning you got, if your Kido is top-notch, this is the mark of a truly great Shinigami. Don't even think about wanting to be a captain before you get this done. But, how? Erza asked. How do I? I mean, how did you? Ikeku scratched his head. It's complicated. It's all that deep crap I'm not really good at. Ya gotta be really one with yourself, talk to your spirit and really know what it wants from you. Some people got a great connection, other people need to work on it, a lot. Me and Hojikameru, we're a lot alike, and I'm guessing that helped. Erza gave a thought to the vain, arrogant personality of Tetsu no Tama, and made a face. I don't think I am so lucky. But, you, a Bankai. I never knew. You figured out something was off. Yumi Chika did, too. We're buds, so I reckoned you should know what it is you're aiming for. Sound right? No, it does. Erza mumbled. It hurt like hell, too. No holding back with this thing, Ikeku said. It's not subtle. No kidding, Erza murmured. But, thanks. Yeah, whatever. Let me know when you're recovered for another spar. Me, I'm going back home. See ya around. With that, he plain and simply left, leaving Erza with aches only trumped by her confusion and awe. It was one day later, and again she was in the Golden Palace, Tetsu no Tama's arrogant visage staring down at her, lazily leaned back against a throne with a cup in his hand which, of course, was golden too. But things were a little different. The floor and the pillars which held up the roof were riddled with little cracks, and an enormous crack ran through the floor, as if the palace had almost cracked in two. It was an ugly picture for this marble house of marvels. Taking care where she stepped, Erza approached the golden throne, and bowed her head. Yes, yes, you may raise your head, Tetsu no Tama said, a little irritably, sipping from his cup. What happened here? Erza asked, looking around. It was pandemonium. Luxurious couches and divans split in two or overturned, vases shattered, fine rugs torn and frayed. Do you expect you can swing me about so roughly without consequences? Tetsu no Tama said, leaning back on his throne. Do you expect that you are the only one who hurts in those battles, We are one, Erza, and I am the one who bears the brunt of every act of violence you commit. I'm sorry. Erza said, hanging her head. I never considered that you felt it too. Oh, lighten up. Tetsu no Tama sneered, although not in a particularly angry manner. I am your weapon, Erza. This is what I was made for. Does a muscle complain that it must lift something heavy? Does the eye complain that it must see? Does the tongue complain that it must speak? You are much too soft, Erza. I bear these scars with pride, as should you. To her surprise, he was actually smiling. But, your palace. Erza murmured confusedly. I made it once. I can make it again. He said dismissively. You should have seen it after you first fought that wretch. It was chaos. Half the pillars had fallen out of place. But this is not your petty world of physical things, Erza. By my will, I rebuilt it. I am rebuilding it even now. Erza saw a small piece of floor tile, broken off and shattered, pull itself together and seemingly by itself place itself on the space of the floor where it belonged. Things worked differently here, it really did. So, now you have seen the awesome power of a Bankai. Tetsu no Tama said, putting one hand on each armrest on his throne, leaning forward a little, and it was a thug's Bankai, but it was Bankai. His power would pale in comparison to my own, of course. I need it. Erza said simply, looking him in the eye. Tell me, Tetsu no Tama, what must I do to unlock your true power? His face hardened, and he crushed the cup in his hand. Bite your tongue, Erza. He snarled out the words, glaring at her. You dare speak of gaining my true power? You may be older than myself, but you are a child with a childish dream, led like a simple ox by its nose ring. Madara Mikeku is a thug, but he has gained the respect of his Zanpakuto, learned its innermost secrets and desires, pleased it and fulfilled its every condition. You, Erza, are 1,000 years too early to even speak of Bankai, you wretched mongrel. I must have it. Erza insisted, gritting her teeth. I won't settle for anything less. If I have to beat it out of you, so be it. In a flash, Tetsu no Tama had stood up from his throne, walking down its stairs to greet her, a furious expression on his face. Violence. He sneered. It is always violence with you, simpleton master. A thug Madara Mikeku may be, but he is true to himself. Are you? Would you grant me your power if I weren't? Erza countered, firmly staring him in the eye. He was tall, up close, a full head taller than her. He had never left his throne before, not that she could remember. This was extraordinary. Do not tempt me to take them away. He said coldly, grabbing her by the hem of her shirt, pulling her up face to face, almost lifting her off the floor. You have ambition, Erza Scarlet, and of that I approve. You have power and honesty, and of that too, I approve. You have learned to show respect, and that too I approve of. However, he almost shouted out the last word. I will not tolerate arrogance such as this. Bankai? Without having even learned to materialize me in your filthy little world. Without knowing every fiber of my being, without knowing what I want and how to treat me, without knowing me more intimately than any lover? Without truly knowing yourself? That is a childish dream, Erza, like the toddler who says he will bring down the moon. If I cannot believe the impossible, then how can I change the world? Erza bit back. Oomph. The spirit sneered, letting go of her shirt, almost shoving her back. Somebody else's words, put in your mouth for you to regurgitate and digest. Tell me, Erza said stubbornly, what must I do? You must know it yourself. He said, slowly stepping back up the staircase to his throne. What do you mean? Erza said insistently. What sort of riddle is this? He did not answer, not until he had sat himself down on his throne, taking his sweet time in doing so. Leaning himself back, resting his cheek on one of his hands and giving her a curious look, he said, I suppose there are some things you would need to first accomplish before you even think of achieving Bankai. What? Erza said eagerly. Do not accept such disrespect, for one. He said dryly. What sort of owner lets her pack you to push her around like this? What? Erza cried out, exasperatedly. First you give me a long and angry lecture, and then you chide me for not stopping you. He ignored her, and she could swear she saw a smirk on his face as he continued. You must gain full control of your power. You were strong in life, Erza, and your power has only grown since, yet, you only have control of half of it. Some shoddy fighters, like those 11th Division Neanderthals, would think that enough, but I demand more. Learn to control your power fully, physically, and spiritually. If you could, you would be strong enough that only a captain's Bankai could stop you in a direct fight. Erza nodded. I understand. Do not interrupt. Tetsu no Tama snapped. Secondly, you must learn to see reality for what it is. Stop expecting it to suit your naive, childish expectations of justice, kindness, and mercy. I can't. Erza murmured. What did I just say? The spirit sneered. Honestly, is she even listening? Well, thirdly, you must open your eyes, Erza. These are the 3 things you must do before you can speak to me of Bankai. What? Erza said. What do you mean, open my eyes? And, see reality for what it is? Stop believing in right and wrong. How could you ever ask me of that? This audience is over, child, Tetsu no Tama said reservedly. Do not come here again until called upon. Wait. Wait, Erza began, but the palace dissolved around her, and she was back in the real world. Making a fist, she slammed the ground in front of her in frustration. That damned, vain spirit. Ikeka was lazing about in 11th Division's main building gardens, just relaxing in the sun and nursing a few bruises. Not a lot was going on, no big hollow hunts were coming up anytime soon. Erza was off doing who knows what. When there wasn't fighting to do in one way or another, there simply wasn't much to do. His captain wasn't far off, arguing with Yachiru. He never won those arguments, that little brat always did whatever she wanted. Lying himself back under a tree, he drifted off in a half-sleep. It would probably have turned into a proper nap, if not for his captain walking by. Ikeka opened an eye, seeing him take a seat outside the door, looking just as bored as Ikeka. He always got a bit irritable when he didn't have good fighting to do, and an irritable Kenpeiga was never a good thing. Yo, Ikeka, he grunted, leaning himself against the wall. What you up to? Nothing, boss. Ikeka said. Nothing to do, is there? They say there's gonna be a purge out in Arukon come Thursday, but that's 3 days from now. 3 days. Kenpeiga grunted, like the words tasted of gall. 3 days, and we get to butcher weaklings. Maybe a tougher 1 or 2, if we're lucky. Fucking piss weak, innit? All the strong UNS here refuse to give me a fight, too. I feel ya, boss, Ikeka said, sitting himself up. Battle's where we belong. But there's nothing to it. No people to fight. Well, we could rebel and take on the whole Godai, that'd be fun. Kenpeiga looked at him, as if considering his joke as a serious suggestion, weighing violent treason against boredom. Nah. He said at last. Lots a headache, that. He leaned back, sitting quiet for a bit. You look kinda beat up, though. Who did you over? Ikeka rubbed his forehead, which, like many other parts of his body, was sore since yesterday. Just training. A spar what got pretty intense, is all. You lose. Kenpeiga said, with just a mild interest. Barely won. Took me an hour. Give it a year, and I don't think I'll be able to beat her. Crazy strong, that one. Her. Oh. Yeah, it's that Scarlet girl. Vice captain of 5th. You know her, right? The big-titted redhead you used to knock over all the time. Kenpeiga said, sounding confused. She looked weak as shit. You saw her years back, boss. Ikeko said, feeling like he just made a mistake. Powerful energy, lots of raw talent. Shifts around between a whole bunch of weapons: spear, greatsword, double swords, great axe, and she uses them all like a fucking expert. It's a hell of a hassle to deal with, somebody who can just switch styles in a second. Mad strong, too, she's grown a lot. And you say she's surpassing, yeah? Kenpeka said, furrowing his brows with interest. Ikeko said, nodding slowly. I only keep up 'cause I sparred with her so long, I know exactly how she moves. She's stronger and I am for sure, growing better every day. Give it a few years, and I don't know many people outside the rank of captain what will be able to take her on. Kenpeka grinned, which was always a sight that could be taken right out of a nightmare. Yeah, don't say. He said, and stood up, slinging his long, sleek sword over his shoulder. Boss? She's strong, but she ain't that strong. Ikeko said hastily. Shut up. Kenpeka said dismissively. I'm bored as all fucking shit. Haven't had a good damn fight for like 5 sodding years now. Don't care if you like her, don't care if you're nailing her or some shit. I think I'll go have a look myself at this powerful woman. With that, he walked out of the garden intently, Yachiro cheerily hopping after him, getting on his back. Ikeko put the palm of his hand to his face. Shit, he'd avoided killing Erza the other day, but he might have done it now anyhow. Celebration had not been so early to shake, Erza had found out. It was a day off, and after her incident with the Zanpakuto, Rangiku had ambushed her, along with Isane, Momo, and Lisana, and taken her out quite against her wishes to a spa in the first district in the Rukon. It turned out that Rangiku had been right, being a high-ranking officer did let you get into nice places quite easily. Though Erza was not too keen on it initially, she'd rather have trained more. She had let herself be convinced. As it turned out, massages, sauna and a good lunch were actually very relaxing, especially for her sore muscles from the other day. So it was that, 6 hours later when they headed home, she was in a pretty good mood. Good things do not last, though. Just as they were walking home, the Godei's walls just within sight, their way was blocked by the tall, lean, and muscular frame of Zaraki Kenpeki. He looked at her like a shark sizing up its lunch, sword lazily resting over his shoulder. Zaraki Teiku. Rangiku muttered worriedly. What is he doing here? Cautiously, the 5 of them walked toward him, hoping to just pass him by, but no such luck. Erza Scarlet. The Kenpeki rumbled, pointing at Rangiku. That you? Ikeko said you had big tits and red hair. What? Rangiku said. No dash. I am she. Erza said, stepping forward. Oh yeah. Your hair kind of is a bit redder. Kenpeki said, nodding. Anyway, I heard you're strong. Proper strong. That true, girl? I don't know about that, Erza said, her hand slipping toward her sword. Who told you that? I know Ikeko got his ass beat up pretty bad, and then he tells me you're stronger than him. I reasoned you had to be proper strong, and there's only one way of measuring that kinda thing. Ken-chan's gonna kill you. The pink-haired child in his shoulder cheered. Please try and give him a fun fight, though. Beat it, Yachiro. I'm gonna bust loose now, so get out of the way, he said, his voice rough. Okay, Ken-chan. Yachiro chirped, hopping off his back into the sidelines. Please, Zaraki Teiku, you can't just attack your fellow officers. Rangiku protested. Kenpeki shot her a glare. Get out the way, trash, or I'll cut you down first. Why? Erza asked. I don't want to fight you. Why? Kenpeki said, as if she had just asked a really dumb question. I love fighting. You're strong. I don't need no reason other than that. And if I refuse? Erza said defiantly. Then you get cut down in the first strike, Kenpeki said dismissively. Erza, this is madness. Rangiku hissed. You can't fight him. He's Zaraki Kenpeki. He's a monster. Sure am. Kenpeki said, the grin on his face as wide as ever. Look, Rangiku hissed between her teeth, We'll distract him. He gets lost easily. Then, just hide, or whatever. Get away. Get to your captain. She's right, Erza, Momo said, her voice trembling with nervousness, you can't fight him. We'll figure something out dash. No. Erza said firmly. What? Rangiku shrieked. You can't be serious. Atta girl. Kenpeka said, nodding approvingly. Erza, you can't. Momo insisted, frantically tugging at Erza's shiakusho, as if to pull her away from there. Hill you could die, Erza. So could you if you got in his way. Erza said grimly. I won't have that. If he cut one of you down instead of me, when I just ran like a coward? Do you think I could live with that? She made a fist, and a look of determination crossed her face. No. That's not happening. It's just like the old days, isn't it? Lysina said, taking a deep breath. You never changed, not that much. The way she said it was a knighthood, as fine a compliment as she could get. Erza, Isane pleaded, somehow being the calmest of them all, I've seen people come into our division with horrible injuries, with limbs cut off, with open bellies and their entrails spilling out. I've seen cracked skulls, I've seen more broken legs and arms than I can count, and I've seen people with injuries they'll never recover from. You see some really terrible things if you work in medical. And it's the worst when Kenpeka's done it. Erza said, looking her in the eye. No. Isane said quietly. I can't remember we ever had to patch up anybody from fighting with him. So, what? Because the people he fights, when that happens, they just die. Isane said matter-of-factly. You're incredibly strong, Erza, but this is out of your league. I know. Erza said simply, and looked at Lysina. Do you want to add something? Go for it. Lysina said. It's hopeless but we are fairy tale, and hopeless isn't nearly enough to stop us, is it? Thanks. Erza said, smiling. She turned to Kenpeka, and pulled her sword out from its sheath. Finally. Kenpeka grumbled. Your pals are real fucking chatty, ain't they? With me, Tetsu no Tama, Erza mumbled, and felt the spirit give its approval, although a bit hesitantly. Her weapon not yet changing into its Shikai form, she stepped up, assuming a stance. Get back, you guys. Now. Erza said firmly. Her eyes were on Kenpeka, completely focused, but she could sense them moving back. She could hear Momo cry out, a heart-rending, shrill cry of fear, but she was going, whether by her own will or carried by somebody else. She focused her thoughts on the battle to come. Kenpeka was holding up his sword, and any second now, any second, it would begin. What could she do, but fight? She could run, but she didn't like running. It was true that she didn't want her friends to get caught, but it was only part of why she had done it. She was stubborn, she knew too stubborn to run away from something like this. And, deep down, she wanted to fight him. She wanted to beat him. She would not have sought him out for revenge. Kigenjo had not meant that much to her, but here and now, without a choice in the matter, it was fine. So, what was taking the bastard so long? Kenpeka had cocked his head, and looked at her questioningly. Tell you what, he said, opening up his coat to show off his muscular, scarred chest, you look kinda weak. I'll give you a free hit, to make it more even. Erza blinked. What kind of trickery was this? Was he mad? Well, that he was, actually. Well, she wasn't one to waste an opportunity, not now. Quickly, she rushed forward, closing the distance while being wary of sudden movements. She held her sword high, and cut down hard. It was like hitting her sword against a brick wall. It skid and slid off, just barely drawing blood. Kenpeka gave her an unimpressed look, then looked to his chest, where a shallow cut was slowly trickling down blood. Come on, that it. Kenpeka grumbled. That was pathetic. I'm almost tempted to let ya go. Then again, I ain't had a decent fight in forever, and I did come all the way out here. So. He raised his sword, and took a step forward. Quickly, Erza jumped back, her sword shifting into the two long swords she was so used to fighting with. Deciding to take the initiative, she dashed forward, cutting at him, trying to stab whatever could be stabbed. Moving with the ease and skill of a veteran, Kenpeka caught her swords, somehow moving his enormous blade fast enough to match the speed of her own two swords at once. He struck with a furious power, each strike reminding her of the power in Ikeko's Bankai, raw, vicious, and fast. She caught his blade with one of her swords, nearly getting knocked over by the raw force behind it, and raked her other sword across his midsection. She drew blood, but he didn't even seem to notice. Like a berserker, he lunged forward, batting his blade at her with an absurd power. Holding a hand over her mouth, Isane watched the fight commence, a good 100 feet away. Surprisingly, Erza was keeping up. She had not been cut down immediately, as she had feared. Momo was beside herself, her head buried in Ranjiko's Shiakusho, the older Shinigami trying her best to comfort her. "Listen, Isane said, looking to the third seat, who was observing the fight with an eerie calm, I need you to go fetch Anohanateika. Now. I need to see this." Listen said firmly. "She is fighting an impossible enemy. She is going to get killed, listen." Isane snapped. "I thought that a lot of times, about my fellow guild mages," Listen said, "when I was little and first joined the guild. You wouldn't understand, but, doing the impossible, defying the odds, we've done that so many times that I can have hope even now. Erza is strong. Believe in her." "I do believe in her," Isane shouted, surprised at the anger in her voice, "but I can't sit by here and do nothing. As vice captain, I order you go get Anohanateika. Can't you do it yourself?" Listen murmured irritably. Rank had been pulled, and even now she was loath to disobey. "I will be needed here," Isane said firmly. "If she survives, somebody has to try and stop the bleeding. Who will do that better, me, or you?" "All right," Listen said reluctantly. "Go," Isane shouted. Obeying her command, Listen stood up, and flashed away into a shunpo. Erza was breathing heavily already. She had cut him many times, but never more than shallowly. Although it had been a hair's breadth, she had avoided taking a real hit so far. It was strange a monster he was, with all the strength you might have expected, yet, she was somehow keeping up. She was somehow reading his movements, somehow countering his attacks, somehow even fighting back. A captain, against her, somehow not killing her. She had a creeping suspicion, though, that he had much, much more to give. "Come on, come on!" he roared, cutting at her again and again, Erza just barely parrying his wide slashes. "Switch weapons already. You think those sissy swords will help you win?" He was enjoying himself. Erza realized it was fun to him. "All right," Erza said, dodging under a wide swing, and kicking high up, into his face, then jumping back a few steps. "All right, I'll show you." "Atta girl," Kenpeka said, waiting just a second. "Render." Erza snarled, and her sword reshaped itself into the long, straight, ugly black greatsword, nearly as long as she was tall. Kenpeka gave a whistle. "Not bad. Question is, can ya use it?" Erza let out a war cry, and charged him, cutting at him with all force. Her swings were slower, the blade being heavier, yet she was almost pushing him back swing by heavy swing. She was matching his force, his raw power. However, it was not to be. Catching her blade with just one hand, he guided it down into the ground, hitting hard, and with what seemed like the flick of his wrist, he cut down and up, from her hip to her shoulder. Erza cried out. The pain was familiar, yet every time as much of a surprise. She staggered back, barely holding on to her sword. She was lucky enough that she hadn't been cut at her main sword arm, yet she could barely stand on her feet. She sunk to one knee, glaring at him defiantly. "See, that's the problem with having a lot of weapons," Kenpeka said, grin as ever present on his face. "You learn a lot of styles and that's useful, but you don't become a proper expert with even one of 'em. Your sword's too heavy for ya, and you use it like a rookie." He raised his sword, and she knew she had only a couple of seconds. That arrogant ignoramus. She heard the prideful voice of her Zanpakuto, and the world seemed to slow down a little. There he stands, insulting me, when he does not so much as have a connection to his own sword. That brute treats it like a tool. He knows no respect, dignity, or humility. He must be taught a lesson, Erza. "I tried," Erza said, feeling weak. "I tried. But what can I do? He is just so strong. This is a special occasion, Tetsu no Tama said thoughtfully, and, yes, just this once. You wanted to know Bankai, Erza? I shall give you the smallest taste of my true power. Let this spur you toward finding it by your own power. Erza felt a surge of energy run through her body, her pain lessening. Time sped up again, Kanpeka's sword came down, and her sword was not there to greet it, all she could do was hold up her arm. Then there was a distinct clang, and his blade stopped against her arm and shoulder. She still felt the blow, but its impact was stopped. Ignoring the pain, she stood up, sword in hand. She was covered in armor, a light black shade of plate mail, with deep black crosses on its chest and legs. All but her head was covered in it, thickly protected. She felt different, powerful, in control. Now what's that? Kanpeka said, still pushing his sword against the armor, as if testing its strength. What you pull out there, woman? Giving him a contemptuous glare, she held her arm up against his blade, and with one swift motion cut him across the chest with a power that she had thought impossible just a minute ago. Blood sprayed across the ground, as her steel hit home, hard and true, rending its way through her enemy's flesh and bone. Kanpeka staggered back, the cut wide across his chest. He stood there, looking at it dumbfounded, and for a moment Erza almost let herself believe she had won. Well, son of a bitch. Kanpeka said. Then, he looked her in the eye, and grinned wide again. Now that's what I'm talking about, Scarlet. Not giving him pause, Erza charged forward, moving her sword with speed, cutting, slashing, slamming, keeping the man on his guard. She felt powerful, strong, like she had become raw energy, yet at the same time her body felt chilled, like a body-wide toothache, like nails across a chalkboard, like she was too little butter being spread over too little bread. To her surprise, she was actually pushing him back, the power behind her strikes seeming to almost overwhelm him, cutting madly, stabbing, thrusting, striking. Finally, she slapped his sword aside with one powerful swing, and cut down with all her might. Again, Render hit home, and again Kanpeka's blood spilled plentifully down to the dirt road they stood on. Erza stopped for a second, panting heavily. The raw power was still there, but it was expiring, fading, and she felt like her entire being was being spent with it. Kanpeka seemed not to notice though, as he threw his head back, laughing madly. Yes. Yes. He roared, shouting his approval to the heavens, that's the spirit. Cut me. Hurt me. Put your back into it, girl. He pointed his sword at her again, and with his laugh finally having died down, he still grinned, and said, You are a lot of fun. Who'da thought it? So I'm going to go all out. He raised his hand toward his eye, and Erza's heart sank in her chest. All out? This was not all out already? Damn, of course it wasn't, but, damn. And then, Kanpeka took his eye patch off. Under it, he had a perfectly functional eye. Not that Erza paid it any attention. The massive explosion of riots that followed, nearly knocking her off her feet, took up all her focus. She could swear she saw a black skull behind him, laughing at her menacingly, as his riots, yellow and bright, blazing like wildfire, washed over her like wild tidal waves. It was like looking up at a mountain, like being stared down by a titan, like facing a tiger with your bare hands. It was utterly overwhelming. Fear rose in her heart, and she braced herself. What the hell? She murmured, holding her sword up. This. Kanpeka said, gesturing at the eye patch. I'm too damn strong, YC, so I had the science boys make me this thing. Suppresses my riots or something fierce, and makes me rely on just the one eye. More fun that way, eh? That's insane. Erza said, breathing heavily. The energy was leaving her, forcing it to stay. Felt like staying underwater when you knew you had to breathe. Well, here I go, Kanpeka said, raising his sword. Now don't die too fast, okay? He brought his sword down, and the power was simply overwhelming. Desperately, against all odds, she tried to parry the wide slash, but like a juggernaut, it powered down on her, with irresistible force. It clove straight through Render like it were a twig, and cut right through her arm, lodging itself in her chest. Erza stared in shock. She had dropped her sword, and next to it, on the ground, lay her arm, bleeding profusely. The sword itself was in her chest, cutting right through her breast. Wide-eyed, she stared in shock at the grinning, demonic face, and then he jerked his sword out, and Erza collapsed, and fell into blissful unconsciousness. Isane ran, the moment she saw Kenpeka turn his back and leave. Oh God, oh God! Erza, was she, hurrying up to her, she saw the state her friend was in. With the seasoned experience of a trained combat medic, she immediately went to work. It was ugly, and seeing Erza cut up like this hurt to watch, but with the right keto, she could stop the bleeding, she could maybe even save her arm. Anohana Retsu felt his presence well before she could see him. She had hurried out here. Isane would never send for her like this if it wasn't serious. She was a good girl, very responsible, and if it involved Kenpeka, then it was no wonder. Before long, she could see him walking down the road, 2 big gashes on his chest and at least half a dozen smaller ones, and a grin on his face like everything was just right with the world. Blood dripped from his sword. Erza Scarlet's, no doubt. Did you have fun? She asked, as she passed him. It was all right, Kenpeka said, shrugging. She was a lot stronger than I thought, that woman. If she lives, she'll make a fun challenge one day. To be honest, this was the most fun I had since I joined. Not that it's saying all that much. I see, Anohana said politely. Of course, you will stop by my division for treatment before you head back to 11th. Those are some nasty gashes. What? I ain't Kenpeka started, but Anohana interrupted him. And you will take special care not to intimidate the doctors caring for you. They are just doing their jobs. Is that understood? Yeah, all right. The man grumbled. He murmured something inaudible, and probably rude, but she knew he would be true to his word. He always was, when she asked him to. There was a light, and slowly, Erza opened her eyes. She blinked, adjusting to the light. The first sensation she felt was a headache, a bit of nausea, and remarkably, not much else. She remembered being cut, bleeding, what had happened. She tried looking around, although everything seemed blurry. Slowly, her sight adjusted, and she saw the familiar, clinical whiteness of a hospital room. There was a stand next to her, holding some bags with liquids in them, with little tubes in them that reached into her arm. Well, drugs, that would explain why she didn't hurt. She looked up into the ceiling, just processing what had happened. Wait a second. She had lost an arm. Was she? The thought struck her with a bit of horror. Cripple. Slowly turning her head, fearing deeply what she might see, she looked to her left, where she had been cut. She could see no stump, and daring to light her head despite a wave of nausea coming with it, she forced herself to look closer. An arm. A forearm. A hand, fingers, nails, oh, thank goodness. Willing herself to move, she looked at the hand, and the fingers wiggled just a little. Letting out a long, loud breath of relief, she fell back on her pillow. I would not move around too much if I were you. It was the soft, gentle voice of the 4th Division's captain. She remembered it. You are still healing, and we cannot guarantee it will recover fully. We had to more or less completely reconstruct half your lung, and the nerve endings in that arm. Now that was some precision work. We expect you will make a recover, though. How long? Erza managed, keeping her eyes closed. You have been unconscious for 12 days now, Anohana said gently. You are lucky Isane was there. She more or less saved your life. Had she not been there, had she not called for me? Kenpeka? Erza muttered. He dash. Yes, he did, Anohana said, sighing. He is the same as always, reckless, strong, a bit insane. He almost killed me? Erza murmured. Son of a bitch. Yes, I imagine you wouldn't be very happy with that. Anohana said quietly. I have had a word with him, he won't come after you until the time is right. And you, Erza, you must not fight him again, not until you are much stronger. You very nearly died. I don't want to fight him. Erza said weakly. I was completely overwhelmed, after he forced me to fight. Believe me, I won't be seeking revenge. Good. Anohana said. Rest now. You will need it, Erza. Not needing much encouragement, Erza laid back. Sleep would come soon, but as she lay there, feeling the land of dreams approach, she couldn't help but wonder, could she face him again? If she got stronger, if she gained her Bankai, could she challenge him again? Maybe. It would be worth a try. Chapter 19, Guilt and Trust. Last time she had been here, it had been pandemonium. Here, in the spiritual realm of her Zanpakutu, she had seen large parts of it wrecked, pillars overturned, a large crack across the entire floor, furniture wrecked and overturned. Now that she was back here again, she saw complete devastation. Only a few pillars stood up, and not one of them were even halfway whole. They had fallen, all over the room or off the cliff they rested on. The roof was gone, destroyed, and the floor looked more like the ground in a rock quarry than the marvelous marble it had been before. The furniture was gone, buried under mounds of rubble, piles of dirt, gravel, and sand covering most of the floor. The staircase leading up to the palace was demolished, she had had to jump and climb to get past it. The once glorious, temple-like structure now looked like a temple ruin, ravaged by 1,000 years of wind and sand. The only thing that was intact was the golden throne. Its staircase was scratched and chipped, full of little cracks, and the rug on it was dirty, soiled by dust and grit, but the throne stood tall, defiant in the face of all this chaos. And on top of it sat Tetsu no Tama, staring down at her, his arms on the armrests of the throne, his hands made into fists. "You called?" Erza said cautiously, as she made her way toward the throne, carefully climbing over a piece of pillar, and walking over a pile of gravel after it. She braced herself. Tetsu no Tama was nothing if not proud, and a loss such as this would have made him furious. "I was cut in half," he said, in a deceptively quiet tone. "That was a new and unwelcome sensation, Erza. But that is not what made you angry," Erza said. "The eye does not complain that it must see, right?" "Who said I was angry?" Tetsu no Tama snarled. "Angry? Angry? Do I look angry to you?" Erza looked at his furiously scowling face, his clenched fists, and said, "You kind of do." "Of course I am angry," Tetsu no Tama said, his voice now calm but obviously strained. "We were beaten by a savage brute whose only merit was raw power, a being without class or subtlety, with nothing but the most base instinct, a pitiful creature too stupid to hear the cries of his own blade." "I'm sorry, Erza began. "That is what makes me angry," Tetsu no Tama snapped. "Your pathetic need to apologize. You were faced with a threat far beyond your level, my fool master, and you still held up valiantly. You should hold your head high with pride, that you have such a marvelous and powerful blade, such enormous determination and fighting spirit, not apologizing, like some mewling half-wit coward." He held his fist to his mouth, his voice almost trembling with rage, then lowered it again. Erza gave a small, somber smile. "How could I look at all this," she said, gesturing at the ground around them, the disorder and destruction, "and not feel sad? This is your home, Tetsu no Tama, and look at the state of it. You were cut in half, you must have hurt, too. Inconsequential." The spirit snapped. "I built this place from nothing once, with the strength of only my will made manifest through your will. I will do so again. No, if you wish to console me, if I would accept such a pathetic token of affection and weakness, then become stronger. Resolve to stand tall in the face of the Kenpakus of this world, by staying true to yourself." Erza blinked. "You are not angry with me for losing." "I am angry with you for being weak and cowardly," Tetsu no Tama said, scowling still, "but this defeat." He shook his head. "No, Erza. I ask the best of you, because neither of us deserve any less, but I am not unreasonable. Not every battle can be won, no matter the heart, will and pain you put into it. Sometimes, you are chanceless. What matters is that even though you knew you were outmatched, you did not even think of running. You knew that though out of options you were, the least bad one was to stand and fight." Thanks," Erza said, feeling surprised. "You are still weak and cowardly," Tetsu no Tama scoffed, "and had you known me better, you would not have needed to feel surprised at this. You have a long way to go, Erza." "Yes," she said, nodding weakly, "I suppose I do. So, now that you tasted a fraction of my true power, what do you think?" She could have sworn she heard a hint of excitement through his stern, angry voice. "It was awesome," Erza said, making a fist. I felt incredible. I remember that armor, and it was strong enough to stop his sword. Without it, he would have cloven you in two, and we would not have this conversation, Tetsu no Tama said, nodding. Mark my words, though I did not give you that because you had earned it, but because his brutish ignorance was an affront to my pride as a Zanpakuto. He shifted a little. That, and I feared for your life. His voice was a little softer, if only for a second, and Erza smiled. You said you ask only the best of me just now, she said. Is that how all Zanpakuto do it? I know not the workings of other weapons, he said haughtily. Most of them are shamefully low class, inelegant and simple, and they interest me not. I know only what I ask, the best you could possibly do. And if I fall short? Erza said. If your true potential is never realized because I was very good, but not perfect. Perfection is nothing, and nothing is perfect, the spirit said, but the best you can be? That is what I want. Anything less is a half-baked, stillborn creation unworthy to be displayed to the world. If you one day gain Bankai, then hold me high for all the world to see, that all may know my glory our glory. I want everything, Erza. I want harmony, I want glory, I want power, I want strength, and if I cannot have that, then I want nothing at all. Everything or nothing. That's a rather extreme way of viewing the world, Erza said. I am a mirror of yourself, Erza, the spirit said with a smirk, and are you anything less than extreme? Anything less than extraordinary? You are my master, and you have earned that title. What else, then, could I want, but everything I could possibly have? Everything you could possibly give me. Erza smiled, cracking into a grin. It's a deal, then, she said happily. I'll give it my all, and I'll get to know you fully, and I'll earn that Bankai one day. I'll give you everything, Tetsu no Tama. Just you wait one day, before you know it, I'll show your full power to all the world. You are arrogant and brash, the spirit said, but his tone was approving, just like myself. Demand more of the world, Erza, and more of yourself, and you may well find that it shall give more than you had thought. That same night, Erza was on her way to meet Aizen and his two accomplices. She had received the summons the same day, the day she was let out of the hospital, and she wasn't quite sure what he wanted. Did it have to do with Kenpei? It probably did, but surely, he couldn't blame her for it. It hadn't been her fault, she hadn't asked for it. Feeling slightly nervous, Erza kept her head high, marching to the 5th Division Gardens under the cover of darkness. There, the three of them were already waiting for her, standing by a pond in the moonlight. Erza walked up to Aizen, and bowed quickly. Sir. She said curtly. Still so formal, Aizen said, smiling. You need not worry, I am not here to scold you. Was he a mind reader? This ordeal with Kenpei. I am told you nearly died. Nearly is never enough, Captain, Erza said stiffly. I was able to survive. That is all that matters. You would think it that simple, yes, Tyson said disapprovingly. We are planning for revolution, a war to create a new, better world. Everything matters, not just your endurance and hardiness, Scarlet. You were made a public spectacle of you, who should be keeping yourself back. None of us should draw any more attention than is proper, and that was certainly not proper. You should have run, not dash. Can aim, enough, Aizen said. His tone was gentle, but there was a firmness in his voice, and Tyson immediately closed his mouth. You believed you had no options, correct? Aizen said, nodding at Erza. That running would do you no good in the long run. It was possible to run, I think, Erza said, nodding slowly, but I wouldn't risk him taking it out on my friends. He is a monster who knows what he might have done. Aizen nodded. As expected of you, Erza. I recruited you because you had moral fiber, because you were exceptional. Not every decision we make will be the most reasonable, but you made the best choice you could. But, be careful, Erza. Kaname is a bit overzealous, and I do not mind you doing the extraordinary. In fact, you acting restrained would be more suspicious than a ludicrous act like that. But make no mistake, we will one day be at war. Be cautious in your actions, Erza, because this is no game. Perhaps you could not run this time, but you may have to learn to run away in time. As you say, Erza said stiffly. Most importantly, Aizen said, you must not fight Kenpeki again. Certainly not any time in the near future. You must avoid that at all costs. He is much too strong, and never mind the commotions, you might not be lucky enough to survive the next time. No need to give me an order like that. Erza said, making a fist. He's out of my league. I hate to admit it, but I can't beat him, not even close. Not yet, at least. I will be keeping out of his way, don't you worry. Good. Aizen said, smiling. That was all, I think. I will see you in the morning, Erza. Giving her a nod, Aizen began to walk away, Tissen in tow like a dog on a leash. As she watched him walk away, she noticed that Jin was lingering in the pale moonlight. He looked like a devil, more like a monster than ever. Feeling a chill creep up her spine, she began to walk away. Now, where y'all off to in such a hurry? Jin said, in his regular lazy drawl. To my bed, Captain. To go sleep. Erza said, and if she had sounded stiff before, she was now more rigid than a stone pillar. Real important, that. Gots to get that beauty sleep, don't we? Wouldn't do to carry out the revolution if we weren't looking our best, Sir. Erza said, wishing he'd just keep quiet, and far away from her. No doubt sensing how uncomfortable she was, Jin took a few steps closer. Nothin', Jin said. I'm just talkin', ain't I? That a crime, Vice Captain, sir? Of course not. Erza said, steeling herself. Though she was sure he'd never dare go against Aizen's orders, nothing about him made her feel like he wasn't a predator, like she shouldn't be ready to fight him off at a moment's notice. With a leering monster like himself, she would normally expect him to try and rape her, but she had the gnawing suspicion that if he did make a move, it would be much worse than that. Funny thing, revolutions, Jin said, sounding genuinely amused under his quiet, relaxed drawl, they're so full of people who think they're dead right about everything, that they'll make everything better if they just win. And at the same time, they can spill whole oceans of blood and not even flinch, so long as they believe it's for a good cause. Ain't that quaint, Lil Erza? You don't believe in Aizen's vision? Erza said defensively, staring intently at Jin, at every little movement he made. Oh, sure I do, Jin said, holding his hands up mockingly, as if to calm her down, a brighter tomorrow, and all that. Lil, kids playing in the sunshine, not Bane, afraid of hollows, or bullies, or nothin', having bright futures, I believe in that. If he believed in it, then Erza was the king of hollows. He was lying through his teeth, effortlessly and without even bothering to sound convincing. Well then Jews, like I knew it was proper honor when I had to kill a family out and the Rukonga cause their daddy had mouthed off to Aizen, just a month ago. Sure, I didn't enjoy puttin' my sword in the two lil kids, and I sure didn't mean to make their mother watch before I offed her, too. Sure didn't enjoy lookin' at the way their blood pooled in a moonlight. Nah, it was all for the greater good. I felt real sad about it, but this here is a great and noble cause demands sacrifice. I just hope it don't make monsters of us all. Sure, a great and noble person like Aizen, he'd never slip up, but me, I'm just a weak and uncertain person tryin' to do right, ain't I? Best just trust him, no matter what. Right. Erza said. She couldn't tell what parts of it were made up or not. One thing was clear, he hadn't said a single word with any kind of honesty attached to it. Blood, in the moonlight. It looks black, see, Jin explained. Trick of the eye. Ever wondered what yours would look like? He took a step closer. Immediately, Erza reached for her Zanpakuto. Just kiddin', he said, holding his hands up again. Then, he opened his eyes, just once, and Erza saw the red in them. We got plenty of work to do, Lil Erza, he said, his tone low and menacing, and best follow our example if want to keep up. With that, he turned around, and slowly walked away. Erza let out a long, trembling breath of relief, feeling shaken. Nothing he said could be trusted, not a single word. Yet somehow, deep down, she couldn't help but wonder, what cause could possibly be just, when it had the likes of him at its side. Halabel sat cross-legged in her room, in quiet contemplation. It was a good way to spend time in peace and quiet, a hard-earned privilege that she enjoyed. She was not one for many luxuries, but this, sitting undisturbed without having to fear for being attacked any second, that was a privilege worth having. Apache, Mila Rose, and Sun were all off in another room, quite safe. She was almost drifting into sleep, sitting deep in thought. It was surprising, then, and if she had been more emotional, maybe even irritating when her meditation was disturbed. She was only vaguely aware of the approaching riot until her door was opened, quite forcefully at that, by Erza Scarlet. Opening her eyes, Halibel turned to look at her. Erza didn't say a thing, not at first, simply marching up to Halibel. She had such a fierce look on her face, so determined it was both impressive and a little bit adorable. Being a Shinigami, she had always had it much easier, and that fierce look always looked out of place on people like her, in Halibel's opinion, but of course, it was very honest. Halibel, Erza said, standing in front of her. I need your help. Slowly, Halibel stood herself up, looking down on the young Shinigami. Speak. She said simply. I need to become stronger. Erza said, and there was a hint of something different in her voice. She was usually so chipper, so light-hearted, but now she sounded hard, a bit colder, maybe even disturbed. I need your help to do that. Do we not already train together? Halibel asked, her tone staunch and stoic. Beneath it, though, she felt a little curious. Recently, I learned something about differences in power. Erza said, and made a fist. I nearly died fighting a very strong Shinigami. Some people are just stronger. A good lesson. Halibel said approvingly. Knowing one's place is a good way to not get oneself killed. I need to reach that level. Erza said firmly. I need to fight people just that strong, until I reach my full potential and become just as strong as they are. You speak of Bankai. Halibel said. She was well aware of the Zanpakuto a Shinigami held, and the particulars of its power she would gain one day, when her Lord Aizen found a way to transform her into an Aaron car. No, not Bankai, Erza said, shaking her head. I do need one, eventually, but before that, I need everything else, Tyr. I need to master my body. I need to master my sword work. I need to master the chaos of a real fight. I need to learn everything I can about everything basic before I can even think of Bankai. Halibel raised an eyebrow. This was curious indeed, but she liked Erza's attitude. She was surprisingly humble for somebody so entitled. And if I were to beat you brutally over and over, giving you nothing but pain 1,000 times over, would that really help? Beat me as brutally as you like. Erza said. She swallowed, and added, well, as brutally as you think is right. Then, show me why I lost, and what I can do to avoid losing to that in the future. Be my teacher, Halibel. I know nothing of the Shinigami arts, Halibel said dismissively. Shinigami arts is not what I need. Erza insisted. I need experience. You've only ever fought to survive, in the harshest, most vicious places anyone could imagine, and you came out on top. I can't imagine a better teacher than that. Is that so? Halibel said contemplatively. There is no formal art to fighting for your life, for winning. All I could do is fight, and I am not used to restraining myself. You could get hurt, maybe badly. Maybe even die. I'd rather risk it and try than stay safe and be weaker than I should. Erza said stubbornly. Without a moment's warning, Halibel lashed out with her free arm, the one not fused with a gigantic bone blade, backhanding Erza. To the girl's credit, she managed to put her arms up to lessen the blow, but still went flying, tumbling across the floor. Erza coughed, but got up to her feet quick enough, and Halibel walked toward her, sword raised. Not bothering to wait, Halibel brought her bone sword down, and Erza just barely managed to draw her blade to block it. Halibel held back. Her strike was intentionally weak, but no doubt Erza still felt the effects. That was dash, Erza grunted, pushing back against Halibel. You wanted to learn the way of the hollow. Halibel said calmly, and under her mask she was smiling. There are no rules there. An attack could come at any moment, from anybody, without any mercy or restraint. Forget what you learned about fair and right if you want to master this, Erza Scarlet. You could go a little easier, Erza grunted. She continued to push back, then suddenly she relented, let Halibel push down, and redirected the force downwards. Her blade not in place to strike, Erza lunged forward, head-butting her. Halibel was not on to lavish praise on anybody, but it was a clever enough move for a beginner. It was, of course, pointless. As soon as she had slammed her forehead into Halibel's, she staggered back, no doubt seeing stars. Ow 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 ow. Erza murmured, a hand held to her head. I am taking it easy on you. Halibel said, the smallest hint of amusement in her voice. If I weren't, you would have died a dozen times by now. I think some of the best advice, in this moment, is to not slam your head into the bones of somebody whose ryotsu is thicker than yours by a factor of 10. I learned that, yes, Erza murmured, rubbing her head still. Again. Again. Hours later, Halibel walked away, feeling at least warmed up. She had managed to work up a sweat, although the biggest challenge had been not snapping Erza like a twig. Vastolord or not, she had the Hollow's killing instinct still. Erza, for her part, looked a mess. She was on her knees on the marble floors of the room they had trained in, and blood and bruises were all over her face, her body, and she was positive she had cracked at least 2 ribs. She was exhausted, too. Halibel had claimed she was going easy on her, but if this was easy then she didn't want to know what hard was. But this was still the path she had to walk, the path to strength, the path to a future where she would stand on equal ground with monsters like Kenpei, and win. You look like you need a hand. It was the ever so surprisingly kind voice of Nilil, always contrasting her grim appearance. She walked up to Erza, looking concerned. I'm fine, Erza said, breathing heavily. Just need to rest a bit. You need more than rest, I think. Nilil said, offering her arm. Are you badly hurt? Erza shook her head, and held up her hand. Good, then. Gently, Nilil took her arm, and pulled her up, putting Erza on her back. Keep your balance, and I'll take you to my room. Aizen-sama has left some medical supplies here, just in case. That'd be good right now. Erza said weakly, holding on to the centaur-like hollow as she gently trotted down the halls. For a race of monsters, they weren't terribly monstrous. The next day, still feeling a little sore, Erza had just returned from a day of patrols, part of which had really just been listening to details of Aizen's plans to come, while his Zanpakuto had conjured an illusion of her walking out when she saw Momo, on her way back to her personal quarters. Momo. Who might one day be her enemy, who might one day hate her as a traitor? No, Momo could never hate anyone. She would be heartbroken, and that was even worse. It was treason she was party to, all for a better tomorrow that would mean war, blood, death, that would mean friend against friend and all order turned upside down. And she would be fighting on the same side as Ichimaru-jin, not Hinamori Momo, and something about that felt very, very wrong. Oh, hello Erza, Momo said cheerily, waving at her as she walked by. Momo, Erza murmured, waving back unenthusiastically. Is something wrong? Momo said, concern in her voice, stopping and standing face to face with Erza. No, I'm just fine, Erza lied, and felt a stab of guilt as she did. I've just had a lot on my mind lately. That's fine. Momo said, nodding understandingly. I would feel down too, that whole thing with Zarakite-ku, that was just wrong. She said, huffing indignantly. It's not that. Erza murmured. She realized, and stopped herself not a moment too soon, that she wanted to tell her everything. Every clandestine little detail, every little part of the plan, get it all off her chest and damn the consequences. She hadn't realized, not until this moment, how much this had weighed on her. She was strong, always had been, but strength came in many varieties, and lying, keeping secrets, living 2 lives, that was not one of her strengths. She could see that plenty clear in this moment, with Momo's innocent, trusting face staring up at her. She wanted to tell her. But of course, she couldn't. Erza said, struggling to come up with another lie, feeling yet another pang of guilt. I feel lost. She said lamely, at last. Lost, Erza? Momo said, blinking at her innocently. Erza drew a deep sigh, one bordering on a groan, and said, "Look, have you ever felt like you are walking down the wrong path in life? Like you made a mistake somewhere, and even though you thought you did the right thing, you might be doing it wrong anyhow." "What do you mean?" Momo said. "Is something bothering you? You always seem so sure of yourself. I didn't know you." Realizing the situation might well be slipping away from her, and God's help her if Ichimaru thought Momo knew something she shouldn't, she almost desperately managed, croaking the words out. I joined here years ago now. I wanted, to make this a better place. I mean, not this," she said, gesturing vaguely at the space around them, "not the Godii, but the whole of the Soul Society. I know that's a weird, stupid, impossible idea, but I wanted it to be better. I wanted the village I started in to be safe, and all the other villages. I didn't want them to be so weak and defenseless. I wanted to protect them all, so I joined here, far away from them, and that just feels ridiculous, but I had to so I could help them. And I do. I send them money. But, it doesn't feel enough. At all. I can't help them, I can't protect them if they need me, not them, and not anyone else, and even though I try really hard, that's the way it is. Sometimes I just wonder, did I really make the right choice? Did I really, should I ever have left? Lying worked better when you weren't technically lying. When Momo thought she meant joining the Godii in the first place, it still made her feel guilty, but not as much. Never mind me. Erza murmured awkwardly, looking at Momo's confused expression. I'm rambling. Forget I said anything. Everyone has these doubts. Momo said simply. That's okay, I think. It's what makes us people. You worry about everyone, because you're a good person, Erza. Maybe you can't protect that village, but you can't protect everyone all of the time. All of us, each one, can't control a whole lot of our lives. We just do our best. Quietly, Erza nodded. And remember, Momo continued, if you hadn't joined up, I'd be dead right now. Me, and a whole lot more people. You did the right thing. You always do the right thing, because you're Erza. Even if choosing something is difficult, you'll always choose right, because you're a good person. I wish it were that easy. Erza murmured, but still felt some relief, Momo's words being like balm to an aching wound. But, isn't it, should I really try? To look out for more than just my own? I can't hope to change the whole world. You want to make things better. Momo said firmly. You do that, because it's who you are. How can you change the world, if you can't believe the impossible? Momo's words, innocent and sincere, resonated with her. They were Aizen's words, almost to the letter, but without the guile, without the ruthlessness and pragmatism, without the readiness to sacrifice and work with monsters, for the greater good. They were words to live by. Maybe you're right. Erza said, smiling slightly. Thank you, Momo. Anytime. Momo said cheerily. Oh, shoot, I'll be late for cleaning duty. I have to run, Erza. Waving at her cheerily, Momo half ran, half marched away from there, and Erza let herself smile a genuine smile, for what felt like the first time in ages. The years passed, one after the next, with a speed that seemed surreal. Always keeping the facade alive, always planning ahead, Erza felt uneasy every day. Knowing what she did was right, that there was a cause for it and that one day it would be over was little help. What Momo had said that one day had helped her believe, helped her stay her course. What they did was necessary, and revolution was never pretty, but still, the more it went on, the more she felt that hiding was not her style. This secrecy, this two-facedness, it came so naturally to Aizen, yet, it only made her uncomfortable. Still, there were good times. Like today, the day of Nozomi's graduation. The 5 years had passed in a flash, the young girl working hard every step of the way, reaching the top of her classes. In between her duties, her training with Halibel, which had been harder than any she had gone through, the Vastolord was absurdly strong and pushed her to her very limits, and whatever Aizen would need her for, she had had little time to visit. In the times she did, though, she had seen a clever, driven young woman, one with wit and intelligence and the will to make something of it. Here she stood, 5 years later, a fully graduated Shinigami, No longer wearing the red and white kimono of a student, a sword at her side, streaming out alongside a horde of fellow graduates, a sea of young, bright, and hopeful faces, all clueless about what lay ahead of them. But today was about Nozomi. Being an artificial construct hadn't hampered her any, as far as Erza could tell. If anything, it seemed to be in her favor. Her Ryotsu control was extraordinary, and she was at the top 5 in her Kido class. Erza! Nozomi cried cheerfully, almost screaming over the noise of her fellow ex-students. Erza, I did it. Erza just waved, smiled, and waited for her to get closer. I did it. Nozomi said, beaming at her, putting her hands at Erza's shoulders, a look of pure joy on her face. I made it. I'm a Shinigami now, Erza. Well done, Erza said, and allowed herself a smile. It's all thanks to you, Nozomi cried cheerfully. If you didn't dash. Hush now, Erza said sharply. Oh, I know, I'm not stupid, Nozomi said, both of them knowing what each of them meant. But, still. It's thanks to you, nobody else, Erza said firmly. Your struggles and achievements belong to you, and nobody else. Nozomi giggled, breaking into a laugh. You're always so serious. Come on, now is a time to celebrate. Go on and let loose with me. Unless, you're busy. She could see the hopeful look in her eyes. I have time, Erza said, with a bit of reluctant cheer in her voice. Awesome. Nozomi said. Hey, can I join your squad? Your captain seems like a good man, and, well, I want to have a friend there. She grinned widely. You should give that decision careful thought, Erza said strictly, and the two of them began to walk away, the flow of students beginning to ebb. It should not be done lightly, but with consideration. Always so serious. Nozomi said dismissively. But, if you really are sure, then it could be arranged. Erza said, nodding. Nozomi looked ready to burst with joy, and it pained Erza to bring her into the fold like this only to keep the truth from one more person. Great! Nozomi exclaimed. When can we do it? If you're insistent. Erza said, tapping her chin. If you really want it done quick, I could go get some forms from the captain's office. Then, we'll have a night out. I'll introduce you to my friends at the squad. Great. Nozomi said. All right, go ahead then. I'll wait here. Just don't take too long. Erza smiled, and nodded. Not too long. Got it. You're sure dash. Go. Nozomi insisted, grinning widely. Walking away, Erza smiled to herself. Even in deceit, there was something about such unabashed happiness that could not be denied. Aizen's office was locked, but she had a key, a privilege to her status as vice captain. She walked in, and lit the lamp. It was dark, nighttime coming soon, but she likely would stay up late. Celebrations were customarily of that nature, in her experience. Quietly, and trying not to mess with her captain's desk too much, she rummaged through his drawers. Application forms, they should be in here somewhere. Bottom drawer, maybe? Slowly, almost lazily, she looked through them. She was in no real hurry. They were here somewhere, and shouldn't be hard to find. There, at the second to last drawer she checked, were the forms. Wasn't it always so? And Erza picked them out, and moved to shut the drawer. It was strange how things worked. It was but a stray glance, a quick look telling her something was unusual, that made her see it. If she had just shut the drawer and walked out, it all might have been different. But she didn't. Under a stack of papers in the drawer, she saw a large print of some kind. The paper was green, quite unlike the black and white of regular papers and its letterings, and the small corner of it that she could see was filled with little numbers, math equations far beyond her understanding. Curious, only curious, and nothing else, she moved the stack a little. Was it some new paperwork? Some special order from higher up? They were rather silly sometimes. Then a note caught her eye. Subject progressing according to design at last. Green hair, gene manipulation successful. What was this? Erza took a closer look, pulling the paper out. Her breath trembling, she looked closer. They were blueprints. Diagrams, designs, full of little notes scribbled here and there. Erza was no scientist, but it looked familiar. It was a design for artificial souls. Specifically, the design Nozomi had been built by. She could recognize the shape more and more now, the same height, the same properties, the same design. This didn't make sense. All the blueprints had been destroyed back then. Eisen had said so. Looking carefully, she tried to make sense of it. It certainly wasn't Eisen's handwriting. The more she read, the more notes she saw it became clear. These were Keijiro Za's notes, the now dead med scientist. Here, in Eisen's desk. He had lied to her. Chapter 20, Nothing but rain, pain, and treachery. Thrust. Slash. Dodge. Counterattack. Jump, jump, jump. Dodge again. Strike. Her entire world was violence, her heart furiously pumping blood through her veins, pearls of sweat glistening in the moonlight of Hueco Mundo, dampening her Shiakusho. Erza was experiencing a completely singular focus. Nothing existed in the entire universe but her opponent and the weapon she swung. Halibel had pushed her hard these last 5 years. After 3 years' worth of training, she had finally needed to not hold herself back entirely, but no matter how far Erza came, the Hollow's energy seemed inexhaustible, and her power indomitable. Strangely, Erza rather liked it. At this moment, she welcomed the focus for more than one reason. What she had seen in Eisen's office that night, more than a week ago, had worn on her every waking hour since. There was no conceivable reason for him to have those designs. He had told her they had been destroyed by the Onmitsukido, but she had found them there, in his possession. As much as she wanted it not to be, the vain notion that perhaps he hadn't known they were there would not root itself in her mind. Eisen was a man of deliberation, of perfect calculation and planning. If the designs were in his desk, then he most certainly intended for them to be there. She had wanted to confront him at once, but had held herself back. He would have an excuse ready at the tip of his tongue, and she would believe it the instant he said it. She would want to, because he was a decent man serving a good cause, against tyranny and injustice. Everything she had seen had told her this. Yet, she had not confronted him. He had kept it from her, and now she was keeping her knowledge of this from him in turn. It was like a boil had burst, a boil of uncertainty and doubt which had worn on her for years, knowing how far they would have to go in the name of justice, what dark places it might take her. She had had these doubts for a long time, she realized, without wanting to acknowledge them. So it was that when she dodged under a broad swipe from Halibel's blade only to receive a hard backhand, hard enough that she could feel it resonate through the bone of her skull, she felt grateful for the pain and shock it brought. Fighting, she knew. She had lived and breathed fighting since she was a little girl. It had an almost poetic simplicity to it once you had it in your blood and bones. Fight, 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 be hurt, and hurt back. She understood it as intimately as a virtuoso understands his violin, as the scientist understands theory, as the artist understands his vision. She was thrown across the floor by the blow, a spatter of blood flying from her mouth, but she turned the momentum to her advantage. A helpless tumble was quickly made into a roll, and within seconds, she was on her feet again, launching herself at Halibel, the great sword render in her hand. She clashed with her again, sword pushing against sword. Halibel's strength truly was indomitable, unconquerable by Erza's level of strength, but she had come a long way since 5 years before, when she had first asked Halibel's help. It was a unique opportunity. Really, the Godii had few sparring partners with such strength, and none of them would have the time to train Erza like this. Furious sparring, so vicious and real that the difference between a true fight and a spar was needle-thin. 5 times each week, for 5 years, it had left her different. She had not gained power. Raw power, Ryatsu, was not something that you could just increase. You had what you got, and you made the most of what you had. No, what she had gained was control. If she tried, she could feel the blood running through her veins, the beats of her heart, the acids in her stomach. She could feel the courses of Ryatsu flowing through her body, billions and billions of microscopic particles making up her body. She had not gained an ounce of power. She had come to harness what she already had. Sword pushed against sword, in a furious reverse tug-of-war. Erza could not possibly win. Looking unimpressed, Halibel headbutted Erza, sending her staggering back. A hard, massive swing followed immediately, and Erza just barely brought her blade up in time. She knew this move, had suffered it 100 times and 100 more. She knew its momentum, read it like a book, and with a simple twist she caught the blow at just the right angle. Vicious, powerful, it nearly knocked her off her feet, but it went wide, most of the force behind the blow averted, swinging away from her. The opening was small, no bigger than the quarter of a second, but Erza needed no more. Quickly, she lashed out with a foot, kicking Halibel square in the chest. The hollow was sent reeling back, although with both her feet still firmly planted in the floor. Halibel was a stoic to the core, almost impossible to read, but Erza could see it in her eyes, the lust for battle, the killer instinct. She was excited. And, Erza guessed, quite possibly pleased as well. Happy might have been an overstatement, she wasn't sure she knew how to. It would take at least 2 seconds for Halibel to close distance again. It would be enough. Erza held the great, black blade up, feeling a billion particles run through her body, up the sword and back again in lightning fast current, as the spiritual charge began to climb, awaiting her command. Dragon strike! She roared, swinging the sword down. An arc of blue lightning shot out, crashing into Halibel with furious power. Every ounce of power she could use at once had been put into that strike, something she knew would likely kill almost any of her friends if it hit. But Halibel was not somebody she needed to hold back against. The arc hit, sending Halibel flying this time, right into the wall, and Erza sped forward, holding her sword out for a stab. She closed the distance in a second, her legs burning with the pain of muscles used to their limit as she ran, and there she was, ready to hit. But of course, Halibel stood up in time, redirecting the force of Erza's blow right into the wall. Her sword buried itself there almost to the hilt, and Halibel put her bony, white hand on Erza's face, holding it firmly. "This, I believe, is where I crack your skull like an egg," she said, sounding almost triumphant in her own subtle, subdued way. "Damn it," Erza grunted, letting her blade slide back into its Shikai form, pulling the sword out of the wall. "I got overeager. Overextended, I guess. Should we have done battle in real life, you would surely have died," Halibel said, gently letting go of Erza's head. Her voice, almost completely devoid of emotion, made Erza think of concern. "Yes, well, that makes it no different than any match before this," Erza said with a smile. "I had a good run, I think." "Battle cares not about good runs, Scarlet," Halibel said firmly. "All that matters is survival, who lives and who dies." Erza gave her a look, and Halibel gave the slightest of shrugs. "Yes, you did do better. An estimate of 42 minutes of high-intensive, demanding combat, wherein you mostly kept your guard up and even anticipated some of my moves. Your improvement is noted, Shinigami. I'd say it was at least, 12 times I saw your moves coming," Erza said cheekily. "You're not as impossible to fight as you think, you know." Halibel scoffed, a slight frown at her face. "You have grown bold, Scarlet. Arrogant, even. Or maybe I am just getting inside your head, so you'll underestimate me next time," Erza said, smiling at her friend. Halibel shook her head, and Erza half expected her to grunt disapprovingly, or some other extreme form of emotional expression. "Humans, Shinigami, that we are distant relatives would be beyond belief, did I not know it to be true. I shall never understand you if I live to be 10,000. That's how I felt when I first started speaking to my sword, and now look where I am," Erza said, her tone disarming. "Again?" Halibel said, almost hesitantly. She was a powerhouse indeed, but she seemed a little lost in exchanges like these. It was strange to not be the awkward one for once, Erza thought. "No, I think this will be enough for today," Erza mumbled. "Thanks, but I got some stuff to do at home." "Thanks, though." "Well, the awkward part still needed work." "As you wish," Halibel said, nodding. "You will find me where I always am, then." "Sure," Erza said, nodding. Bye, then." She waved awkwardly, and walked out. On her way to the portal, she fought the unease running through her. It almost made her nauseous. Truth be told, the stuff she had to do was a total lie, and had Halibel been any better versed in social interaction, she would have seen right through it. Perhaps even she had seen it. It was a lie. Even the singular focus of hard training couldn't make it go away entirely. She had been forced to join the Godai, many years ago, under none too subtle threat. She had learned that they had intended to kill her if she said no, just recently. But even under threat, she had told herself it was the right thing to do, the right place to be. She had gained power, skill, expertise, and most importantly of all, friends. All this, while doing service to humanity as a slayer of monsters and a guide of lost souls. She had been able to tell herself, for some time, that they were in the right, that she was in the right. That sure, they used rough methods and had strict laws, and some of their soldiers weren't what you'd call good people, but at the end of the day they all did good work for the betterment of the world, all of them. That maybe, if she rose high enough, she could change this place for the better. Then she had slowly seen the truth, seen the Godai Jusentai for what it was, a cruel, uncaring tyranny whose only merit was slaying hollows. Slaying them, not because it was the right thing to do, not because they had any desire for justice, kindness, or a better tomorrow, but because they wanted balance between the worlds. A status quo to keep, to make the worlds keep going, without a single care in the world for the suffering of the people in the Soul Society, without any concern for what means they used. If it meant hiring psychopathic monsters, then so be it. If it meant suppressing any freedom to dissent, so be it. What she had come to realize was that the Godai was the largest dark guild she had ever seen, wretched, indifferent, and evil. If Natsu had seen her serve that kind of power, he would have punched her in the face. Repeatedly. And she would have deserved it. Then had entered Aizen. It had been everything she should ever have wanted: to struggle against tyranny, not bowing to it like a coward because she was too weak to fight it head on. To create a new world order. But that in itself had taken her to places that were, in their own way, darker than any she had been. She had realized that while the Godai was corrupt, ruled by callous and uncaring people who hired monsters to do their bidding, it was also full of good, earnest people who wanted nothing more than to do right, people who were dead sure that what they did was justice. It was painfully obvious, from her perspective, that change was needed. No, not just needed, it was absolutely vital. But at the same time, she could not achieve it without hurting people. That had been the worst revelation of all. Ever since she was a little girl in fairy tale, she had been raised to have a firm moral core. Right was right, and wrong was wrong, and you always did the right thing even if it meant breaking the rules. It had always worked out for them. Now, she was in a place where she couldn't do the right thing without hurting a lot of people, where she would have to make herself a traitor to all her friends. For the greater good. And the problem was, when you started thinking the ends justified the means, where did you stop? It's not like they had had much respect for any greater sense of right, like the law, back in fairy tale, but here she was alone. There was no wise guild master to rely on, no friends raised next to her to be just as firm and reliable. Who would stop her if she went wrong? What if she one day decided that killing people, even innocent ones, was all right so long as it was for the greater good? And now, on top of all of these doubts, were Aizen himself. A liar. The one she had trusted more than anything, let herself talk into treason in the name of a better tomorrow, to fix the gaping wound that was the Godai, and the entire Soul Society had lied to her all this time. She wished she could call this an eye-opening moment, that this was it and from now on she'd make a new path, but it wasn't. Even if Aizen were the worst scum in the world, and she certainly did not know enough to make that kind of judgment, he wasn't wrong. The Godai was all wrong, all power and no passion, a cold and unemphatic entity, carrying all the love and care of a dead fish. That was what made her so uneasy, what killed her sleep at night. That, no matter how she looked at it, she could find no right or wrong. She knew right from wrong, yet she could seem to find neither in the path she had taken. Was it always like that? Was she always just lucky enough, back in fairy tale, to maintain a grand delusion about morality? What on all the earths were she to do? Erza. I'm so glad you could make it. The voice was Momo's, as strangely soothing as always. She had risen fast these last few years. She was a natural talent, better at soldiery than Erza herself in many ways. Just last week, Aizen had promoted her to third seat. She was smiling brightly, as she should. This was her party. Rangiku had been the one to insist, naturally, but it didn't seem anybody minded. It was a small gathering anyhow. Comparatively speaking. There was herself and Momo, naturally, there was Rangiku, of course, busy pouring drinks. It was some strangely colored liqueur from the world of the living, one that she'd undoubtedly feel the sting of in the morning if Rangiku had her way. There was Isane, sitting in the couch, looking a bit uncomfortable as usual. Next to her, Nimue, resting her head against Isane's shoulder, looking oddly at peace. Good, if anybody could use a good friend, it was her. There was Nozomi, wearing her brand new Shinigami's uniform even to this informal occasion, looking constantly a little amazed, and there was Rukia not looking quite so much in the spirit of partying, but present nonetheless. Another friend of Momo's was here as well, Hitsugaya Tuhiro. Erza had never really had the chance to speak with him properly before he was but a child, in body if not in spirit, and worked himself hard, and rarely had leisure time to spend. Erza doubted he even wanted it. Still, she was impressed by his growth rate. Becoming a third seat in only 8 years was unheard of, especially for someone so young. They had only spoken briefly, but he seemed nice enough, if not especially friendly. Though, being a childhood friend of Momo, she supposed he would have to be. Of course, there was at last Momo, beaming brightly like a child on its birthday. She had worked hard, and she had been rewarded far beyond her expectation. Just the look on her face was enough that Erza could, for the moment, forget the cloud of anxiety hanging over her head like a thundercloud readying to burst with lightning. Of course I came. Erza said, smiling back solemnly. I wouldn't miss it for the world. You're my precious little student, and you've come so far. I'm not little. Momo exclaimed, sounding almost indignant, but there was not much that could take away her joy at this moment. Is that so? Erza teased, walking in close and towering over her. She stood well over a head taller. I'm not that little. Momo grumbled. Of course you're not. Erza said, ruffling Momo's hair. You're like a tiger in spirit. A small, adorable tiger. That's nevertheless very fearsome. And cute. Geez, Erza. Momo huffed, blushing a little. Congratulations, Momo, Erza said, smiling a genuine smile for what felt like the first time in ages. You earned it. She pulled Momo into a quick hug. Friends, gods, how good it felt to have friends. I'm not sure I did, Momo said, a little flustered as she broke the hug, but, thank you, Erza. Aizen is a fair man, Erza said, not quite sure if it was a lie, and he would never have promoted you if he hadn't believed you deserved it. He's not like some captains who will go on looks alone, you know. I know, it's just, making third seats in 5 years? That's incredible, isn't it? It's faster than you, isn't it? I mean, not that I meant I'm better dash. It's all right, Momo, Erza said reassuringly. You probably are better, anyhow. Just wait till you start filling out the paperwork, and delegating work, and taking complaints from 1,000,001 people who don't have the guts to go to the captain but sure don't mind going just below that. You'll be sorry then. She smiled again. Thanks. Momo said, giving her a quick hug again. Well, come on, it's a party, let's go have something to drink. She gave Ranjiku's table of drinks, now quite full of glasses with liquids of varying, bright colors, a suspicious look, and said, well, not too many. Maybe just the one. Erza suggested, as they walked over there. Just the one. Momo agreed, looking excited. Or two. But definitely not more than that. Good choice. The two walked over, and Erza settled for a yellow, not quite as garish as the other's drink. Color, it turned out, was no indicator for taste, it burned like fire with every sip. Congratulations, Momo. Nozomi cheered, walking over to the two of them. I hope I'll do as well as you will one day. Thanks, thanks. Momo stuttered, looking a bit flustered at all the praise. Would you look at that, Momo, you're a role model now, Erza said, only half teasing. Me. Momo said, almost shrieking. The alcohol seemed to get to her head fast. Don't be silly, I'm just, well, me. Nothing special. I just, worked hard. Admirable in itself. Erza said. Like it or not, lots of people will look up to you now. It's a high position. Oh my goodness. Momo said. I hadn't thought of that. You'll do great. Nozomi said firmly. Let me tell you something, Erza said. Remember the first time I walked into your classroom, Momo? All those years back. Of course, Momo said, nodding. You looked so tough and strong. I did, yes, Erza said, nodding, but the truth is, I was completely terrified. Shaking in my boots, not literally, but I was. No way. Momo said. But you took charge of everything like it was nothing. Here's what I told myself, Erza said. Act like you know what you're doing, and people will believe it. And it turned out to be true, didn't it? If ever you feel unsure about something like that, just pretend you know what you're doing. When you're in charge of people, they need to believe they're being led by somebody who knows where to go and what to do. Manage that, and you've got half of leadership done already. Huh. Momo said bemusedly. That's a great story. Nozomi said. But I can't imagine you being afraid of anything. She giggled. Oh, a laugh in the face of danger. Except not really laugh, but sort of glare at it, really hard. You know what I mean. Anyhow, Erza said, trying to unawkward the point she was trying to make, hollows are easy. Sure, they can rip your guts out with their claws, and sure they represent the worst of humanity, and sure you could die on any mission where you hunt them. Seeing the faces of Momo and Nozomi, Erza realized that inspirational speeches were not really her thing. What I am trying to say is, fighting hollows is easy. They want to kill you, you want to kill them, and that's all there is to it. I've got my sword, the skills to use it and power to back it up, and I walk into a fight with them, and either I die or I live. Simple. People, though? People can be terrifying. You never know what they'll do next, and you can't whack them with a sword to make them go away. That makes sense, I suppose. Nozomi said, nodding. You're strange, Erza, did anybody ever tell you that? They never really stop. Erza said soberly, ironically downing her drink. It's a good kind of strange. Momo insisted. It'd be boring if you weren't the way you are, Erza. Thanks, Momo. Erza said affectionately. But this night isn't about me, now is it? You've done great, and we're here to celebrate you. Well, I'm not that special. Momo protested, almost as if by routine, blushing again. Yes, you are. Erza said firmly, in a tone that brooked no disagreement. You're special and that's it, no more arguments, young lady. Nozomi said firmly, taking on a deeper tone that, supposedly, was an imitation of Erza. It wasn't the best, but it made the three of them burst out in laughter. Say, Nozomi said, grabbing another drink, that's Nimue over there, right? Vice Captain of 12th Division. And I sane. And Rainjiku's here, too. And me, of course. You're around a whole lot of vice captains. Erza said. Is it true, that her captain built her? From nothing. Nozomi said curiously. Erza knew where this was going, of course Nozomi herself was a mod soul. It's awful how he treats her. Momo said, shaking her head. It's true, yes, Erza said. I think the legality is a bit shaky, but he can do about anything so long as he says it's for science. And she's a full Shinigami. Nozomi said. Better, actually. Momo said, nodding cheerfully. Since she was designed, her Ryotsu flow is more efficient than a regular soul's. So I heard, at least. So it's an advantage, then. Nozomi said, smiling. There's advantages to everything if you just look. Erza said. And the most important thing is, we care about her whether she was designed or not. Of course. Nozomi said, nodding, and giving her a look. Well, more drinks. Just the one. Momo said, smiling. The next day Erza woke up, and with a small note of pride noticed that she only had a slight headache. Rainjika was mightily persuasive, especially when it came to frivolous matters, but Erza has remained strong. Anxiety was good for something, at least. After a quick breakfast, she made her way out into the Godii, into the bright, shining, deeply corrupt Godii, to go on about her duties in service of tyranny. Her thoughts might have continued as such till they spiraled out of control, had a familiar presence not distracted her. Erza. The voice, jolly, firm, a bit childish, was unmistakable. Her once captain, Sheba is Hein. Erza, how ya doin'? Captain. She said, standing up straight. I'm fine. Ya looked real lost in thought there. Eisen working ya hard. He said, grinning the same dumb, disarming grin. Something like that. She mumbled. Well I'm headed out to the world of the living. Great big mission. He leaned in, and gave her a look. Come to think of it, I could use backup. Mission intel didn't say it'd be too dangerous, but, you can never be too sure, right? I see why you'd say that, yes. Erza said, nodding. Kyan, is Hein's cousin, had died fighting alone, she recalled. How about your vice-captain? Rangiku. Is Hein said, scoffing. She got drunk as a skunk last night, and I don't think she got out of bed yet. Probably won't till it's noon. Ha, she won't be so pleased when I land her with the paperwork from this mission, and maybe 10 or 20 more. You are a cruel man, Captain. Erza said, smiling. I am. Is Hein said, laughing heartily. You know me, tough love, leadership and all that to the bone. But say, you wanna come? I don't know. Erza said. There was protocol to observe, she'd have to file the request with her captain, and you couldn't just run off like this, so suddenly. Are you sure? Something sparked in Erza. Running headless into the thick of it without regard for the consequences, when had she forgot how to do that? No, being away would be fantastic, away from the doubts, and away from Eisen. She frowned, and said, with a steely look on her face. No, I'm not. Does that mean you're coming or not? Is Hein said. I'm coming. She said determinedly. In fact, let's go at once. Damn, you're really aching for some action, huh? Is Hein said, grinning. Don't tell me Eisen's hard work means pencil pushing. Oh, you know how it is, Captain, Erza said evasively, you can't lift a sword without having to write a 20-page essay on it. Ha! Ain't that the truth? Come on, let's get out of here before the pencil pushers find us. I bet you we'd have to fill a form just to leave through the portal. Erza nodded, and together they walked their way toward the mission zone. She kept looking around her, expecting to see Eisen, or Jin, tearing her away from this. Just weeks ago, she had thought of them both as allies. Now, she wasn't sure what to think. Karakura town looked the same as before, for the most part. The human world did change a lot, of course a Shinigami's world was static, bound by tradition and the view on life that one gets with a centuries-long lifespan. But though there were more cars, more people, more houses, it looked mostly the same. Erza and his Hein landed softly on the ground, having descended from up high. The portals never seemed to bother with opening ground level. It's here. Erza said. People could get caught up. We'll find somewhere secluded, well, as much as we can, I'll flare up, and make it come to me. I'm good at letting loose. Erza said worriedly. But fighting like this, what if somebody winds up hurt? Because of me. Trust me, the what-ifs are much worse if we don't get this thing soon. Is Hein said firmly. Say, what if we don't catch this thing today? Could mean dozens dead, or worse. What if it got away? Hundreds more dead in the long run. I hate to say it, but even if we run the risk of humans getting caught in the crossfire, the alternative is much worse. Got that? Feeling a little uncertain, Erza just nodded. Right was right, and wrong was wrong, but sometimes, there was just the better of two options. She knew at least that much now. Together, they sped into the city, searching for some place deserted. It took some time, but at last they found a building that, according to the sign next to it, was condemned and scheduled for destruction. Perfect. Or rather, as close to perfect as it got. Still worried, Erza followed his Hein to the rooftop. What's the plan now, Captain? She said, looking around her. I do hope you have a plan. She should be more respectful, she knew, but his Hein, despite having what it took to be a captain, was, well, a goof. Of course I have a plan. Isheim huffed. It's a brilliant, intelligent plan, which I spent all of last night planning. That being, sir. I'm going to stand here, and flare my riotsu until the hollow shows up. Drawn like a moth to the flame, I'll strike him down immediately. Mentally, Erza put her palm to her face. Yep, she had been right to doubt, after all. That's it. She said skeptically. Hey, don't knock the plan. Isheim said spiritedly. Hollows love riotsu, so that's what I'll give it. No need to make it complicated, keep it simple when you can, that's a good rule. Akem's Zanpakutu, I think they call it. And if it doesn't show? Erza said. Then I'll look very silly. But I do that all the time, so I don't mind. Isheim said cheerily, and let his riotsu rise and flare, rapidly growing to as high of an output as he could under the limit seal they both wore, holding them down to 20%. Some time passed, a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, they were approaching 10 minutes, and Erza was starting to wonder if her captain would faint from riotsu drainage before anything remotely wicked would come their way. But then it happened. It came fast, so fast a massive, malevolent source of riotsu, climbing up the side of the building. Out of nowhere. It had to have hit its riotsu, Erza thought. Dear Lord, it was huge. She couldn't see it yet, but the presence felt nearly overwhelming, not quite like Halibel's, but most certainly up there. Seconds later, a bony, clawed hand grabbed hold of the roof's edge, and the hollow heaved itself up in one swift motion. It wasn't very large, in fact, she saw it was not much taller than herself, as it landed on the roof. It had a long, narrow mask, with 2 red lines running down vertically from its forehead and over its eyes, and 2 bull-like horns protruding from its forehead. It had hands almost like a human's, except it was bony and clawed, and a tail protruded from its rear. It was so small for a hollow. Humanoid. Was it a Vastolord, like Halibel? No, she had spent enough time around them to know the feeling. It was always subtle, overwhelming, like a dam that could burst at any moment but chose not to. They were the pinnacle of hollow evolution. This was not. Its power was raw, radiating in big, uncontrolled bursts just like her captain's, and it glared at them with yellow, hungry eyes, glowing at them with sheer malice. It was powerful, all right, but it had none of the restraint, none of the control. It was different. She didn't like this. Well, you are damn ugly. Isheim said cheerfully, his sword out and held at the ready. Let's do this, then. Scarlet, get my back. Erza didn't have the time to so much as nod before the hollow sped forward, at an unnatural, vicious speed comparable even to a high-level shunpo. Isheim, though, was not a captain for nothing. Instantly, he had caught the hollow's first swipe, and undeterred by its furious charge, he pushed back. The monster slashes at him with its free arm, but Isheim put a foot in its chest, kicking it back. The hollow skid back, sliding across the rooftop, leaving deep claw marks in its floor. Strong, Isheim said. Scarlet, did you fall asleep? And no, sir. Erza exclaimed, holding up her sword. Good, cause this will be a hard one. Isheim said, nodding. Burn, Injetsu. He cried, and his Zanpakuto glowed. There was no noticeable change on the outside, but his riotsu changed, so much better focused now. He was serious, and she should be too. Strike, Tetsu no Tama. Erza snapped, and she felt the spirit heed her command a little reluctantly, but still. Her blade changed into the axe breaker, and she stood ready. Not a moment too soon, the hollow immediately charged at Isheim, furiously clawing at him, lashing out with a combo of sharp claws, kicks, and even a tail lash. Isheim neatly parried each strike, but he was on the defense. He met each strike so far, but seemed to have no window to hit back. The monster moved in a blur, with precision and fury unlike any she had ever seen from a hollow before, well, not counting her friends in Hueco Mundo. Erza did not stand idle. Grasping breaker with both hands, she strode forward, and swung in a wide arc, cutting into the beast. It wasn't meant to hurt it much, just get its attention. The beast caught her swing with one arm, and though it had no face, she could swear it looked surprised that her swing had cut it, chipped its bony armor, cracked its skin. It growled, and Erza stepped back. Isheim seized the opportunity, and slammed the pommel of his blade in the hollow's mask. It staggered back for just a second, and Ishain raised his blade. "Get Juga Tenshao!" he roared, bringing his sword down hard from upon high. Erza could feel it, every little particle aligning, charging up, dispersing. In the shape of a crescent moon, the blast hit the hollow square in the chest, sending it flying off the rooftop. Think that did it?" Erza asked, as they watched it sail through the air. "Not a chance," Ishain said, shaking his head. True enough, the hollow recovered, willing itself to stop its descent, and leaping through the air right back at them. "Ready!" Ishain snapped. "Don't underestimate it dash." He had no time to finish his sentence, the beast was already upon him, pushing him hard. He was still holding, still avoiding injury, but he was on the defensive now. It would only be a matter of time. Erza cut in again, quickly moving at the hollow, her axe out and ready. She moved in to swing, but that instant, the hollow caught Ishain in the chest with a kick, sending him back. Immediately, it grabbed Erza by the arm. For a second, she saw it up close, its evilly grinning non-face, its cold and rank breath, its glowing yellow eyes, and then she saw it. In its free hand, a red ball of energy. She knew what it was. She had seen Minos use it, she had seen Halabel demonstrate it. "Zero!" she hissed, desperately trying to break herself free. "OSH!" Then the red ball turned into a bright, red beam, hitting her point blank, and Erza was sent flying. Barely conscious, she was aware of pain distant, but present, all over her body like fire. She saw the building grow smaller and smaller, and then, she hit the ground. Things went dark. She awoke with a start, sitting right up. She immediately regretted it, snapping awake with a jolt of pain. She felt asphalt under her palms, and she ached. She felt burns on her skin, and in general she had the sensation that somewhere down the line, a speeding train had run her over. The hollow. Yes, the hollow. Ignoring the pain, Erza stood up. Her sword. Where was Tetsu no Tama? Almost panicking, she looked around. There, on the ground, not far from her, it lay, looking quite whole. Quickly, she stepped over there, her steps wobbling a bit. With an almost desperate eagerness, she put her hand around its hilt. Relief flooded through her as she felt its spirit respond, its mind connecting with hers. The scabbard was gone, but that was unimportant. Where was she exactly? She looked around. She hadn't noticed until now, but it was an alley. Dirty, with garbage bags lying around it. How did she end up here? Oh yes. Zero. The fight. Erza's mind snapped awake, properly awake, and she sensed for her captain's Ryotsu. She had no idea for how long she had been gone. Was it minutes? Was it hours? Desperately, she tried to feel for his presence. The worst of thoughts raced through her head, fantasies of her captain dead and broken, a feast for monsters, that she had been beaten so easily and failed him, and no, please no. But then she felt him, not far off. She sped out of the alley, and felt a little silly. The building they had been on was only a block away, and it only took a few well-placed jumps to get back. The fight was still going strong. She felt it now as Hein's Ryotsu blazing strong. The dark and vicious Ryotsu of the hollow. Was it a bit weaker now, or was it her imagination, and something else? She got back up on the rooftop again, one last jump propelling her through the air. What she saw was unexpected. Ishain, she saw, was in a bad way. He was bleeding heavily, and although she couldn't see how bad it was through his torn shiakusho, it was obvious he was badly injured. The hollow looked in no better shape, bleeding from multiple wounds all across its body. But what was truly strange was the third arrival. A young woman, human judging by her Ryotsu, was peppering the monster with brightly shining arrows. She was young enough to be a schoolgirl, Erza was sure of it, and she was winning. A Quincy, here? They were, not dead, not all of them. The young woman drew her bow again, a bolt of blue energy flying from it in an instant, spearing the monster through the chest. It roared, attempting to leap at her, but before it had even taken its second step, another bolt hit it square in the chest, and another, and another. The monster roared, screamed, looking furious that its assailant stood so far away, beyond its reach, but his screams were in vain. With cold precision, a look of true focus on her face, The Quincy wore down the hollow with one bolt after another, methodically hammering it to the ground. Within seconds, well over a dozen bolts had pierced its chest, glowing a light blue before dissipating. The beast writhed, rolling on the floor top in its death throes, mortally wounded. The Quincy girl walked forward, from near the edge of the roof, and stopped just a few yards from where the monster lay. Looking fully on her guard, she strung her bow again, took aim, and struck it square between the eyes with a charged spirit bolt. Its mask cracked, the hollow screamed, and it dissolved. But it was different, so different any normal hollow would simply disintegrate, its particles shattering to the winds, but this hollow, it was as if it had become smoke, a lingering mist. The Quincy girl jumped back, out of its way, and the mist finally dispersed, like a clearing fog, and Erza could feel its presence no more. Quickly, Erza hurried over to Ishain. He had looked bad before, and he looked worse now. She could see several gashes on his chest where his shiakusho had been ripped, a nasty cut in his thigh, but, worse still, his skin looked gray, and his eyes looked blank. "Captain!" she cried, kneeling by his side. "Captain, are you all right?" Got some good hits in dash," Ishain said, his voice a weak, hissing parody of his normally strong, deep tone. Stronger, and I thought Scarlet, ICNT breathed dash. He seemed out of it, struggling for breath. Desperately, Erza tried to see what was wrong. He was wounded, all right, but Shinigami were made of stern stuff, and a captain could survive much worse than this. No, this looked like something foul had come over him. His Ryotsu was in flux, utter chaos, as if he was tearing himself apart from the inside. She had learned much about Ryotsu since her school days, but nothing about this made any sense to her. "Quincy!" Erza cried, looking at the girl. "Please, we need help. I beg you." The Quincy's surely hated them all. If there were survivors, they had been hunted to extermination by her kind, by the Shinigami. She had probably only shown up to destroy this one hollow, an accidental ally, but she had to try, because she had a feeling if she didn't, she would watch another friend die. She would beg as much as necessary, no price was too big to save him. But she wouldn't respond. Why would she? Their two races were enemies. But to Erza's surprise, the Quincy carefully walked toward her, looking on her guard still. She went down on one knee next to Ishain, and put a hand on his chest. "Thank you." Erza burst out. "Oh, thank you dash." "Shush." The Quincy said, her tone sharp although less sharp than Erza would have expected. "I am trying to focus." Erza opened her mouth, then thought better of it, and nodded. She leaned back, letting the Quincy do her work. All she could do was hold his hand, not knowing if it did any good or not. For a few minutes, the Quincy seemed not to do much of anything. She touched various parts of his body, his chest, his forehead, his stomach, his legs. It seemed like nothing, but Erza knew it was not so simple. She was examining him, reading his Ryotsu to an extent she herself could not. The Quincy's, she recalled, were masters of spiritual manipulation. They had to be, lacking the natural affinity for it that any Shinigami would have. Eventually, the Quincy stood up, looking unsure. "Well," Erza said anxiously. "His core is beginning to destabilize." "You do know what a core is, yes?" Sure, Erza said, nodding. She remembered that much an abstract concept used to refer to the center of Ryotsu flow, from which all other particles emanated. "Then you know what happens if he is not treated. He will destabilize entirely, and dissolve just like a hollow." The Quincy said. "Probably within an hour, I think." Erza panicked. Could she get him back in that time? She would have to call for a portal, call for emergency medical aid, and even then it'd need experts. What were she to do? "I'm sorry," the Quincy said, sounding sincere. "I think he will die soon. Please, you have to help." Erza hissed, desperately grabbing the girl by her arms. You have to. There has to be something you can do." "I can't," the Quincy protested. "It's well beyond my ability. I'm not even grown up yet. I can't help." Erza felt, like so many times before, like an abyss was opening under her feet. "No, not again, not again. I know somebody who could." the Quincy said, and Erza felt like she could kiss her. Who? She exclaimed eagerly. Who? Where? I'll take you to him, said the Quincy. Can you carry him? Not a problem, Erza said, gently picking his hind up, holding him in her arms. He felt limp, and so much colder than he should be. This way, the Quincy said, and leapt off the rooftop. Erza swallowed, hesitated how fast could she go, with this hind like this, but jumped after her, speeding off in a shunpo, hoping dearly it would not be too late. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably less than 10 minutes, the Quincy slowed down. They had got to what looked like an alley of sorts, looking mostly deserted. There was what looked like a candy store or a store of some kind, at least. Oddly, Erza noted, there seemed to be no customers anywhere, despite it being in the middle of the day. I'll go get him, the Quincy said. Just wait here. He's shady, but I don't think he's a bad person. It's not like you have any options, anyhow. Sure, Erza said, nervously cradling his hind's lifeless form. Why? Why did things always have to go to hell like this? Why was being dead so much harder than being alive? Another few minutes passed, and the Quincy came out again, followed by a large, burly man with glasses, 2 children, and a man with blonde hair, simple Japanese clogs, and a green and white striped hat obscuring his eyes. He carried a cane, and looked rather lackadaisical. Ah, we do have guests indeed, said the hat, smiling a friendly grin. 2 Shinigami, I see. Important ones. Even good day to you, Miss Vice Captain of Division 5, and Captain of Division 10. He waved cheerily. Get him inside, he said, nodding to his muscular associate. The man promptly walked up to Erza, and took his hind from her, carrying him inside. Erza was not sure if she should protest, but was in no state to do anything about it. She still ached from the blast she had taken, she was emotionally and mentally exhausted, and she noticed now that she had got the captain to safety, physically exhausted too. Well, come on inside, the hat said, bowing sardonically, and gesturing at the door. It may be but a humble store, for a humble store owner, but it will accommodate an injured reaper nonetheless. Hesitantly, Erza walked inside. Can you fix him? She mumbled. That girl, the Quincy, she said he'd die within the hour. My associate is an expert, I assure you, the hat said, walking inside behind her. Under his tender mercies, your man will be up and about in no time. I should warn you, though my services do not come for free. Sure, Erza mumbled. He's noble and all, so I think he's got the money. Who said anything about money? The hat said, with a strange tone. By all means, come sit down. He showed her to a room, with comfortable sitting mats, and Erza gratefully sat down, resting her back against the wall. But where are my manners? Said the man, and took a seat opposite of her. I am Urahara Kisuk, humble store owner, procurer of rare items, and trader of secrets. Wait. Erza mumbled, something clicking inside her head. Urahara. I know that name. You're, traitor, she exclaimed, reaching for her sword. Looking for this? Urahara said, with a smug grin, holding Tetsu no Tama in his hand. I relieved it from your belt when you walked in. Amazing that it didn't rip through your sash as you ran, really. Give it back. Erza snapped, leaning forward, attempting to get up, but Urahara pushed her in the chest with the end of his cane, putting her back. In time, he said. We'll have a little talk first. Then, we'll see. I'll demolish you. Erza growled. You think I won't? You think being a little beat up will stop me from wrecking your store in your face? Will you now? Urahara said, sounding amused. Yes, you are very determined. I was wondering, though, what not one but 2 of Aizen's puppets were doing in my town at once. What? Erza said, sounding genuinely surprised. I don't know what you're talking about. You're as bad a liar as my intel had me believe. Urahara said bemusedly. I am a trader of secrets. Simple secrets, like what the 1st Division's vice captain likes for breakfast, or the secret stash of erotic novels that the 2nd Division's captain collects, or what made the captain of 11th the brute he is. Then there are the secrets, like Eisen Sauschik, and his little scheme to replace a cruel, callous tyranny with a cruel, callous, slightly more efficient tyranny. I'm not. Erza insisted. Please, let's not keep insulting the both of our intelligences like this, Urahara said casually. I know quite a few things, Erza Scarlet. Eisen Sauschik, secret revolutionary. Uses illusory abilities. Cold, scheming, ruthless, highly intelligent but not as intelligent as he thinks he is. Long-term plan to overthrow the order of the Godai 13, to create his own personal new world order. Allied to Ichimaru Jin, psychopathic sadist murderer, as well as several key figures in Hueco Mundo. Erza gaped. How could he possibly know all this? And allied also, of course, to you. He continued. Only, all my sources paint you as a good and moral figure. Somebody who believes strongly in right and wrong. A terrible liar, too. That considered, he must have made you believe. Believe in his vision, while conveniently editing out the parts that would not appeal to you. Like the way he framed me for the hollowification experiments, or how he commands his hollow friends as tools, goodly or not. How the hell do you know? Erza said. And he's not. Pay attention, Erza Scarlet. He said dismissively. I know many things about those who may one day be my enemy. I know every captain, every vice captain, every ranked officer of consequence, which aren't that many, to be honest. You, I know intimately. Forced into service, graduated with decent grades. Suffered tragic accident soon after your graduation, resulting in the death of all but one of your classmates. Went on to join Division 11, then 10, then 5, which is where I assume Eisen sunk his claws into you. Stellar reputation as a fighter, but known for a general lack of diplomacy or subtlety. Supremely competent in some areas, incompetent in others. And judging by your Ryotsu, I'd say you've spent a lot of time with Eisen's pets. Does the company of Hollows appeal to you, Erza Scarlet? He smiled, a smug, inscrutable smile, and Erza felt herself boiling over. Her name is Halibel. She is a person. Urahara nodded. As good a start as any. Erza took a few breaths. How the hell could somebody know this much? About their plans, all along, from the outside? Why did he hate Eisen so? He was a traitor, a very clever traitor. She couldn't trust a word he said, but for now, she and Isheim were in his hands. This could turn ugly. Not that I believe you at all, Erza said, because you are a traitor and a mad, amoral scientist, but... He chuckled. To be called a traitor by a traitor, Erza, now that's amusing. But, go ahead. You said 2 puppets. Erza said, scowling. You don't mean Captain Shiba and I? No, of course not. He said, seeming as infuriatingly amused as ever. I meant the hollow. It has Eisen's signature all over it. An enhanced hollow with special abilities, very much experimental, but clearly designed for a specific purpose. That is him, all right. Nobody besides him has ever successfully attempted hollow experimentation. Except you. I could, if I wanted to. Urahara said dismissively. There certainly is much to learn. But sadly, I haven't got the budget. Do you know how much a functional lab for that kind of research would cost? Millions, maybe billions, a full research team, one's conscience. Conscience. Erza sneered. You hold us in debt for keeping a man alive, and you speak of conscience. I am a businessman, not a doctor. He said, shrugging. And even doctors get paid. But to the matter at hand, that little pawn of his did not really die. I saw it destroyed. Erza said flatly. How could it not? Urahara smiled. Now there's the crux. Its essence lingered and attached itself to the only possible host body around. I wager it was supposed to possess a human, because it seems a poor fit for a Shinigami. Why? What would the point be? To poke things with a stick and see what they do is the basis of any science anywhere. Urahara said. But, Erza said, frowning, why would you tell me all of this, if you know I am on Aizen's side? An even better question. Urahara said. I was starting to think your intelligence had been overstated. Erza harumphed, but the blond man ignored it. Yes, why would I tell you? This is a good day for me, you see, because one way or the other, Aizen loses 2 of his pawns. All that remains to see is if I have to kill you, or if you leave him voluntarily. How will you know if I really mean it? Erza said, glancing at her Zanpakuto, still in his hands. Because you are a terrible liar. Urahara said. I can see you ogling your weapon, for one. Trust me, even if you were healed and rested, I've no doubt that you would die if I wanted it so. You are a skilled fighter, but you have the subtlety of a hammer. You are terribly predictable. I have a plan for taking on any officer of strength that includes you. Erza grit her teeth, and glared at him. What will you do to his hind? Urahara scoffed. Heal him, of course. Then charge his family an outrageous amount of money, and make sure he knows he owes me one. I'm a businessman, not a villain. Very well then. Do what you must. Erza said, keeping herself calm. Urahara rolled his eyes. Good lord, you're dramatic. I haven't decided to kill you yet, dummy. No, I'd like you to make your own mind up. He reached into his coat, and pulled out a file. Here. He said, holding it over to her. Erza frowned. Urahara sighed, and held up Tetsu no Tama to her, hilt first. A token of goodwill, Miss Vice Captain. He said. Now please, accept this file. Eagerly, Erza snapped her sword from his grasp, and glared at him. Hesitantly, not sure why, she then took the file from his hand, too. What's this? She asked. Pictures of my captain kicking puppies, or what? Good one. Urahara said, chuckling. No, it's better than that. It's research notes. Specifically, of hollowification experiments. Look at it, and tell me you do not recognize the handwriting. Still holding the hilt of Tetsu no Tama firmly, Erza flipped through the file and its contents. She saw loose bits of information, data, and pictures of hollows. She could recognize her captain's writing there, too. She frowned, and shot the shopkeeper a glare. She was not born yesterday, and she was not about to take the word of a stranger and a traitor over Aizen's. But despite herself, she slid the file into her kimono. There had been trouble lately. She still believed in his vision. He probably had a good reason for concealing those prints from her. She was just on edge because of the way they had to hide. He wasn't wrong. Of course he wasn't. But it never hurt to be sure. Deep inside her mind, Erza could hear Tetsu no Tama chuckle smugly. There you go. Urahara said. Review this at your leisure. Let the evidence speak for itself. Erza just glared at him. Well then. Urahara said, standing up. Please, enjoy your stay at my humble shop. We'll have a look at you once we're done with Captain Shiba. The healing process, she was assured, went smoothly, but it took time. She had looked in on his hind whenever she was allowed to, and the grayness in his skin had gone. He was back to a healthy shade of pink. He was still, though, unconscious. The burly man Tessai, he had introduced himself as, had explained that while his Ryotsu was contained, he needed several focal points rebuilt entirely, and at that point the conversation had become full of technical terms that made Erza wish Momo was there. The short of it seemed to be that he needed careful treatment for a longer time, or he would only have borrowed time, not a recovery. Fully 6 days passed, and Erza fought the urge to run back to the Soul Society. She really should. They had been expected out that same day, and teams would have been sent out in search of them. They would be considered missing in action, perhaps even dead. She should set the record straight. It was duty. But try as she might, she couldn't tear himself from his side. The Shiba needed him. He had family. She couldn't leave him, not even for a few hours. And on a more practical note, even disregarding her emotions, she had no reason to trust a man like Urahara Kisuke. She didn't remember much about him. He had been captain of Division 12 once, a brilliant scientist, then it had been revealed that he had been experimenting on applying hollow powers to Shinigami, a concept as dangerous as it was blasphemous. 4 captains and 4 vice-captains had fallen victim to it, and yet another captain had turned coat to save Urahara from the fate he deserved. All in all, 6 captains had been lost in a single stroke. It was remembered as one of the darkest incidents in recent history. And for all this time, he had been here in Karakura, waiting, gathering information. Why would anyone trust somebody like that? Because you don't know who to trust. Tetsu no Tama said, butting into her train of thought. Quiet. She murmured. She had reviewed the file. It was full of science she could not understand, complex equations and sentences that might as well have been gibberish, but some of it was undeniable. Experiments on hollows. Experiments on humans. Experiments on the creation of Arankar. Special hollows, with evil abilities. One name had stood out. Metastasia. A hollow with the ability to dissolve a Zanpakuto at a mere touch with its tentacles. A vile monster, just like the one that had killed Shiba Kyan. There was even a reference to its success field test completed, easily able to destroy Zanpakuto of Vice-Captain level Shinigami. Subject severely damaged, possibly dead? We'll find out. If dead, can still reproduce results. Every last word was in his handwriting. Notes, written with the callousness of a scientist, one that had let go of any sense of ethics, any sense of right and wrong. There were notes on Halibel, on Nilil, on Ulquira, on names she did not know very well, Barragan, Starke, Noidera, and how to apply them as weapons. In gruesome detail, it was described how powerful they might become, what powers they might have. She could not bring herself to read it in detail. If this was a forgery, it was the best damn forgery she had ever seen. Finally, 1 week after his battle, Ishine had recovered, although not quite in the way she had expected. She walked up to his sick bed next to which the muscular Tessai still sat and sat down. She looked at him. He was different. Erza. Ishine said, sitting up. Bet I really made you worry, huh? What happened to you? Erza mumbled. It was all wrong. She could barely sense any riotsu from him, like it had all been sealed away. His body was similar, but not the same. About that. Ishine mumbled. I'm a bit of a cripple now. He sounded beaten, a far cry from his usual carefree, energetic self. The damage to his central riotsu system was severe. Tessai rumbled. We stabilized him, through much arduous work. However, the majority of his riotsu was burnt out in the process. At the moment, he possesses no more spiritual energy than the typical plus soul post-mortem. Oh. Erza said, a sinking feeling in her gut. That's not all. Ishine murmured. Correct. Tessai said, nodding slowly. In the end, his spiritual matrix was still too unstable to be relied upon. To save his existence, we bound his being to a Jigai. It's not all gone, Urahara said, and Erza wondered just when he had stood himself in the door opening. He looked as carefree as usual, as obnoxious as usual. It's possible that one day, his powers may recover. He still has all the disciplines and structure of a Shinigami. However, as it stands, he'll be like this for years. Possibly forever. Fascinating, what that hollow did to his system. You. Erza snarled. You said you could fix him. You lying dash. Take it easy now, Urahara said, raising his voice just a little. We really did do all we could. Do you think I want him not to recover? This man represented a significant meal ticket to me. A nobleman in my pocket, and a payoff on top of that? But no. He sighed. It's all for naught. What do you mean? Erza said, frowning. Captain, she said, turning to Ishine, we'll get you back to the Soul Society. We'll have the best of the best look at you, they'll fix you, not like this hack dash. Erza, it's fine, Ishine said quietly, gesturing for her to calm down with his hand. I mean, I don't feel peachy about this, but there's not a whole lot I can do. I know this guy, he's real smart, even though he got sent off for treason. Without my powers, let's be honest, the Godei won't give a shit about me. He shrugged. If I go back, what am I? A disgrace. A liability. A cripple who lost everything. An idiot who couldn't even die when he was supposed to. He looked her in the eyes, looking weary. I've always been an idiot. I don't mind it, because when people see an idiot, they let their guard down. I was a strong idiot, one at least fit to lead people. But without that, what am I? He shook his head. You have people waiting for you. Erza said. You have family, a clan, a whole squad that depends on you. Tell them I'm dead. Ishain said flatly. What? Erza said. Tell them I'm dead. Do me that favor, Erza. Sheba Ishain died fighting a powerful hollow. He gave his life fighting for what was right, standing tall like a man. Please, let that be how they remember me. Not this. He said, gesturing at his body, his artificially built, ever so frail body. This is a state-of-the-art model, I'll have you know, Urahara said, and it can be updated at your leisure, too. Erza ignored him. You can't do this. She snapped. What about the people at home? Don't you care about them? I do. Ishain said, shrugging. But, that's why I want it to be this way. I'm staying here. I can't make you say I'm dead, but you can't make me come with you. You idiot. Erza all but screamed. Mr. Sheba has struck a deal. Tessai rumbled. He has pledged servitude to this shop for a time, in exchange for his treatment, food, and lodging, and the learning of a trade. He will not leave, young miss. Erza made a fist. Really, don't try it, Urahara said calmly. You're strong, but you won't like where this goes. You expect me to lie to your family. Erza hissed through her teeth. You lied to us all along. Ishain said calmly. And I don't judge you for it. There's a lot that needs changing. You told him. Erza growled, looking at Urahara. He did. Ishain said. And that's why I ask. You keep secrets for Aizen and whatever business you have with him, that's between the two of you. But for my sake, for me, the man who was once your captain, tell them I'm gone. Let them remember a strong man, not a cripple. Erza shook her head. You really are an idiot, you know that. Ishain smiled slightly. Always have been. And hey, it's not all bad. I think that cute Quincy who brought us here likes me. Erza stood up. Fine. She said. Fine. I'll tell them you're dead. But don't ask me anything again, Sheba Ishain. All right. He said. Good luck in life, Erza. Make the world a better place, eh? Something like that. Erza murmured, and turned her back. Bye. She said. It was all she could manage. A grand farewell might have been more appropriate, but she could think of nothing good enough. She walked out, full of inner turmoil. How could he ask her to lie? How could she not, when she had been a liar for so long? How could she have been a hypocrite for this long? Where had she gone wrong? Full of indecision and anger, Erza sped off. Urahara Kisuk watched her leave, his burly associate Tessai standing next to him. Tell me, Mr. Urahara, Tessai said, looking as inscrutable as ever, how much of the evidence you gave her was forged? Most of it. Urahara said casually. Imitating handwriting is not that difficult, the only problem was time. I like being prepared, especially for Aizen's pawns. If she had known her science, she would know that most of it was nonsense. A lie to guide her to the truth. Tessai said, and nodded. Is that not ironic? I suppose. Urahara said. She had opened a portal now, a ways away, and was leaving the city. When you told her you might kill her, was that true? In theory, yes, Urahara said with a smirk, but I was sure the moment I mentioned Aizen that she already had her doubts. All she needed was a push, one that I was all too happy to provide. It will not impede his plans. Tessai noted. Even so, spiting him is its own excuse. Urahara said with a grin. Come on, let's help our new resident settle in. He was waiting for her when she got through the gate. Aizen Saushik, her captain, looking calm and content with a small smile on his face, the same captainly mask he always wore. Erza flinched, visibly. So did he know? Could he know? Of course he could. He seemed to know everything. And she was a bad liar. You were gone a week, he said. We feared the worst. Did you now? Erza said, completely on edge. Well, I did make some investigations of my own. Imagine my surprise, when I found your Ryotsu in Karakura town, quite alive. What happened? She couldn't lie. Not convincingly. But Ishine nearly had died, and she knew a thing or two about losing friends the hard way. She remembered Marissa and Ramon and Sensuk, the bottomless pit it had put her in. It was Captain Shiba. She said, her voice trembling. I was watching over him. I don't know what happened. There was something weird about that hollow we fought. That's the way. Don't actually lie, but don't tell the truth either. He's dead. She mumbled. Shiba Ishine's dead. She took a deep, sharp breath, remembering the way they had looked, her friends, when they had been torn to pieces before her eyes. Something happened to him. A Quincy helped us out, we won the fight, but he got poisoned or something. All his energy drained. I couldn't go back, and I couldn't move him either. It took a week. Aizen said, raising an eyebrow. Erza held her breath. She couldn't convince him. Please don't keep prodding, please don't keep prodding. I'm so sorry. Aizen said gently. I know you knew he is part of the system we stand against, but nevertheless he was a good man, and your captain wants. I understand. Thank you. Erza croaked, managing a nod. It was hard. Of course. Aizen said, nodding. Please, take the day off. You need to rest. I've got to go report. Erza said, sniffing slightly. The tears which were almost spilling over were, at least, not a lie. And that is your final word, Erza Scarlet. Old man Yamamoto's gaze was unforgiving, as steely as ever, and Erza felt like she might be struck down then and there for her deceit. Yes, head captain. She said, keeping her voice firm. I was recruited to back up Captain Shiba. We were assaulted by a hollow of unknown power, which killed him and incinerated his body. I was unable to defeat it, but I managed to escape. Grave news. The old man murmured. Very well. You may go. Submit a report to myself, and the 2nd Division, within a day. Dismissed. Yes, head captain. Erza said. She bowed, and began to walk out. She was amazed that she had kept her composure. She didn't know how she felt, like up was down, like straight was crooked. Aizen was an ally of hollows. Not of just people like Erza, but Baragon, the self-styled king of hollows. She had remembered his name at last, and he was a monster. Just how much could you say that you would use evil for the sake of good? How many Ichimarujins could you put in your service and still claim to be working for the good of the people? He had made Metastasia. He had made gods knew how many others. He had stolen those notes. Again and again, she had tried to tell herself it was all a lie, that all this time had not been her duped, serving an evil man for an evil purpose, but she had run out of faith. Aizen had seemed a thoroughly decent man, but he was not. The realization hurt her almost as bad as the death of a friend. That night, not long after she had closed her eyes, she found herself in the marble palace again. Its pillars were being restored, and the floor was whole again. On the golden throne, as usual, sat Tetsuno Tama, looking down on her. Tell me, my fool master, he said, sounding more condescending than usual, did your eyes finally open? Casually, he sipped wine from a jewel-encrusted golden cup, and somehow Erza knew he was trying to goad her, to rub it in whichever thing he was going to rub. There always were plenty. Aizen is not who he says he is. Erza said begrudgingly. Ha! The spirit sneered. I never trusted him. He is a conqueror, Erza, an ambitious man who wishes to be king of everything he can stake a claim to. Always too smooth, always saying just the right things to make you believe, but I am not like you, Erza. I am not weighed down by lofty ideals. I saw in him, the moment he bade you join him, what his true intentions were. Had you kept going down this path, I would have denied you my power. Fine. Erza said, gritting her teeth. You were right. I was wrong. I was made a fool of. Are you happy now, my fool sword? Tetsu no Tama stood up, and put the cup down. Slowly, he marched down from his throne, until he stood face to face with Erza. Gently, he put an arm on her shoulder. Yes, I am happy now. He said softly. You have freed yourself from the grasp of a tyrant through your own power. It is all I ever wanted to see. All that boastful talk and belligerence, and now you change your tune. Erza said, feeling a little angry, and a little relieved. It angered me, being made somebody's thrall, however indirectly. Tetsu no Tama said. It angered me, and for that, I became angry with you. But, now that you no longer dance to his tune, I am glad. There was a strange, rare look on his face. Erza noted a subdued look of joy, and pride, like a parent whose child took her first steps. It was not your fault, Erza, he said, and Erza's jaw dropped a little. Say what? She said flatly. He saw your virtue and kindness, and used it for his own gains. The spirit said, distaste in his voice. You were the victim of a predator, Erza, one far beyond your ability to anticipate. You befriended a viper, one that made itself look like a lamb. He used you, like a tool, tried to warp you into his own image, to his own ends. He wanted a slave, and tried to make you one. But even then, you would not submit. You stayed true to yourself when it mattered most. However inadvertently, he gave you a trial by fire. You did well, Erza. Erza blinked. She was being praised by her judgmental, moody, arrogant Zanpakuto, who never seemed pleased with anything. Well, she wouldn't complain. Thanks. She said, after a good, long pause. You know what you must do next. He replied. Yes. Erza said firmly, nodding. I will tell him it's over. I will not follow him anymore. And if this brings your world down, then so be it. Erza said, steel in her voice. I'd rather that happen than stay in the employ of a monster. My master. Tetsu no Tama said, and to her shock, he gave her a courteous bow. He turned around, walked back up to his throne, and the dream began to fade. Erza sat bolt upright in her bed. This could not wait. It ate at her, like fire inside her chest waiting to burst out. She would go, right now. Quickly, she put on her uniform, and strapped Tetsu no Tama to her belt. It ended tonight. She would tell him off, get it over and done with. What would he say? What would he do? She had no idea. Probably nothing good. But it mattered not. She would not run, she would not hide, she would get this done. She could feel her Zanpakuto hum with approval, as she marched out of her room, out to the gardens of Division 5. His office was not a long walk away. But of course, Aizen was not so conventional as to simply wait in his room. As she crossed the gardens, the moon shining down on them brightly, she felt him standing further in, near the pond, quite awake. Of course he had expected her. Why wouldn't he? Resolutely, she marched forward, and soon she saw him standing there. The glasses were off, he was there as his true self, waiting for her. She walked up to Aizen, standing face to face with him. Aizen watched her approach. She had lied to him before she had been clever enough to tell something close enough to the truth that it was convincing, but he already knew what had happened. He had noticed her doubt she was, in the end, too strictly moral to understand his methods. Of course he had been suspicious of her, suspicious enough to put a bug on her. Such a beautiful night, he said, as if there was not a thing wrong in the world. One really has to appreciate the simple things in life, wouldn't you agree? Forget that. Erza said harshly, unable to keep her voice calm, aggression seeping from her tone. Then I assume you have something important to say. Aizen said. You sound so serious. You made Metastasia. Erza said. You were behind the Vizard incident. You've lied to me all this time. I imagine Urahara Kisuk must have seemed very convincing. Aizen said calmly. After all this time, all I've done for you, you would rather trust a ruthless, amoral gutter feeder convicted of treason? You disappoint me. He could see the doubt in her, the guilt and pain his words caused. He had indoctrinated her well enough that this was difficult for her. She was not beyond helping yet. I saw for myself. Erza spat out. I didn't just listen to him. I knew you had been lying to me long before that. Oh. Eisen said innocently. This was interesting. The blueprints. Erza said. I saw them, in your office. Keijiro's notes, the ones you said were destroyed. You lied. Eisen kept his face straight, but suppressed a bit of annoyance. The blueprints. They had lain in his desk drawer for years, hidden under a stack of paper. Nobody ever looked in the captain's desk. Because of the reverent respect everyone held for such a position, he should have put an illusion on those, too. It was an oversight. Then there's this. Erza said, pulling a file from her shiakusho. She threw it at Eisen, who caught it with one hand quite smoothly. He opened it, and rifled through it. It was a poor copy of his own research notes, most of them imagined except his notes on the Vizard process. Just how Urahara had got his hands on these was something he would like to know. That man was nothing if not resourceful, it seemed. Lies and slander. He said casually. I understand you are troubled, Erza. My plan is one that demands much sacrifice. But I had really hoped you would put more trust in me than to let it be upset by such lies. Has your perspective changed? Have you seen the tyranny of the Godii, and understood it to be liberty? Have you seen its oppression, and decided that slavery is freedom? Have you seen its callous cruelty, and decided that it is justified? Tell me, Erza, just where am I wrong? He resisted the urge to smile. It was tearing her apart. Such a goodly person she was, so sure of right and wrong, and there was no bigger wrong than the tyranny he had shown her, carefully sprinkled with exaggeration where necessary. Any moment now, she would have to give in. She was quiet for a minute. Then she shook her head, and said, You are not wrong at all, sir. Just as planned. Then Deshi began, but she cut him off. You are not wrong about the Godii. It needs to change. It is not a system I can be part of. But I cannot be part of your system either. If we are willing to do anything at all to win, then that means there is nothing we won't do. I cannot follow your way anymore, Eisen. Inwardly, he sighed. She was so terribly headstrong. Is that how it will be, then? He said coolly. You reject my vision still, even knowing what it is I aim to create. I don't know what you truly aim to create. Erza said harshly, crossing her arms. I cannot trust you anymore. I am through. Enact your plans without me. I see. Eisen said. It was irritating, at the least probably, that was Urahara Kisuk's only intention. Erza certainly was not an irreplaceable pawn. And what will you do with your knowledge of my operations? I'll keep it to myself, don't you worry. I think maybe I'll run off somewhere I can be the way I want to, or maybe I'll stay and try and change this place for the better from the inside. I have not decided yet. Very well. Eisen said, giving a sigh out loud, at last. I will not stop you. I wish you the best of luck for the future, Erza. As simple as that. Erza said skeptically. No matter what you may believe of me, I am no monster. Eisen said, giving her a convincing smile. I will not kill you for turning away. Perhaps when I change this place for the better, you will see that what I did was for the best after all. Until then, well, good night. Okay. Erza said. So, we're good. Fine and dandy. Eisen said. Not saying another word, Erza hesitantly turned around, and began to walk away. Eisen stood there for a long while, thinking. He could have sworn he had bent her wool. The next day, Erza woke up feeling relieved. A bit shocked, but relieved. It was like a band-aid ripped off quick. It hurt, but it was all better once it was done. But what was she to do? She had not been all talk last night. This was not a system she could be party to anymore. The Godii was a tyranny, and, well, could she really change it if she tried? Should she run, or would it be quitting if she ran without trying? Life was confusing, she decided, and the best thing was to give it a good thinker. Once she had calmed down, which probably could take years. But as fate had it, she did not have years, or even days. Exactly 3 hours after breakfast, when she was just about ready to head out on patrol, she was approached by the unmistakable form of Captain So-iPhone, the tiny but frighteningly competent head of Division 2. She was flanked by a full team of Onmitsukido officers. Erza's heart sank. Oh, no. Erza Scarlet, Vice Captain of Division 5. So-iPhone said sharply. You are under arrest for treason, conspiracy to murder, conspiracy to undermine the Godai, subversion, and blasphemy. No, 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 Erza said, desperately holding up her hands, as if it would appease the captain. No, you don't understand, it's not dash. Get down on the ground. So-iPhone barked. Get down on the ground and put your hands on your head. Failure to obey will result in forceful subjugation. But dash, Erza said desperately. A captain. Of course Eisen hadn't let it go. She had been stupid to think he would. Obey. So-iPhone insisted. I can't. Erza said. With a feeling of dread, she reached for her Zanpakuto, pulling it out swiftly. Maybe she could knock her over, knock her out, maybe she could distract them long enough to start running. Before she had even had the time to call out her Zanpakuto's name, So-iPhone was on her. She grabbed Erza's wrist in an iron grip, twisting her sword arm aside, and her other arm moved in a blur. Quicker than Erza could see, So-iPhone jabbed her fist into her solar plexus twice, slammed it into her throat once, and brought her palm up, slamming it into Erza's nose. Pain and nausea overwhelmed Erza, and she staggered back, only barely holding on to her sword. Not a second passed before a sweeping kick struck her in the head, once, twice, in the blink of an eye. Without quite knowing how it happened, she was thrown into the ground, and her arms were twisted behind her. Still, she struggled, trying to wrestle the little captain off her. So-iPhone grabbed her by the hair, and slammed Erza's head into the ground. Finally, blissful oblivion took her. She woke up in a cell, her hands cuffed. The first thing she noticed after the pain, and the nausea, and the woozy feeling she always got after taking a hit to the head was her energy. She was locked down, unable to channel any ryotsu. The cuffs around her wrist were seki, no doubt, the spiritual ore that blocked out energy completely. She looked around. It was dark, the cell windowless. There was some light coming from the cell's opening, through the iron bars. It was a small cell, large enough for a cot and not much more. How long had she been down here? Erza sat herself up, and cringed. So-iPhone was shorter than even Momo, but she kicked like a mule. So you finally woke up. She recognized the voice. She would recognize it anywhere. Eisen. She sneered, getting herself up on her feet. She nearly fell over as soon as she had stood up, leaning herself against the wall. The world looked blurry, but she could see him there, looking so self-assured. It's so interesting. Eisen said. He sounded cold, calm, collected, so completely dispassionate. I spent a lot of time trying to shape you to be a good lieutenant. You really would have made a worthy choice. You are a monster. Erza snarled, forcing herself to stand up properly. I will admit I made a few hollows for my purposes, yes, Eisen said casually. Metastasia was imperfect. White, the one that killed Ishine, was too, but both of them were successes. What you never could see, Erza, is that true change requires sacrifice. I think the first thing you sacrificed was any sense of right and good. Erza growled. You did this for yourself, all along, not for the people of the Soul Society. What I will build will make for a better world. Eisen said firmly. But it will be completely according to my design, and nobody else's. Right, Erza? That is a fairy tale for children. It is an assumption we make because we wish to make sense of the universe. The world is so very large, Erza, and it cares not how we live, suffer and die. But to find purpose, we invent ideas like right and wrong, and just assume this is a reasonable way of looking at reality. Anybody who sees through the veil will know, it is an arbitrary, ignorant worldview, one that has no factual basis, one that is in constant flux and changes from one time and culture to another. A fairy tale is all it ever has been, and it has chained you well to Plato's cave. I have no idea what that means. Erza said bitterly. All I hear is a really long excuse for how being scum is okay, for using monsters to do monstrous work. An excuse, that's all I hear. Eisen smiled. I really do like you, Erza Scarlet. Even though you are ignorant, narrow-minded, and short-sighted, you are much more honest than any of the fools I suffer in this ridiculous afterlife. Go away. Erza said bitterly. I want nothing to do with you. As you please. Eisen said. You will be interned in the maggot's nest. I pleaded for you not to be executed, you see. I am very persuasive. And decades from now, when my plan has come to fruition and your power has drained, I will let you out. You will then see the fruits of my labor, and you will see the error of your ways. Go away. Erza shouted. Her anger was overflowing, she had so much to say yet no way to articulate it. She had been betrayed, by the man she had trusted more than any he had betrayed her and everything she had believed in. Goodbye, Erza. Eisen said, and walked away. We shall see each other again. 2 days had passed since Erza's arrest, and Lysina was as baffled as anyone else. Erza, the loyal, kind, dependable Erza, a traitor? She had seen the evidence, heard the testimonies, yet none of it still made sense to her, nothing of it fit. She had known Erza in life, unlike any of her other friends, and if there was anybody she had never expected to betray them, it would have been Erza. Everything she had ever done, she had done for her friends, for a better world. And now she was painted as an anarchist, a terrorist conspiring to overthrow the Godi and destroy all that it stood for. It made no sense. Because of that, this sensation of utter wrong, she had jumped on it when she had received a note from Rod Sentry. She didn't know him, but he was apparently one of Erza's friends, the second of the sole survivors from the massacre. So here she stood, in an alleyway far from any regular patrol route, waiting for him to show up. She hadn't needed to wait long, she had stood there for a few minutes when she turned her head once, and then, upon turning it back, found Rod standing right next to her. Damn! Lysina exclaimed, flinching. It's creepy when you stealthcore do that, you know. No time for chit-chatting. Rod said firmly. He had a weary look about him, like he was constantly in a state of having woken up an hour too early, but his eyes were alert. Erza. Facing trial in 12 days, where she is all but guaranteed to face a lifetime in the maggot's nest at the least. Your thoughts? Oh. Lysina said, collecting her thoughts. It's nonsense, of course. She would never. The evidence is quite overwhelming. Rod said, striking a match and lighting a cigarette. Very convincing. It's not her. Lysina insisted indignantly. She couldn't dash. Too convincing, actually. I've been part of the hunt for traitors 3 times in the past. When apprehended, you usually do not find a pile of evidence just lying around. You could, in theory, but what are the odds? He took a puff from his cigarette, blowing some smoke. What are you saying? I am saying that Erza was very suddenly revealed a traitor, in spite of everything we know about her telling us it is extremely unlikely. I do not know her as well as you do, but tell me, does Erza Scarlet have much of any guile? Is she the sort of charming socialite who could put on appearances and fabricate a mask to hide her true intentions? For years on end. No. Lysina said. No, she's just like me, just like the others. If she has something to say, she says it. She hates lying. Assessment correct. Rod said, nodding. Her evaluation file in the core says as much. Impulsive, a little reckless, strong sense of right and wrong, dutiful but known to prioritize her own sense of justice over service. We are rarely wrong, Miss Strauss, and that is not the profile of a traitor. So what, then? Lysina said. Was this a setup? It certainly smells like a framing. Rod said, nodding. I don't know how or why, but I think somebody wanted her gone. Somebody very good at what he did, in a position to forge and plant evidence. Who? Lysina said. Who could possibly? Irrelevant. Rod said, shaking his head. The question is, What will you do about it? I want to help her. Lysina said. She could be executed. I don't know what I can do. I can do nothing. Rod said. As she was a traitor, all her known associates are under scrutiny, especially one within the Onmitsukido itself. Currently, it is believed I am on mission, something I will need to prove later. Some help you are, Lysina said, scoffing. I can do nothing, Rod said, except. He dug out a folder from his shiakusho, with a few papers in them. What's that? A guard schedule for the coming week. Rod said. The cells are patrolled regularly, at precise intervals. There are some windows, however, if you had the right information. So I take some of our friends and go bust her out. Lysina said. No. Rod said sharply. This is a one-person operation. Anything more is too high a risk. You all have eyes on you. I can keep them off you for a few hours, if I know when exactly to. Lysina eyed through the papers. Damn. I don't see more than a 5-minute window here. She murmured. And that's a luxury. Rod said. Go tomorrow night. Just past 10 o'clock. Bring your Zanpakuto. Break her out, and don't stop for any heartfelt words, just go. Understood. Lysina nodded affirmatively. Understood. Good. Rod said. I'll be setting up a very firm alibi for myself. However, I think I can see to it that you'll be able to grab her Zanpakuto. I'll set up a portal to the world of the living, I'll leave it there. You'll be given instructions when it's time. Good. Damn, what a rush. It was almost like she was in fairy tale again. She wasn't sure how much time had passed. Enough that the worst of the anger had passed, the boiling, seething rage had passed, replaced by a chronic, vicious resentment. That bastard. But as luck would have it, Erza would not be left like so for long. In the middle of the night, something stirred. She could hear something rattle at the bars, then a crack as if from lightning, and a clanking as they dropped to the floor. Quickly, somebody hurried into her cell. Lysina. Erza said, recognizing the presence at last. Your hands. Lysina said. Clumsily, her limbs stiff from having been still so long, Erza held them out. With a quick swipe from her claws, the seki cuffs were ripped away. Thank you so much. Erza murmured. No talking. Lysina hissed. Come on, this way. Go. Go. Momo felt uneasy. Erza had been something special to her, a best friend, an older sister, a teacher. She had looked out for her, given her hope in her darkest hour, and saved her life. Now, they said she was a traitor. The way everyone had just turned around, one day adoring the heroic vice captain and the next calling her a treasonous whore, it sickened her to the core. Under any other circumstance, being called to the captain's office, where she was now, would have been something she had approached with excitement, anticipation, but now, she could barely focus. She stood to attention, although she felt like she might cry at any moment. As I am sure you understand better than anybody else, we were all shocked. Aizen said. I personally had never expected she was anything but a model vice captain. Brave, loyal, strong. He sighed deeply, looking weary, a little sad. The evidence has spoken for itself. He looked broken down, crushed. Whatever comes next is out of our hands. She's innocent, Captain. Momo burst out, unable to hold herself back. She'd never turn her back on us like this, she never would. She's innocent, and I'll prove it. Aizen gave her a warm smile. Your loyalty warms my heart, Hinamori. But like I said, it is out of our hands, and for your own good, you ought not to do anything rash. Momo opened her mouth, as if to protest again, but Aizen held up his hand. Whether rightly or wrongfully, I am robbed of a vice captain. This division needs leadership, especially in these trying times, which is why effective immediately, I am promoting you to vice captain. Momo gave him a blank stare, in disbelief. No, she said at last. No. Aizen said gently. It's her spot. Momo mumbled. And I'm not dash. I would not offer you this if I did not believe you worthy. Eisen said. I have no choice in the matter. Erza is not coming back anytime soon. In the meantime, we need help. I need help. Will you not be there for those who need you? Is that not what the friend you so love would do? Momo looked hesitant. Of course I will accept. But there was a bit of steel in her eyes, as she said, but one day, I'll prove she is innocent. I swear it. I have no doubt you will do your best. Eisen said warmly. For now, you are dismissed, Vice Captain. Momo nodded, and Eisen felt content as he watched her walk out. Erza had been a pet project. Her belief had always made her a bit of an X-factor, and look how easily he had disposed of her once she rebelled. Hinamori Momo, that pitiful, weak-willed little girl, would make a desirable replacement competent enough for the position, but lacking the will and initiative to be anything but a good little servant. He would mold her with time, put his mark on her. The plan proceeded as it should. This little speed bump would be meaningless in the long run. And one day, he would make Erza see it, his vision made real, and she would either see his genius or be horrified. Either one was sufficient. Momo walked into the night, her heart on fire. Erza was everything she had ever wanted to be: strong, responsible, confident, caring, pure. She was the older sister she never had. This was not over, not for as long as she lived. One day, she would see Erza set free. One day, they would be together again, her, Erza, Renji, Hisagi, Kira, the others. No matter what it took. It was strange how life worked. Less than 2 weeks ago, she had ran to Karakura, life being normal, comparatively speaking. Now, after having been rushed out of prison by Lisina, with no time for anything more than a quick goodbye, she was once again descending through the air, Tetsu no Tama at her side. Rod had his hand in this. She knew Lisina was not the break-into prison type. She had to have help. It hurt. It hurt more than she could describe. The betrayal hurt, the realization that she had been a pawn to a wicked scheme hurt, that she had been used and thrown away like a tool. But most of anything, it hurt to leave them all behind. She had left Isane, Rangiku, Lisina, Momo, Rukia, Renji, Kira, Hisagi, Nimue. She had made so many friends, and now they were all gone from her life, perhaps forever, as sure as if they were dead. She had not even got to say goodbye. And if they ever saw her again, they would be duty-bound to hunt her down, to subdue or even kill her. What did they all think, she wondered. Did they believe her a traitor? Did all of them hate her now, feeling as betrayed and angry as she did? It was all she could do not to cry. Loneliness was ahead of her, and it was a hellish prison worse than any Eisen could have devised. All by her lonesome, she stared into the night, as she landed on top of a building in Karakura. From fairy tale to the afterlife, to once again in the world of the living, another world, with everything she had built since she died now gone. She sat there, not quite sure for how long, very near despair. But then, her isolation was broken, a presence having snuck up on her. She had been too busy wallowing in misery to even notice it. Tiredly, Erza raised her head to face it. Let it be a hollow about to attack her, she didn't care. In fact, beating something senseless would probably help about now. It was no hollow, though. As Erza raised her head, she saw in the moonlight a familiar figure, a young woman, the very same that had helped her back then. Hi. She said. We never got introduced back then. MMH. Erza said, barely responding. I am Kurosaki Masaki. The Quincy said sweetly. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Erza Scarlet. Formerly 5th Division. Erza said sullenly. Formerly. Masaki said. Well, you look like you need a place to stay. Why don't you come with me? Well, to hell with it. Going somewhere, with somebody, even if it was somebody she didn't know, that was better than staying here, alone with her thoughts. Erza nodded, and the Quincy smiled, and nodded back. Quickly, she dashed off into the night, and Erza followed suit. The future was uncertain and the past was painful, but she would keep going. Check the description for the links to the author.